It was an ordinary weekend evening in a big city, whose residents went about their business past brightly colored shop windows, all lost in their own thoughts. One of the billiard clubs was crowded today, with visitors happily spending their time rolling balls into the pockets of heavy oak tables. At one of these tables, two guys were playing. One of them was still an ordinary office worker, and the other had recently become his young boss. The head of the department, Ronald, was amused by the miss of his subordinate, who did not pocket a straight ball that was standing right next to the pocket. Justin honestly admitted that he could not match his boss in the game, and he was ashamed that he did not score a single ball all evening. Ronald, having won his 45th victory in a row, jokingly advised his negligent partner to commit suicide, since he had been unable to do anything all his life. As he spoke, he swung his cue, forgetting that Justin was standing nearby and that it could be dangerous. The next second, he accidentally hit Justin in the face with the cue and watched him scream and writhe in pain. Ronald ran up to the employee and asked if he was okay, but didn't even apologize for his actions. The young man, of course, replied that everything was fine and that it was his own fault for being too close. Ronald agreed that Justin shouldn't have put himself out there and offered him a beer to ease the awkwardness. However, he suddenly added that Justin would have to pay for their drinks at the next bar, because he had lost a bet to him again. The manager felt no pity for the boy, continuing with a brazen smile to insist that he was no good for anything and would never learn to play billiards. All Justin could do was agree with his boss and, as usual, pretend that he didn't notice his terrible attitude. After they drank beer and parted ways, Justin was left feeling sick in the dark alley for a long time from the strong alcohol he had drunk. He was very sick from the alcohol, but what really worried him was a completely different problem. He could not understand at what point he became a slave to his boss and a laughing stock for those around him. Justin knew he would never earn the respect of his work team, but he couldn't change anything. The next morning, gathering all his will into a fist, Justin came to work early, because even the slightest delay could cost him his job. When he brought his report to Ronald, he looked at it and shouted in displeasure, declaring that the report was no good and could not be shown to higher management. It seemed like yesterday they were happily playing pool. Justin even paid for all the drinks, and now Ronald was acting as if they didn't know each other. Ronald threw the report in the employee's face, saying that he was no longer going to tolerate such a terrible job and waste his time reading his incompetent reports. The guy silently looked at the scattered sheets of the report he had worked on for so long. In fact, the manager did not read a single line, and the reason for his violent reaction was his hatred for his junior employee. That's why he refused to accept Justin's work for the third time in a row, even though it was excellent and could serve as an example for other employees. Justin promised to redo the report soon and even apologized to his manager for taking up so much of his time. At that moment, the guy's ears started ringing from worries and a hangover from yesterday. He grabbed his head, barely holding back a scream from the wild headache that suddenly began to tear him apart from the inside. The girl at the next table, noticing that something was wrong with Justin, jumped up and ran to him. But when she saw the blood coming from Justin's nose, she realized that things were much more serious. Justin put his hand to his nose, trying to figure out if he was really bleeding and if it was a sign that his body couldn't cope with the stress. Seeing blood on his hand, he became scared because this had never happened before. The guy understood that all this would end badly because his head was splitting and he was spinning, and now his nose was bleeding. Was he really dying? The next second, he fell to his knees in front of all the employees, who did not understand what was happening to him. Ronald, having noticed the employees' health problems, was not worried about him, but simply did not want to waste time on this fuss with his negligent subordinate. Feeling like he was dying, Justin knew who was to blame for all his troubles and brought him to this state. Soon an ambulance arrived at the office and they were already preparing to take the young employee to intensive care. It seemed to the guy that these doctors in oxygen masks were the last people he would see in his life. Suddenly he saw Ronald, who was yawning with boredom instead of rushing to help or going with him to the hospital. Justin couldn't believe that the man who was responsible for bringing him to the brink of death was simply yawning and not paying any attention to him. At that moment, Justin sat up on the gurney and shouted at the top of his voice that he had never met a worse person than his boss, Ronald. All the employees were afraid of Ronald and no one had ever allowed themselves to say such words to him before. But Justin didn't care anymore and continued to claim that it was his boss who had brought him to this state. He directly accused Ronald of driving him to his grave, and he knows it very well. After all, even on weekends, Ronald was constantly calling Justin and forcing him to work, and today he was behaving like a complete bastard. To this, Ronald replied that if Justin was going to die, then he should do it beautifully, and not throw a tantrum and blame him for everything. Hearing these words, Justin pushed Ronald away with force, and prepared to say a few more words to him before he died. He stated that all these employees surrounding Ronald do not know what their boss is really up to. He shouted at the top of his voice that Ronald had been appointed manager only because he had illegally handed over internal documents of the workers' union to the management. It was a serious crime, and of course Ronald did not want the truth to come out and go to court before the death of Justin, who was involved in this story. Upon hearing the accusation, one of the boys rushed at Ronald, believing him to be guilty of the death of their previous leader. When Justin brought up the company's embezzlement that Ronald had been illegally committing, he tried to shut his junior employee up. The manager began to beg Justin to postpone the conversation until a more appropriate moment, and not to reveal all the secrets right in front of the entire team. But the young man continued to accuse him of illegally embezzling budget funds and forcing him to do all the dirty work so that he could get away with it. Ronald, losing his temper, threatened to torture Justin to death, even if he didn't die in intensive care today. He said Justin could forget about his remaining salary and severance pay, because he would file his death as an industrial accident. Justin didn't care and expressed his attitude with one gesture, sending Ronald to hell. Consciousness began to leave Justin, and everything before his eyes gradually blurred into a gray mass. The people around him were making noise, trying to shout to him, but the guy could no longer hear anything. Justin suddenly woke up in his bed and screamed loudly in fear, deciding that it was just a nightmare after drinking alcohol. However, instead of the usual environment, he saw something completely different and did not understand where he was. Grabbing the calendar, he saw a year that had long passed and wondered why he hadn't thrown out the old calendar yet. To get a handle on the situation, Justin struggled out of bed and decided to look around. Seeing the mirror, he approached it, and the reflection in it turned out to be more terrible than any nightmare. After all, in the mirror, he saw himself as an 18-year-old youth, as he had been many years ago, and into whose body he had somehow returned. In addition, he noticed a yellow sticky note on the mirror, the kind his mother usually used. Indeed, the note was written in his mother's handwriting, stating that she and his father had gone to the village and asking her son not to go hungry all day. Turning to the door, Justin saw a painfully familiar room, and a clothes rack that he used in his youth and had long forgotten about. The room, illuminated by the sun's rays, was exactly as it remained in his childhood memories. Even the advertising on TV was old, although the TV itself was the same one that had been in their house many years ago. Justin realized that this was the house he lived in during his high school years, but he couldn't understand how he was able to go back in time, as this only happens in science fiction movies. He decided that there was only one way to find out the truth, by dialing the phone number that he still remembered by heart. 5 minutes later, his school friend, with whom he had always spent time together before, stood in front of him. Justin hugged his friend with joy, although he did not understand what was happening and why his friend was behaving so strangely. Hugging his friend, Justin began to cry, unable to contain the emotions that flooded him from this meeting. The friend said with a smile that he was glad to see Justin in a good mood, because his girlfriend had recently dumped him, and he had not left the house for a whole week. Hearing this, Justin instantly remembered all the past grievances he had experienced during his school years. He remembered the face of that sweet girl with whom he spent a whole year and whom he once loved. It was after this separation that he began to smoke, and this bad habit stayed with him for the rest of his life. Justin said that he had long since come to his senses and was ready to start life anew, forgetting about the past. He decided that the second life would be completely different, and if this was not a dream, then he would use this chance to become better. Now he no longer dreamed of becoming the head of a global company, because he knew the future and did not want a repetition of his previous life. Back in his room, Justin couldn't figure out if he was really dead, or if it was all just a figment of his imagination or a consequence of illness from overwork. He was curious because if everything was really happening, then would his future really be completely different? Justin felt his life gradually changing, and even his feelings were completely different. He decided to no longer rely on luck or dream of future success, but to start a new life with new goals. Who would have thought that his dream of wealth would turn to dust, and instead of respect, he would receive only humiliation from his superiors? He realized that in life, everything is decided by intelligence and cunning, and not by school knowledge, which did not help him get rich and earn respect. It was the right idea, but he shouldn't regret the past and waste time, because he had a second chance to fix everything. If he remains inactive, he risks dying young again, as happened in his past life. Justin had to spend the next 2 years at his old school, which he had not yet graduated from, in his younger body. In elementary school, he dreamed of becoming a football player, a gamer, or a writer, but as he grew older, he began to take everything much more seriously. After all, Justin was now too old for these dreams, and his goal for the next 2 years could only be studying at school. If he does well in high school, he will be able to enter the same university as his former boss, and then take his place for himself. The next day, Justin went to school, but this time he was well prepared for his lessons. Kevin listened with surprise to Justin's confession that he was no longer going to study half-heartedly, and had decided to devote all his energy to his studies. Kevin even put his hand to Justin's forehead, checking to see if he had a fever. So strange did these words seem to him. But Justin simply said that he would study hard, and did not understand his friend's strange reaction. After all, he used to hate studying, considering it a stupid activity and just a waste of time. However, the guy decided to leave it in the past and start a new life, which would be fundamentally different from the previous one. A friend suggested that he go to a computer club to play a new version of their favorite game to unwind. But Justin refused because children's games, and especially computer games, became uninteresting to him. He suggested that Kevin find another companion to go to the club with, since there were a lot of people who wanted to play there. Jumping up from his chair, Kevin declared that this could not go on any longer, and that he had to tell what had happened to him last week. Smiling, Justin asked if he was really so irreplaceable that without him there was no one to go to the computer club with and have a good time. Kevin replied that Justin was the only one he could beat, which was why he wanted to go to the club with him. Suddenly, Justin's expression changed, and he abruptly stated that if he interfered with his preparation for classes, they would stop being friends. Kevin was shocked to see the furious look in his old friend's eyes, ready to sacrifice even their strong friendship for the sake of his studies. Two guys who were watching this scene advised Kevin to leave this idiot alone and go to the computer club alone. Kevin admitted that this was the first time he saw his friend acting so strange and heard him talk about how there was nothing more important than studying. Justin's words about the importance of studying sounded really funny, and another classmate promised to talk to him and make him see reason. A classmate approached Justin and, laughing loudly, decided to play a joke on him to bring him to his senses. But Kevin, realizing that this was a bad idea, asked the guys to stop and not interfere with Justin preparing for the lesson. Ignoring the request, the Joker already had a red pen in his hands, ready to carry out his plan. Suddenly, Justin saw a thick red line drawn on the page of his textbook by a classmate. He didn't know how to erase this line and what to tell his mother when she saw the ruined textbook. This was the last straw, after which Justin threw down his desk and wanted to sternly warn his stupid classmates. Turning to them, he demanded that they never do that again, otherwise he would have to use force to get this simple idea across to them. The boys, who had never seen such a reaction from their friend, were frightened, deciding that he had gone crazy. As Justin picked up the scattered furniture, he thought about how he had been too comfortable for everyone all his life. He decided that he would no longer be the same guy he was in his past life, working for his terrible boss Ronald. It was evening outside and the senior students were preparing for the next lesson, trying to do what they hadn't had time to do yesterday. Math still came hard to Justin, and even now he had to study a lot to master the subject. Finally, their strict class teacher, whom everyone feared for his cruelty, appeared at the door. Upon entering the classroom, the teacher took out his bat so that no one would have the desire to argue with him and create problems. The teacher asked why there were so many empty desks and whether the students had run away from the last lesson. One of the students answered honestly that 10 minutes ago his classmates had gone to the computer club. The man didn't like this answer and decided to take out his anger on the remaining students. Next to the board stood one of the boys, who was unlucky enough to fall under the hot hand of an angry teacher. The boy fell to his knees from the blow from the bat, holding his hands to the bruised area and trying not to cry in front of the entire class. Then the teacher called two students to the board and told them to take turns telling their homework. Watching what was happening, Justin understood that he would have to face this man's cruelty more than once. Suddenly, the teacher noticed Justin and asked why he moved to a different desk today. Justin didn't understand what he was being accused of, because he always sat at this desk and was surprised by the claims. The real reason was that his friend Kevin was standing at the board and Justin was sitting to the side. The class teacher called them twins because they were always together, and now it was strange to see them apart. Could the breakup of their school team mean the end of their long and strong friendship? Besides, the teacher was a fan of the team, which was disbanded this year, and Justin was its main player. Unable to contain his anger, the teacher hit Kevin with a bat, who was standing next to him. Dear YouTube viewer, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. If you don't, the teacher will hit me too. No, please. I'm afraid of him. Save me, ah. The lesson ended and the boys walked home slowly, since Kevin could not walk quickly after the beating. He angrily reproached his friend for not supporting them, and for preferring to sit it out so as not to fall under the hot hand of the class teacher. Justin recalled that he advised them not to go to the computer club, but to prepare for the lesson in order to avoid problems with the teacher. Kevin didn't understand why Justin studied so hard and what he wanted to become if he didn't want to be an athlete anymore. Justin calmly replied that he wanted to work for a large company, and for that he needed a gold medal. This was an unusual desire for his age, because all children dreamed of becoming athletes, actors, or musicians. Justin admitted that he did not make this decision easily, and now intends to achieve success in business through his own personal work, rather than living in the clouds. As he said goodbye, he waved his hand to his friend and promised to tell him everything in more detail tomorrow, because he had to do his homework in the evening. Justin's change in behavior can be compared to the way paper changes its smell when it is wrapped in incense. When one person changes, his environment also changes and begins to imitate him. Justin seemed to want to inspire other kids to study hard and set realistic goals for themselves. It was worth trying, because even if only one person from his circle changed, it would already be a big victory. Finally, the day came when the class teacher received the results of the midterm exams and was ready to announce them to the class. Justin only came in 5th place in the exams, which the teacher told him. Yes, he failed to achieve the impossible and become the first student on his first attempt, although he had chances. Suddenly, the class teacher, looking Justin in the eye, asked if he had copied even a line on the exam. The boy replied that it was unpleasant for him to hear such accusations, because he had tried very hard to achieve this result and not lose face. But the teacher objected that Justin was sitting next to the head teacher, and naturally this raised suspicions of cheating. The teacher asked the class monitor if he had let Justin copy at least a couple of assignments from his notebook. The headman replied that he couldn't know for sure, but he himself would never have let Justin cheat. This answer was very mean of him, because the headman could have honestly said that Justin did not cheat and dispel all suspicions. Justin had not interacted with this student before, and did not know that he was so doubtful of his honesty, and suspected him of cheating. However, due to past experience, Justin was able to control his anger well, understanding that openly expressing it would not lead to anything good. Then Justin raised his hand and said that even the class leader had not confirmed the fact of cheating, which meant that the teacher's suspicions were unjustified. Meanwhile, the headman was already thinking about how to set Justin up next time and make him look bad in front of the teacher. He dreamed of entering a prestigious university, and believed that he should not waste his time on such worthless classmates. The bell rang and the students ran down the corridors to rest a bit and prepare for their next lessons. Kevin, left in the class with Justin, wondered why there were so many bad marks in his journal. Had he really failed all his exams? Justin advised him to soak up knowledge like a sponge, because that was the only way he could improve his grades and start studying well. These words hurt Kevin, because they seemed to hint that he was inattentive and completely incapable of studying. Justin surprisingly agreed with him, noting that in fact there were only a few answer options on this test, and it was not difficult to pass it with an excellent mark. In addition, Kevin had previously been a good student, and had every chance of entering the university on a state-funded place, while receiving a good qualification. Justin asked his friend not to be offended, explaining that he said all this not to hurt him, but to open his eyes to the truth. He advised Kevin to definitely try to get into the university during the additional recruitment if the main one didn't work out. Justin reminded him that Kevin used to volunteer with his parents every week, and he shouldn't give it up because it could be useful. Last year, for example, during the summer holidays, they invited lonely old people to their home and arranged a fun dinner for them. Although it wasn't mandatory, Justin still encouraged his friend to continue volunteering because it could help him with his admissions. Kevin found this strange, as it was the first time he had heard that volunteering could influence admission to university. On the day his admission results were announced, Kevin admitted that he had failed an important exam on which his admission depended. He was very upset that he did not enter the university only because he did not prepare properly, although there were plenty of opportunities. However, Justin knew from his extensive experience that volunteering alone was difficult and required a lot of effort. Justin had a brilliant idea at that moment when he overheard two classmates talking about the upcoming school council elections. William cheerfully announced that he was going to run for student council president, and his parents were ready to fully finance his election campaign. William clearly expected to win the election with his parents' money, but that was not Justin's plan. He then suggested that Kevin run for student council president to increase his chances of getting into college. Kevin was surprised by his classmate's offer, and asked again if it would really help him get in. He didn't believe in his own strength, thinking that no one would vote for him, because he failed his exams and barely avoided getting 2s at the end of the semester. But Justin didn't want the job to go to William, whose cocky demeanor reminded him of their arrogant headmaster Ronald. Kevin was still hesitant and wanted to give up on the idea, thinking that they would only be wasting their time. But Justin grabbed his hand, squeezed it tightly, and confidently said that they could do it if they truly believed in it. The next day, a crowd of teenagers gathered outside the school and paid to chant William's name, actively supporting his election campaign. They held signs and shouted loudly that William was the best candidate this year. In addition, they distributed leaflets with William's election program to passers-by. Justin, watching this performance, only smiled because he was a professional in such matters and knew how to conduct election campaigning more effectively. He was ready to take the next step and propose a much more effective strategy than these useless shouts outside the school. The following Saturday, the boys went to school to begin implementing their plan, which was supposed to lead Kevin to victory. They took a lot of leaflets with them and planned to hang them all over the school, including even the toilets. Justin was confident that he would get every student to look at the flyer at least once, even if they weren't initially interested. They hung posters all over the school with funny slogans that Justin hoped would appeal to the younger students. Justin knew from experience that the public responds well to humor, and this marketing strategy is often used by large companies in their advertising campaigns, attracting celebrities. This way, Justin could apply the knowledge he gained while working for one of the city's major companies. While everyone was preparing for the elections, 3 students were discussing them, complaining about the noise and fuss at school. One of them was outraged that Justin had turned Kevin's election campaign into some kind of entertainment show, as if it were a music competition and not a serious matter. Another student supported him, adding that William, Kevin's rival, was the best student and deserved to become student council president. At the same time, they acknowledged that Kevin's funny posters attracted the attention of many school children. Discussing funny pictures and repeating the candidate's name, the guys involuntarily confirmed the correctness of Justin's chosen marketing strategy. The main slogan on the posters was that Kevin was just as bad at school as most voters, and that was what his entire campaign was built on. This unusual campaign made Kevin stand out from his competitors and gave him a real chance of winning. When they came out into the yard, the boys saw a crowd of students chanting William's name for the money he had bought their support with. At this moment, their way was blocked by one of William's ardent supporters, who was barely restraining himself from saying something unnecessary. He was angry that his rival's marketing strategy had worked and Kevin's name was everywhere. Finally, election day arrived and the candidates prepared to speak. All the students gathered in the square to listen to the candidates' speeches and decide who would be entrusted with the post of student council president. William was the first to speak, reading out his speech, which he had memorized the day before, and which was nothing special. As expected, his performance was boring and formulaic, so no one liked it. Then Kevin came on stage and his words immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. He said he was not going to cheat his way into winning votes to build a brilliant career. Kevin spoke of his honesty and promised to fulfill all the points of his election program. Justin noted Kevin's excellent diction and well-delivered speech, as the student placed the accents correctly and spoke loudly enough. Kevin assured everyone that he was ready to put his studies on the back burner and devote himself entirely to caring for the comfort and well-being of the students. He spoke with such confidence because he was always an effective problem solver and a valuable member of the team. Besides, he had enough free time which he could devote to working in the student council. The audience loved Kevin's speech, and Justin realized that victory was almost in their pocket. At the end of his speech, Kevin bowed to the audience and prepared to fight for the presidential seat. Although the crowd's applause was not particularly loud, Kevin received much more applause than William. In the end, Kevin won the election with 100 more votes than William. William, who came in second, became deputy president, although he was extremely unhappy with the result. Shortly after the election, William and his supporters came to the classroom where Justin and Kevin were. William looked displeased and said that he would be appointing those responsible for planning the club's goals himself, and would soon present a list to Kevin for approval. He assigned Kevin the role of being responsible for sports and communications, believing that he would not be able to handle more complex tasks. However, Justin intervened in the conversation and stated that Kevin, as president, had the final say in this matter. William was amazed at such audacity, because only yesterday he was confident of his victory, and now he had to listen to some upstarts. Justin wondered how William could become such an unprincipled and shameless person at such a young age. Did he really want to keep the easiest and most interesting tasks for himself and dump all the rest of the routine work on the president? William believed that Justin had no right to interfere in the affairs of the student council. It was strange because during his speech William behaved respectfully, and now suddenly he began to be rude even to the president's assistant. Justin's words finally got William angry, and he ordered him to get out, threatening a brutal fight. But Justin didn't budge because Kevin stood up for him, saying that his friend had every authority to decide these issues. William didn't understand what powers were being discussed, and why this upstart Justin kept interfering. Kevin explained that he intended to appoint Justin as head of planning, and that he would soon become a key member of the student council. William could not believe that such an absurd appointment to such a responsible position could be approved. But Kevin assured that he would personally submit the documents and ensure that his order was carried out this evening. In addition, Kevin was going to appoint all the other members of the student council himself, and asked William not to interfere with his work. In the evening, the friends went home, discussing the events of the past day and making plans for the future. Justin didn't understand why Kevin had appointed him head of planning when everyone knew how much time he spent on homework. Kevin explained that he needed a trusted person in this position, someone he could completely rely on. This explanation convinced Justin, especially since he himself had persuaded Kevin to participate in the elections. Suddenly, a high school student, significantly taller than them, approached them. It was Frank, the school's best fighter, and meeting him usually didn't bode well. However, in Justin's past life, they were in high school together and got along well. And on the day of Uncle Justin's death, it was Frank who was the only one who sincerely sympathized with him. Justin was very surprised by Frank's actions today, because he had been sneaking behind them the whole way in the evening and was clearly looking for a meeting with the guys. Frank immediately lashed out angrily at Justin, accusing him of being reckless and causing problems for everyone around him. Justin disagreed with the accusations and didn't understand what it had to do with Frank. Flexing his fists, the guy declared that he had always beaten up smug upstarts and was not going to make an exception for Justin. Justin realized that a fight was inevitable today and, looking into the eyes of his opponent, asked if he was ready to do what he came for. In response, Frank swung his fist and promised Justin that he would give him a good beating, intending to beat up the impudent brat. But after the first blow, the big guy realized that it would definitely not be easy for him, because Justin deftly dodged his attack. The skills he acquired in his past life while serving in the special forces came in handy for Justin. Frank was about to experience the full cruelty of this seemingly ordinary, fragile schoolboy. After all, Justin kicked Frank in the temple with all his might, so that he immediately fell on his side. The blow sent the boy falling to his knees, unable to utter a word due to a severe headache. Frank was on his knees, and Justin, clenching his fists, was ready to continue the fight if he didn't come to his senses. Justin quickly told the guy that he didn't understand the situation and was messing around in other people's business. He didn't want to fight with Frank for no reason, but if he continued to pester him, another fight was inevitable. The boys then quickly walked away from that place, deciding to find out who had prompted Frank to attack them after school. There was only one person in the school who was capable of such a thing, and the guys were going to find evidence of his involvement in the fight. Kevin couldn't calm down and kept asking his friend to tell him where he learned to fight like that. Justin soon found himself in the school archives, where he hoped to find the information he needed. It was unpleasant to study the personal files of other students, but he had no other way to find out the truth. While sorting through the folders, the guy thought that he himself could have gotten into trouble in this fight if not for his combat experience. Finally, Justin found a folder with Frank's biography, which could shed light on the reason for the attack. Frank had no parents and lived in a small room on the outskirts with his sister, who received food stamps for baby food. Justin realized that Frank needed money to take care of his sister, and so he agreed to William's offer, who probably promised to pay him. Closing the folder, Justin suddenly thought of another question that required an immediate solution. An hour later, he was already in his apartment, located on the top floor of a multi-story building, and was looking for information on his computer. He searched the internet for information not only about Frank, but also about William's parents, trying to expose the person who ordered the attack. Finally, he found a database of executives from a large company, where William's father was the CEO. As expected, Frank worked at the factory of the father of the student who lost the student council president election, which meant that the guy was just a puppet in someone else's hands. That same day, Justin and Kevin were walking in the schoolyard, enjoying the good weather and discussing the news that had accumulated over the week. Kevin, who had an important choice to make, asked his friend who would be responsible for sports in the new student council. Sipping juice through a straw, Kevin replied that he wanted to appoint a good footballer, but everyone he considered turned out to be lousy players. Then Justin suggested an excellent candidate for the position, and for some reason he was sure that his friend would like this proposal. But Kevin was very surprised when his friend suggested appointing Frank, suggesting that the guy could be persuaded at all. That same day, Kevin quietly entered the classroom where Frank was sitting immersed in reading. Suddenly, Frank raised his head and seeing Kevin was very surprised by the unexpected visit of this boy. Kevin was sweating all over with excitement and could only say hello to Frank, with whom he had recently almost gotten into a fight at school. He said that there was a vacancy in the student council, and Frank could head up the sports department if he was interested. Frank didn't immediately understand why he was offered this position and what the guys were planning. Noticing Frank's bewilderment, Kevin hastened to add that this was just a proposal and Frank could refuse. Frank suddenly admitted that he was deeply touched by this proposal, and almost burst into tears when he heard it. Then he suddenly changed his tone and mockingly asked Kevin if he really expected to hear such an answer in his naivety. Clenching his fists, he added that whoever dared to make him such an offer was asking for trouble. About an hour later, Kevin told his friend in detail about the meeting with Frank, which he would remember for the rest of his life. The boy admitted that he almost died of fear when he saw Frank's enraged face in the classroom. He was angry at Justin for setting him up by sending him to Frank with such a dangerous proposal. Justin interrupted him, confidently stating that Frank would become the head of the sports department after all, and that it would soon become obvious to everyone. He promised to sort everything out and add Frank's name to the list that very day, with no doubt of success. Finally, the day arrived for the first student council meeting under the leadership of the new president, Kevin. Everyone was already sitting at the long table waiting for only one late participant. Justin took the floor and suggested that the issue of the student council scholarship be referred to the head of the athletic department. William immediately realized that they were talking about Frank, who had recently fought with Justin, and now they were clearly angry with each other. Justin continued to say that Frank had no parents and needed money because he worked part-time and didn't even have time to do his homework. He understood that if he presented the information this way, the student council members would not be able to object to his proposal. Besides, Frank himself might have hated them for refusing and for not spending a little money on him. After the lunch bell rang, our heroes decided to have a snack in the school cafeteria and discuss the latest news. Suddenly, they saw in front of them an enraged Frank, who had come to sort out an important matter. Frank grabbed Kevin by the collar, and he didn't immediately understand why Frank was acting like this and what he wanted. It turned out that Frank was outraged by the student council's decision to give him a scholarship, which, in his opinion, he did not deserve. Justin said that the decision about the scholarship was his and he alone is responsible for it. Hearing this, Frank pushed Kevin away and began to speak sharply to Justin, warning him that he was not used to bowing for handouts. Justin felt sad when he learned about the errands William was forced to run that Frank was probably tired of. He didn't want to feel sorry for Frank. He just wanted to help, although he could have returned the money if the guy didn't need help. However, Frank should not forget about his younger sister, who may suffer because of his pride. So Justin once again offered Frank the position of head of the athletic department, so that his conscience would be clear in front of everyone. Soon the student council met again in the same room where their very first meeting had taken place. This time Frank came and took the seat intended for the head of sports events. There was an awkward silence in the room as some of the student council members were feuding, and then Kevin decided to speak up. He approached Frank kindly and said he was glad to have him on their team. Unexpectedly, Frank, the terror of the school, replied that he was also glad to see the new director of the student council. Justin realized that the two would get along well, and all the grievances could easily be left in the past. William immediately broke the friendly atmosphere by raising the issue of the science club's budget, which was about to expire. Justin replied that the science club had already received an additional $200,000 for equipment, but the main thing was that William was personally acquainted with the head of the club, and this was too suspicious. Offended by the hint, William slammed his fist on the table and declared that Justin was constantly bothering him. Justin countered that William should become student council president if he wanted to control the budget. William demanded that Frank stand up for him, complaining that he was just sitting and watching Justin take on too much. But instead of support, Frank rudely ordered William to shut up and not interfere in the director's affairs. Frank eventually quit the factory where William's father was the director and got a job at another factory. Although he was getting paid less, Frank felt more at ease because William could no longer pressure him. The tense meeting ended and only Justin and Frank remained in the office to talk for another minute. Justin said he had applied for financial aid from the school fund, which Frank would receive monthly. Frank was grateful for the help, because now his sister would be able to quit her part-time job and study in peace. Justin didn't do it because he liked Frank that much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his time making statements. He looked Frank in the eye and said that even when there was no choice, violence should not be used against other people. And if Frank is grateful for the help, let him reconsider his behavior and prove that he has changed. As Justin closed the door, he took one last look at Frank and thought that he would soon change for the better. A little later, Frank apologized to every student he had ever offended. It was said that all the students accepted his apology and were glad that he had stopped being a bully. Summer holidays have arrived, and all students could take a few months off from studying and enjoy some rest. Kevin, in a good mood, jokingly asked Justin if he was really going to study even during the holidays. But to this, Justin answered seriously that he would study not only during the holidays, but also starting this evening. Kevin again suggested having fun and not being a bore, and Justin jokingly warned that for another similar suggestion, he might get hit on the head with something heavy. Kevin didn't want to fight and asked to drop the matter, promising not to call Justin a bore anymore. While the friends were walking down the corridor and talking, Frank's figure suddenly appeared behind them. It turned out that he was following them closely because he wanted to ask for something very important. Frank had a big request, and he admitted that he didn't have the patience to do his schoolwork. He believed that if he could start studying well, he would finally be able to understand what he wanted to do in life and where he should go after school. This was great news for Justin, because they would all soon be getting higher education, and he was happy to help Frank with preparation. Frank was happy that he would be helped for free and would have a chance to change his life. Justin wondered why he was so easy to help others when he had never been like that before. In fact, he had always been a loner, but he understood that it was impossible to survive alone in this society. His boss, Ronald, graduated from a renowned university and achieved success from the bottom. But Justin didn't achieve great things because he didn't have friends with whom he could work as a team and strive towards the goal together. He was always a loner and just worked day after day, not caring about those around him or the well-being of his loved ones. He was used to not giving anything to people. It was hard to get even a simple smile or something like that from him. And then one day there was no one left next to Justin who could support him in difficult times and help him in difficult life situations. His life turned into hell and he seemed to be watching it from the sidelines, not taking an active part in it. At some point it seemed to him that his life was a real nightmare whose heroes tore him apart and dragged him into the hellish flames. Given a second chance, Justin was happy to help this guy with all the necessary skills. Frank became Justin's link to society, able to pull him out of his loneliness, and Justin, in turn, could help Frank with his studies and other matters. And now the three of them went for a walk around the city to discuss student council affairs and make a plan for Frank's education. Kevin was the only one who was unhappy because he didn't want to dive headfirst into studying on the first day of vacation. Justin advised him not to think about it now and just enjoy the moment, reminding him that they still had a lot to think about in high school and needed to conserve their energy. Suddenly, Frank's face changed and he realized that he had a problem that needed an immediate solution. A second later, he was already running to the nearest toilet, asking the guys to wait for him for just a few minutes. The guys watched him go, realizing that this happens and no one is immune from the sudden desire to run to the toilet. The only strange thing was why he told them to go ahead along the road to the house, because he didn't even know where his new friends lived. The next moment they saw some hooligans on the side, who were pestering a boy from the younger classes and demanding money from him. Together with his friends, the guy demanded that the boy with glasses give him all the money, but he pressed himself against the wall out of fear and could not say a word. Kevin noted that this was not the first time this had happened, and in order to help the poor guy, they should wait for help, because Frank should appear here any minute. Of course, Justin could solve everything right now, but he wasn't sure that it would help the boy in the future, when no one was around. Suddenly, one of the guys noticed that two guys were watching his every move, and realized that they could report him to the police. He rudely asked them what the hell they were staring at him for, and whether they wanted to get into trouble too. Justin found it funny to watch this fool try to take away his pocket money without even trying to change anything in his life. This phrase hurt the bully's pride, and he was ready to use his fists to shut this boy up. Without thinking, he headed towards Justin to explain to this upstart how to communicate with his elders. At this point, Kevin tried to stop the boys, saying that Justin could be dangerous when angry, and that they should stay away. Justin managed to stop his friend and asked him with a smile not to scare the hooligans. Otherwise, they would also need to run to the toilet after Frank. Kevin unexpectedly admitted that he once practiced hand-to-hand combat at a children's sports school, and that he still retained some of his skills. Both hooligans, who were already standing very close, heard this phrase and looked at each other in surprise. And the next second they burst out laughing, because these school children seemed so naive to them that they were trying to scare them by mentioning a hand-to-hand combat school. One of the guys mockingly remarked to Kevin that the pizza he ate with the coach must have been much tastier than the lessons themselves. But Justin wasn't going to run away from here, much less joke about anything with these guys, taking a fighting stance. Realizing Justin wasn't bluffing, the guy threw the first punch, swinging his right hand, but missed. The next moment he saw Justin's fist flying towards him, who took the challenge seriously and was confident of victory. Justin landed a great right hook on the guy's jaw, and it was a great start to the fight that the hooligans themselves had started. He even managed to pat the guy on the cheek and warn him again that in such situations he doesn't joke, and it's better to believe him. But he decided that the schoolboy was making fun of him, and carried out a long series of blows, none of which reached the target. Kevin never ceased to be amazed at how skillfully his friend dealt with his older opponent, and demonstrated such excellent experience in fist fighting. At that moment, Frank appeared in front of them, eager to know what was going on. He knew almost all the brawlers in the area, and he knew this cocky bully well too. Frank grabbed the guy with his heavy hand and asked menacingly what he wanted here, and who allowed him to cause this chaos. Squeezing his hand even tighter, he demanded that this circus be stopped, and that they stop extorting money from defenseless schoolchildren. Looking at Frank, no one would want to contradict him or ever catch this big guy's eye again. Yes, these guys made the right decision and ran away to avoid getting into a fight with this famous street fighter. Justin noted that this was not the first time the boys had seen Frank, and were well aware of his outstanding fighting abilities. Frank admitted that he spent his whole life fighting, and he was even a little sad that he would have to quit it. Suddenly, the same boy in glasses, from whom the hooligans had extorted money a few minutes ago, appeared in front of them. The boy sincerely thanked the guys for standing up for him and not being afraid to fight back against those guys. But Justin warned that they might try to take his money again, and that he should contact the police today to prepare for another meeting. The boy replied that he was moving to another school the following week, and it would be very upsetting for him to get a black eye just before leaving. He was interested to know the names of the guys who helped him get out of a bad situation and scare the guys who tried to steal his wallet. Justin then introduced him to his friends, calling each one by name, starting with Frank, the main character of today's incident. He then introduced Kevin, noting that he, as usual, took no part in the events. The boy was immensely grateful for the kindness of these strangers, and promised himself to remember their faces and names forever. After this, Justin said goodbye to his new acquaintance, wishing him good luck at the school where he was going to study. In response, the boy in glasses also waved his hand in a friendly manner and watched the boys go, dreaming of becoming friends with them in the future. When the three school children disappeared from sight, he still stood there and looked after them, as if he wanted to add something. And then Justin suddenly remembered that they forgot to ask the boy's name and felt a little awkward. But when he turned around, he saw only an empty street, because the schoolboy in glasses had already gone around the corner of one of the buildings. Then Justin suggested that his friends go to class quickly, because they could still meet this schoolboy in the future, and then they would definitely find out his name. Meanwhile, not far from this place, a black car with a personal driver was parked in the parking lot, waiting for its passenger. Seeing his young master, the driver bowed low, delighted at his return. This young gentleman was the same boy in glasses who had recently been attacked, but met brave guys who were ready to help him. Finally, the friends reached Justin's apartment so that the three of them could go to his room and calmly prepare for lessons. Seeing his mother at the door, Justin introduced his friends to her and said that they were going to study if it didn't bother anyone. Frank greeted the owner of the apartment with a smile and expressed his pleasure at meeting her. Kevin, peeking out from behind Frank, also greeted Justin's mother loudly, Suddenly, the woman asked if Kevin had a girlfriend or if he hadn't dated anyone yet. Kevin replied that Justin didn't have a girlfriend either, and that at their age it was completely normal. However, the woman objected that all the guys, except Kevin, already had experience in relationships and hinted that he most likely had never even kissed. Offended by this remark, Kevin vowed to find himself the perfect girl, marry her, and live with her for the rest of his life. The friends studied until late in the evening and even managed to cover those paragraphs from the textbooks that they had not yet covered in class. At this time, as usual, the evening news was on TV and the whole family gathered around the screen. Justin's mother asked if her son had seen off his guests and how their preparation for lessons had gone. Justin was very sleepy, so he answered briefly that they had done a lot and he needed to rest. The mother praised her son for his diligence in his studies, because until recently he spent all his free time playing computer games. The sister, as always, began to tease Justin and his friends, doubting their serious intentions to enter university. Her mother immediately stopped her, telling her to support her brother in his endeavors and not to offend him with her jokes. At this point, the father loudly declared to his son that he was pleased with his efforts and advised him to continue in the same spirit. These words were a real reward for Justin, because his father rarely praised anyone and spoke in such a tone. The TV showed a recording of an old sporting event, the results of which Justin already knew. He saw athletes who were now at the peak of their popularity, and some of them were no longer alive in his past life. The inauguration ceremony of the South Korean head coach took place just recently, but Justin knew what would happen in the career of this famous football coach in 10 years. Finally, the long-awaited year arrived when Justin became a senior in high school. He came to school in high spirits, feeling that he would no longer be the object of ridicule from the older kids. His school life still seemed like paradise, especially compared to the drudgery of office work he remembered from his past life. By a lucky chance, he and Frank were now classmates and promised each other to study hard this year. When the friends wanted to shake hands, a third palm appeared between their hands. It was Kevin, who reminded everyone of his presence with a smile, so that no one would forget to say hello to him too. After some time, the classroom door creaked and the moment arrived for the first lesson of the new school year. A teacher appeared on the threshold, whom all the students were afraid of, especially when he came to class with his baseball bat. The teacher approached the board and demanded that the students immediately stop talking and listen carefully. He announced that from this moment, a new stage of their lives began and called on everyone to show their best side in their last school year. Justin was ready for this and wanted to show his class teacher all his abilities. And so, after some time, the long-awaited day arrived, for which all high school students had been preparing for the whole year. It was a day when the weather outside became very cold, but the hearts of every student's mother were burning with excitement for their children. Police cars were driving through the streets that day, and city services were on high alert due to the tense situation. It was on this day that Justin took the university entrance exam for the second time in his life. In front of the main building, he was offered a cup of hot tea to warm up in the cold weather. It was an unusual tea, and the guy did not expect it to be so tasty and sweet. Just think, some applicants went to their first exam without even drinking a cup of hot tea. Although, of course, the main thing was not the tea, but the luck, which they all really needed today to successfully pass their exams. That same evening, not far from the university, 3 friends met in a cafe to have a few drinks and relax. Friends congratulated each other on passing their exams, and on the fact that they were now students and not school children. Kevin admitted that without the additional recruitment, he would not have been able to enter the same university as Justin. Frank was also worthy of praise, because he entered the sports department of one of the best universities, which promised him a brilliant career in the future. But suddenly, pouring himself some more alcohol, Frank admitted that he was going to take the entrance exams again, but at a different university. It was strange because Frank had already passed his exams with flying colors, and retaking them seemed completely unnecessary. Frank explained that studying with the guys would be much more comfortable for him than being alone at a new university. Then Justin, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asked what purpose their friend was pursuing by retaking the exams at another institution. Finally, after a short pause, Frank admitted that he wanted to go to the same place as his friends. It was completely unexpected, and Kevin was very happy about this news, because their friend had changed a lot lately. Justin immediately offered Frank his help in preparing for the exams, so that the guy would definitely be able to enter. Realizing that the most interesting things were still ahead, the friends raised their glasses and wished each other good luck in the new school year. However, after a few hours they had to call a taxi because Frank was very drunk. Kevin struggled to get him into the back seat and made sure he was okay. After seeing the taxi off, Kevin was puzzled for a long time as to why Frank needed to get so drunk. Suddenly, Justin offered Kevin another drink, as he was in a great mood and did not want to end the party. Kevin was surprised by this offer because Justin tried alcohol for the first time in his life. Realizing that his friend would refuse, Justin hugged him and almost forcibly dragged him to the nearest cafe to continue the fun. Opposite there was a small cafe, where the friends decided to go to extend this wonderful evening for at least a couple of hours. The next morning, the guys called each other and began to discuss their future student life. Justin was trying to find out where the Cultural Studies department was, which he couldn't find on the university's website. Kevin, however, was interested in a completely different question: whether it was necessary to wear a suit to be popular among the freshmen. In response, a friend joked that the main thing is not to forget about white gloves and a hat, because these are the main attributes of a first-year student who wants to please girls. Unfortunately, at this moment, Justin's monitor displayed a multitude of system errors, and he was unable to access the university's website. Later, as he approached the university building, Justin realized for the first time that he was a student and that he had a lot of work to do. He thought that it was here that he might meet people who would become his true friends and colleagues for life. Before classes started, it was time to relax a little and try to meet someone. Right in front of him, Justin saw a senior student who was calling out to freshmen from the same department where he studied. As Justin boarded the bus that was supposed to take the students to the university building, he saw many empty seats and began looking for a place. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar guy whom he met before the exams in the alley. It was Pierre, the same guy with glasses from whom the guys tried to take money, and who was helped by Justin and his friends. Delighted by this unexpected meeting, Justin immediately began asking Pierre why he decided to enroll in this particular university, and what his goals were. They started talking, and it immediately became clear to both students that they would soon become friends. Meanwhile, a column of buses carrying first-year students was driving across the bridge that would soon take them to the university. Justin was surprised that Pierre was an only child in the family, because he himself was not used to such a life. He wondered what it was like to grow up without siblings, when your parents give you all their attention and care. Justin replied that he had an older sister, but it would be better if he didn't have her because she was a real meanie. Pierre, in turn, was a little envious of Justin, because he always wanted to have a brother or sister with whom he could spend time and share secrets. Pierre then admitted that since childhood he was often ill and weak, so he had few friends. While the other children played football, Pierre could only watch them from afar and silently envy them. However, at university you don't have to be good at football to make friends, so there's nothing to worry about. Justin tried to calm Pierre down, but he still doubted that anyone would want to be friends with him. He believed that hooligans only attack the weak, and that is why no one would want to be friends with such a guy. To reassure Pierre, Justin admitted that he himself did not have many friends. And although outwardly he seemed confident, in reality it was just a mask, because deep down he preferred solitude. But today he was lucky. He found a friend and now he felt much better. Realizing that Justin was talking about him, Pierre's face changed and he looked straight at him. Justin just threw up his hands and said that there was no one else in their company except the two of them, which meant that they were simply destined to become true friends. When the entire group of students finally arrived at the parking lot, they got off the buses, and the cheers of the senior class leaders were heard all around. The headman ordered his assistants to take care of the first-year students and show them all the important places they would need during their studies. But at some point the guys separated from their group and got lost, not understanding where the rest of the students in their year were. Suddenly, a guy appeared next to them, well known to Justin, and a meeting with him promised a lot of interesting things. He remembered the expression on this young man's face very well, because his previous meeting with him had turned his whole life upside down, or rather, put an end to it. He knew by heart all the habits and words that this man used in his speeches to manipulate those around him. Yes, it was Ronald who was Justin's boss in his past life and caused his imminent death. It was hard for Justin to contain his anger, but it was necessary now, because no one present knew that he already foresaw all future events. Justin knew that Ronald was a management student, but he had no idea that he was only 1 year older than him. Meanwhile, Ronald extended his hand in a friendly manner and told the boys that he was very pleased to meet them. Anger boiled inside Justin, and he forced himself to smile back, so as not to give away the fact that he already knew everything. Luckily, he managed to smile at his worst enemy and say that they would rely on Ronald in everything, and were also very happy about this meeting. The senior immediately liked Justin's polite and respectful attitude, as befits a freshman. He also noted that he really likes Justin's friendly nature, because in his opinion, it is this kind of character that brings success in life. But the next second, Justin squeezed Ronald's hand so hard that he couldn't free it for several seconds, experiencing severe pain. Justin quickly apologized and explained that he had shaken hands so firmly because he was so overwhelmed with joy. As they parted, Ronald advised the boys to return to their group and get some rest before a long and stormy evening. Justin took the hint, as Ronald most likely had some kind of challenge for the newbies, like a drinking contest. And indeed, that same evening, he invited all the newcomers to his place and offered to open a bottle of alcohol. Holding out the bottle, he invited everyone to get to know each other better, noting that it would be much more difficult to do this with a sober head. Soon all the guests sat in a circle on the floor and a glass of strong drink appeared in front of each of them. Then his expression changed abruptly, and he demanded with a serious expression that Pierre drink his glass to the bottom in honor of his first day as a student. Justin noticed that their mentor wasn't pouring himself a full shot, and besides, everyone was drinking from regular paper cups. For those who knew how to be cunning, this was an advantage, because it allowed them to control the amount of alcohol in their glass and remain unnoticed. The paper cups were opaque, making it difficult to determine how much alcohol was actually inside. The problem was that Pierre was completely unprepared for such student traditions and did not know how to use little tricks with a paper cup. Of course, this guy was ready to fulfill any request of his elders, and now he had to drink almost a full glass. Immediately after this, he raised his hand to his mouth, suppressing the gag reflex caused by the strong drink that was unusual for him. Ronald continued to joke with the freshman and wanted to pour him more so that the fun would flare up with renewed vigor. Looking at his new friend, Justin knew that one more glass would be Pierre's last before he threw up. It was strange that the other seniors did not stop Ronald, who continued to bully poor Pierre. Pierre's face turned purple from the strong alcohol, and he could no longer withstand this test on the very first evening of his training. He couldn't stand it any longer and wanted to go to his room. Otherwise, he might throw up right in front of everyone. But Ronald angrily lashed out at him, saying that they hadn't even started yet and he had no right to get up and leave. At that moment, Justin realized that his worst enemy had such a vile character since his university days, when he bullied young and inexperienced freshmen. Ronald continued to persuade Pierre to finish the glass, threatening that otherwise he would not be respected and invited into their companies. Of course, Pierre didn't want to be left without friends and fall in their eyes on the very first day. So, wincing, he raised the glass to his mouth. Ronald watched as the young freshman struggled to contain himself after drinking a whole glass of alcohol. Suddenly, he turned to the other boys and reproached them for their indifference to a friend who could die right before their eyes. He accused them of being ready to abandon their comrade and not support him by drinking with him. He diligently pretended that he did not understand this attitude of the first-year students towards each other, and continued to shame them. But at that moment, Justin, with one swift movement, snatched the glass from Pierre's hands to take the blow for himself. He then brought it to his mouth and drank the entire contents in one gulp, while Ronald could only watch. After this, Justin put the glass on the floor, and this was the beginning of their long rivalry. Without even wincing, Justin invited the headman to have another drink with him and join in the general fun. Ronald immediately understood the challenge and declared that he had to have a drink with Justin. When Ronald was poured alcohol, he didn't even look at his glass, as if he didn't care how much he had to drink. The next moment, Ronald drained the glass in one gulp, and it became clear to everyone that he was an experienced senior student accustomed to strong alcohol. After this, he glanced at his opponent and ordered him to drink the next glass full to the brim immediately. Justin took up the challenge easily, remembering how after all the corporate parties he cleared the trash from the table where he and Ronald had drunk in exactly the same way. He remembered moments when he wanted to get drunk so badly, but for some reason, no matter how much he drank, he always remained sober. Justin had long noticed his amazing ability to drink the strongest alcohol and not get drunk, unlike Ronald, who did not have such fortitude. Finally, Justin asked Ronald to warn him if he got too drunk and advised him not to overdo it in this competition. This phrase hurt Ronald's pride, and he cast a predatory glance at his opponent, preparing to drain the glass. Having drained another glass in one gulp, Ronald showed with his whole appearance his readiness to continue the fun and pour more. In a rage, he crushed the glass, threw it on the floor, and announced a raise in the stakes. He walked away and brought a large green box of alcohol, deciding not to waste time on trifles and to play like an adult. He put the box down on the floor with a bang and opened it, revealing so many bottles inside that if he drank it all at once, he could even die. Justin couldn't believe that this madman was seriously going to empty all those bottles and share them between just two people. Ronald wanted to celebrate this day properly and show the freshmen how real men drink. It was unclear how drunk Ronald was, but he continued to drink, now straight from the bottle. Incredibly, he drained the entire bottle, angrily smashed it against the box, and like an enraged beast, grabbed the next one. Even Ronald's friends asked him to calm down and not to go too far, otherwise things could end badly. In response, Ronald demanded that everyone shut up and held out a bloody fist, cut by shards of a broken bottle. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, Ronald demanded that he do the same, taking the bottle and drinking it down. Of course, he thought that after this, the freshman would get scared and refuse to participate, but he turned out to be a tough nut to crack. Justin calmly opened his bottle and began drinking in front of everyone, as if it were his first sip of the evening. Having drained the bottle, he, like Ronald, smashed it on the floor with all his might and continued to remain as sober as at the beginning of the meeting. Then, looking at Ronald, Justin asked him not to delay and continue the competition. Ronald silently took the next bottle, and like the first, drained it to the bottom, while Justin, holding a shard of the broken bottle in his hand, watched him. After drinking the second bottle, Ronald smashed it against the box again, ignoring his bleeding hand. There were already so many fragments on the floor that it posed a real danger to those around, and everyone understood that it was time to end this madness. At this point, One of the seniors noticed that Ronald had lowered his head and had been silent for several minutes. Justin immediately jumped up to him to check if everything was okay and if he needed help. But before he could finish speaking, Ronald fell to the side, ready to collapse on the floor, because he was already unconscious from drinking. He collapsed to the floor, nearly cutting his face on the shards of the very bottles he had broken, trying to show his superiority. Justin, looking at him, repeated that there was no point in trying so hard, especially if you knew in advance that victory was out of the question. Everyone rushed to Ronald because it seemed that he was not just sleeping, but had lost consciousness and needed to call an ambulance, and this threatened serious trouble. At that moment, a girl from their company noticed a brave first-year student who challenged the class leader and won. Late in the evening, everyone left, and the first day at university for Justin and his friend was over. True, Justin had to go into the woods so that no one would see him feel sick after drinking alcohol. Still, Justin was happy that he had taught his former boss, who had bullied him in his past life, a lesson. Filled with emotion, he screamed with delight, feeling like the winner of the day. His jubilant cry echoed throughout the forest because he was in the thick of it, and at that moment he wanted to be alone. The next morning, Ronald arrived at the university and immediately asked to leave his office to go to the toilet. Sitting next to the toilet, he remembered the laughter of his young opponent, exulting as Ronald passed out. He also remembered Justin whispering something in his ear, but he couldn't remember the words. Suddenly, his classmate, who had also been at the party yesterday, appeared next to him and asked how Ronald was feeling. Ronald screamed that it was not his fault, and that if it weren't for that upstart from his first year, he wouldn't have ended up in the university toilet in such a state. But in fact, Ronald himself was to blame, because he himself started a stupid competition with Justin. Holding his head, Ronald quietly asked his friend why he had come and was looking for a fight. But he came because he was worried about him and wanted to know if Ronald needed anything to eat. Suddenly, Ronald asked to invite that freshman to their club, because now he wanted to meet him in person and settle the score. After what happened, Ronald couldn't leave Justin alone and wanted to put him in his place. The next day the weather was beautiful, and the new friends decided to update their wardrobe. Justin stood in front of the mirror, trying to get used to the new style that Pierre had advised him to wear after picking out clothes from the best store in town. Pierre was very pleased that this style suited his new friend perfectly, which means that he was right to recommend Justin this fashionable coat that emphasizes his slender figure. However, the clothes in this boutique were too expensive for Justin, and he could not accept such a generous gift from Pierre, whom he barely knew. Pierre replied that buying these things was not difficult for him, especially since he had bought himself a lot of excellent clothes, and they would both leave here in new clothes. Justin, of course, was pleased, but he still promised to return the money as soon as he found a part-time job. That same day, while standing by the buses, Justin unexpectedly received an invitation to join a club made up exclusively of seniors. Justin couldn't believe that the seniors liked him so much that they decided to offer him a place in their club, despite the fact that he was only a freshman. The headman said that the club has a rich history, and among its former members there are those who opened their own businesses or became members of the board of directors of large companies. Of course, no one would refuse such an offer, and Justin happily accepted it, promising to be a useful member of the club. Justin then suggested that they take his new friend Pierre into the club, as he believed that he could also become a valuable member due to his intelligence and talent. The girl replied that they had already invited Pierre and that from today he was also a member of their club. After some time, the young man was walking in his new coat along an alley where there were many beautiful girls. They all turned to look at the tall, handsome guy who seemed to radiate success and prosperity. Suddenly he saw his friend and called out loudly to him before he could go too far. Turning around, Kevin didn't immediately recognize Justin in these unfamiliar clothes, which he had never seen on him before. Justin was quick to reassure Kevin that although he had made new friends since entering university, he had not forgotten his old good friend. Finally, Kevin realized that in front of him was the same Justin he had known all his life, but he couldn't believe how much he had changed and matured in such a short time. Justin, of course, was pleased with these words, but he asked his friend not to exaggerate, because he remained the same as before. The young man immediately asked his friend whether he had already chosen a club or was still searching. Kevin couldn't answer this question right away because he didn't understand why he wanted to join the club at all and what it meant for his future. Without thinking twice, Kevin went to the club meeting with Justin, who suggested that the members accept his friend into their ranks. Justin explained that his friend had been asking around about their club, so he decided to bring him to the interview so the older members could meet the guy in person. In reality, these words were said only to draw attention to Kevin, who had never been interested in business and had no idea what it was. One of the senior members of the club immediately warned Kevin that it was just an interview and advised him to act naturally, without worrying about the outcome. In response, Kevin thanked the elder for his support and promised to make every effort to pass the interview and become a member of the club. The headman liked this attitude, and he said that big companies always need brave and purposeful people. At this moment, Justin noticed his old enemy Ronald, who, as he expected, was again trying to interfere in his affairs, but Justin decided to play it safe and thanked Ronald for personally recommending him to his colleagues. At the end of his speech, he even bowed low to Ronald, expressing his respect, although he understood perfectly well the true meaning of his actions. Ronald, of course, had no idea about Justin's trick, and in his commanding tone replied that they should work hard and justify the trust placed in them. With a smile on his face, Justin thanked Ronald again for his concern, thinking to himself that he would not enjoy his humiliation for long. After all, he promised himself that later he would smash this cretin's pride to smithereens. That same evening, all the members of the club gathered in one of the inexpensive cafes to celebrate the addition of new students to their ranks. The oldest member took the floor and reminded everyone that relationships between club members should be relaxed and natural. Justin knew well the future of this guy, who was now the young president of the student club and looked completely different. He was just saying that he was considering venture business as a promising direction for himself and his comrades, and wanted to know the opinion of the other members of the club. Justin recalled that many companies engaged in similar business went bankrupt during the crisis that happened in their country about 5 years ago. Then the guy reminded everyone that many successful people who now hold leadership positions in leading companies began their careers in this club. Therefore, he would like to continue this good tradition, and believed that hard work would lead all participants to greater success. In addition, he asked the guys to distribute business cards among graduates of their club who had already finished their studies and were working in large companies. Seeing the big names on the business cards, Kevin felt like he was in a completely different world and felt a little out of place. But his friend assured him that all these people were once unknown to anyone and began their journey exactly as they were doing now. By the way, looking at the guys around him, Justin suddenly imagined that he was sitting at another corporate party, which he often organized on Ronald's orders. He had always thought it was a pitiful sight, although now all these guys seemed very nice to him. Suddenly he approached Pierre and hugged him tightly, happy that they had become a friendly team and would now work together for the good of the club. Pierre enjoyed being in the company of his friends, although he too had not expected Justin's sudden reaction. Suddenly he saw a graduate of their club who had recently designed a new car of a very famous brand. But the guy modestly replied that he worked on this model in a team of other designers, and only made his contribution to the common cause. But he continued to insist that the design was brilliant, and even his father wanted to buy such a car as soon as he saw its body. For Justin, it was important in this conversation not to overdo it with praise, but at the same time not to remain indifferent to the famous person. He only added that if he ever became the owner of such a car, he would be proud that it was a graduate of their club who took part in its development. He continued to give compliments but tried to remain natural, realizing that in ordinary life such compliments are not customary to give. And most importantly, it is important to praise those strengths of the interlocutor that he values in himself most. After a short conversation, the designer turned to the club's headman and said that for the first time, he saw such smart guys among the newcomers who were worth paying attention to. Looking at his friends, Justin knew that any of them would feel awkward trying to act like him. He also remembered that it would be a good idea to involve his friends in the conversation, especially those who felt uncomfortable. He struck up a light conversation in which he mentioned the merits of Ronald, the former student council president, who had a lot of experience in his field. After a short discussion of his friend's affairs, he realized that it was time to return to the main topic of conversation and hand over the initiative to the senior members of the club. From his experience, he knew that any organization is effective only when all its members participate in the work and no one is left idle. However, sometimes even the best employees find themselves out of work. And that's exactly how Justin felt as he watched his friends' animated conversations from the sidelines. But this didn't upset the guy at all, because he had already received his share of attention, and now he needed to step back a little in order to quietly achieve his goal. Before leaving, the headman asked Justin to contact him next time, promising to give him some useful advice and treat him to a cafe. As a parting gift, the designer decided to leave the young member of the group some pocket money, thus showing his attention to the young talent. It was sweet of him, although in reality he was only 7 years older than Justin, something the latter didn't know. As a sign of gratitude, the boy bowed low to the headman and thanked him for his help and warm words of support. He finally left, but was scheduled to meet the whole team again one of the coming Sunday evenings. Unexpectedly, left alone with his older friend, Justin handed him the money, explaining that he could not take it. The guy suggested using them as a membership fee, ready to give the entire amount down to the last bill, believing in the reliability and safety of this money in the hands of a friend. The headman was extremely surprised by this action, because none of the newcomers had ever shown such initiative before. At some point, it even seemed to him that Justin had no shortcomings, and that he thought much more broadly than ordinary guys his age. After this short conversation, Justin, as usual, bowed to his senior comrade and expressed hope for a new meeting next week. In a good mood, he went home to think about the events that had happened at the club meeting, Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him and someone called his name, but who could it be? Turning around, he saw in front of him the very beauty who was the decoration of their club, and it was she who caught up with him. The girl, just in case, asked again if Justin remembered her, and apologized for calling out to the guy from behind so unexpectedly. The guy replied that, of course, he remembered such a beautiful girl with whom he had recently communicated. In fact, he had to try hard to remember her name, although he clearly remembered that she was one of the senior students at the university he was going to study at. Remembering that the girl's name was Linda, he asked with a smile why she had caught up with him. With a sly wink, Linda admitted that she had long dreamed of working with him on the same team. The guy expected anything but a confession from an attractive girl about her desire to cooperate with him. Linda explained that all departments start competing with each other when new people come to the club, and she didn't want to miss her chance to win. There were always a lot of participants. Each department had enough work, so she decided to act quickly and establish contact with the first-year student. The guy couldn't take his loving gaze off her, trying in vain to find the words to continue the conversation. Finally, Linda broke the silence by asking again if he wanted to join her external communications department. Justin, realizing that the club had recently welcomed many newcomers, was surprised by the offer that was made to him. The girl gave him a friendly punch, noting that he had proven himself to be an excellent member of the club. She then warned him not to become arrogant and to behave with restraint, otherwise he would quickly lose trust. Her department was responsible not only for communication with senior members of the club, but also for coordinating their activities with the university administration and the student council. Despite his desire to work with Linda, Justin decided to get to know the other departments better first. Realizing that the guy was smarter than she thought, the girl again hugged him around the neck in a friendly manner, trying to get closer. This unexpected gesture made the young man feel as if he had been born again, because he had not felt such attention from girls for a long time. He eventually agreed to work in the external communications department, accepting Linda's offer. He added that he would rely on her in everything, and if necessary, would seek advice. Holding out her hand, the girl promised that he would not regret his decision, and that he would like it in their friendly department. As they said goodbye, the young people shook hands and agreed to meet at their workplace. The next day the weather was beautiful, and Justin decided to go for a walk to get some fresh air and clear his head. At the entrance to the park, he saw in the distance a girl with whom he had recently agreed to work. Linda was loudly arguing with her boyfriend, whom she had long asked to leave her alone. The guy couldn't come to terms with this attitude and didn't want to break their long relationship. Justin decided not to pass by and headed towards the arguing couple, whose screams were already being heard by all the passers-by. Linda was delighted to see her new partner, which could not be said about her boyfriend, who saw Justin as a competitor. He asked Linda defiantly if she really liked this young man so much that she decided to break off their relationship for his sake. When he met Justin face to face, he began to insult him without even trying to find out the reason for his appearance. He clearly didn't expect the answer that came from Justin, because he was determined and had no intention of backing down. Justin directly stated that the guy was the first to start being rude and insulting him, without even understanding the situation. The guy didn't want to listen to some youngster's lectures and swung at him to harshly show who was the boss. At that moment, Linda stood between them, demanding that they stop arguing and not start a fight. She asked Justin to leave and promised to explain everything later at the university when they met in the club office. Linda asked not to worry, but she felt very embarrassed about this whole circus that her boyfriend had put on. After that, she demanded her boyfriend to calm down and leave Justin alone, because he had nothing to do with it. As he left, the guy continued to shout something at Justin, but he no longer dared to turn back and start a fight. Justin, barely containing his anger, looked after him and understood that he was only a second away from a fight. That same day, Justin met Kevin, and they decided to sit at a table in a cafe and discuss business. They had a lot of studying to do, because the first year was always the hardest, but for some reason Justin was in no hurry to do his homework. Kevin suggested that his friends start studying quickly and try to do everything perfectly, instead of slacking off. Justin responded that he wanted to focus on communication and connections, which is why he joined the Entrepreneurs Club. He didn't want to repeat the path of Ronald, who was always dissatisfied with everything and completely incompetent in business. Kevin countered that relying only on the club could mean missing out on other opportunities, and that success required developing in all directions. But in high school, unlike Kevin, it was Justin who spent the most time studying. Kevin decided not to bother his friend and get down to business while he was busy with club activities. Kevin was concerned not only about Justin's future, but also about what was happening to him now. He suddenly realized that his friend was truly in love, and apparently the object of his adoration was their mutual friend. Justin, however, remained serious because the conversation was not about his love affairs, but about an important matter. In the evening, he hurried to the club office to meet Linda, where he did not want to be late. He arrived even earlier than the girl, who was surprised to see him as the only student in the audience. Justin immediately said that the rest of the club members were busy, so today the two of them would have to solve the accumulated issues. Now they needed to focus on the main thing, because there was little time, and they might not have time to do everything for the university. If the older members of the club had come, they would certainly have brought booze with them, and it would have been impossible to work. Justin promised to do everything quickly and not put off for a long time what they came here for after school. The girl was pleased with the activity of the new club member, and noted that it would be very useful to him. Justin quickly called all the right people and skillfully chose the words to solve any issues. Linda was pleased to see how this young guy worked at the level of a first-class manager of a large company, and competently expressed his thoughts. Soon Justin finished all the work, and Linda could only watch his excellent work. Having finished, he took his backpack and said goodbye to the girl, since there was nothing else to do. But Linda suddenly asked him to stay for a minute, because she needed to say something. After a short pause, she invited him to go out to eat somewhere because she was very hungry all day. For example, she would gladly eat chicken and drink cold beer if he would keep her company. Moreover, Linda remembered that Justin remained sober even after several bottles of strong alcohol, so she was not worried about this. Meanwhile, evening fell upon the city, and the streets were already flooded with the bright light of lanterns and city shop windows. The young people went to a familiar place to eat chicken, drink beer, and spend a cozy evening together. By the end of dinner, Justin had one chicken left, and he gallantly offered it to his companion, showing attention and respect. Linda played along with him, saying that such an act was unexpected and worthy of a gallant young man. But suddenly Justin admitted with a smile that this was not just a gift, but a bribe to the senior curator, on whom his life and the team depended. Taking the beer, Linda asked not to be called the elder, although she appreciated such respect from the younger members of the group. She unexpectedly asked to call her sister, because they had known each other for a long time and could move on to a friendly, almost brotherly relationship. In fact, Justin was much older than Linda, but he couldn't admit that he was living a second life, and that his age could not be determined by his appearance. The delicious chicken was almost eaten and only a few pieces remained in the restaurant's signature packaging. At that moment, Justin noticed a bruise on Linda's face that looked like a punch mark. Linda shouted sharply at him not to stare so intently, and not to ask direct questions that could not be avoided. She told him to drink beer in silence, without touching on painful topics and without trying to get into her soul. But Linda realized that Justin didn't mean to do anything bad, and didn't expect such a violent reaction. She apologized for being abrupt, because she had not invited him by chance, but to tell him something important. Suddenly, a man appeared in the restaurant, whom our heroes least expected, and the one who had been following Linda for a long time. It was Paul who had left the bruise on Linda's face, and now he wanted to know what she was doing in a restaurant with a stranger. Linda looked down and quietly asked Paul to leave her alone, since he shouldn't care how she spent her free time. But Paul, as if he hadn't heard her, burst into the restaurant and headed towards her, shouting insults. Linda jumped up and told her ex-boyfriend that he no longer had the right to control her life. They broke up and she was free to spend time with whoever she wanted. These words finally angered Paul and he swung at the girl as he usually did in such situations. But now Linda was not defenseless, because Justin intercepted her hand, ready to accept the challenge. Looking Paul in the eye, Justin warned him that one more move towards Linda would upset him, and he would stop being so calm. Paul abruptly threw Justin's hand away and declared that he didn't care what he said, because he could easily deal with the upstart if necessary. Justin could no longer tolerate Paul's insolence, and warned him one last time about the consequences if he did not leave on good terms. Linda couldn't believe that Justin was standing up for her so boldly, and warned that it could be dangerous. But the young man was confident in himself, because despite his build, he was strong and had experience in similar situations. Paul should have thought better of it, but he continued to insult Linda and escalate the situation. Justin then demanded that he shut up and go outside to sort things out one-on-one. Unfortunately, a fight was unavoidable and both guys prepared to go out to sort things out. Before leaving, Justin asked Linda not to worry and not to go out until everything was over. He told her to relax and finish her chicken, although it was difficult to remain calm in such a situation. A few minutes later, the guys were standing opposite each other on the street next to the restaurant, and no one knew how their conversation would end. Justin broke the silence by accusing Paul of only raising his hand to women. After such rudeness, Paul was ready to pounce on Justin with his fists, but Justin knocked Paul off his feet with a deft move, expertly dodging his unexpected blow. Paul immediately fell to the ground and couldn't understand how Justin managed to notice the moment of impact and quickly dodge. Justin continued to tell Paul that it was wrong to be cruel to those he once loved. Moreover, if they had a long-term relationship, how can you raise your hand against a person who deserves only warm words? Paul didn't like that the young guy was teaching him about life, and he attacked Justin again. But he was rebuffed again, as Justin slapped him hard with his palm, not wanting to beat Linda's ex-boyfriend too much. Justin stated that scumbags like Paul are not worthy of respect, especially from beautiful girls like Linda. Losing patience, Paul pounced on Justin for the third time, wanting to finish off this conceited upstart. But this time too, he was in for a failure, because Justin saw him not as an older rival, but as an ordinary idiot who could not control his emotions. Meanwhile, Linda was restless and ready to call the police. Realizing that there was no other way out, she reached for the phone, thinking about what she would tell the dispatcher. But at that moment, Justin appeared and asked with a smile if he was too late. Soon they were sitting opposite each other, and Linda was telling him that she had known Paul since school. At that time, he was preparing for entrance exams and was a good, respectful person. But everything changed when Paul failed his exams 3 times and soon joined the army. After Linda entered university, he seemed to go crazy and began to beat her often, finding new reasons. In fact, the girl felt sorry for him and therefore did not dare to break up, although this should have been done a long time ago. Paul once helped her with her schoolwork for free because he was an excellent student himself. It was becoming increasingly painful for her to watch him change, but she knew she couldn't save him. Could Linda be blamed for what happened to this once good guy who began to poison the lives of his loved ones? Justin told her straight out that it was time to end this painful relationship and give Paul a chance to change his life. Linda sadly agreed, because this relationship did not lead to anything good, but only complicated their lives and plunged them into impenetrable darkness. A few minutes later, the girl went to where the fight had recently taken place because Paul was still there. She suggested that they break up and at least preserve the bright memory of what had happened between them. Justin watched from the sidelines and understood both of their feelings, but he saw no other way out. Finally, after a long silence, the guy left, following the girl's advice. It was hard for him, but deep down, he knew that the relationship had reached a dead end and they needed to break up. Linda remained where she was, barely holding back a cry of pain from parting with the man she had once loved very much. Soon spring came and cherry trees blossomed all around, inspiring students to new achievements in their studies. However, for most students, cherry blossoms only meant the approach of exams, for which they had to prepare day and night. When the first flowers had faded and exams were over, the day arrived for the anniversary of the founding of the club that Justin had recently joined. On this day, he saw for the first time the unique, strong bond that existed between the members of the Entrepreneurs Club. One of the senior members of the club talked about his boss, who recently started a venture business related to online games and entertainment for young people. By the way, at the beginning of his journey, the founder was the only unemployed person in the team, but later became a legendary businessman and a very influential person. Justin knew that during that period, many venture capital firms went bankrupt due to the sanctions of the International Monetary Fund. But this did not stop their leader from achieving success. The young man continued to tell how graduates of their club, working in large international companies, do not forget to attend meetings of the club members. And now the senior graduates decided to organize a celebration and gather all the participants, including the newcomers. This was great news for the young guys, because such meetings often resulted in lucrative deals that opened up new prospects. Justin found it funny to watch his friend, who couldn't contain his delight and acted like a child. Influential people, former members of the club, were expected to attend this meeting, so it was worth wearing good suits to impress the big businessmen. Pierre understood that Justin did not have an expensive suit because he could not afford the same expenses as he did. He offered to pay for his friend's suit, since Pierre could afford it and loved to give gifts to friends. For him, it was just a friendly gesture. But Justin always thought about the cost of such gifts and tried to refuse if he could. He again replied that he could buy the suit himself, but thanked Pierre for his concern and offer. In the evening, the entire team gathered in a large, expensive building, where the alumni party of the Entrepreneurs Club was to take place. Entering inside, our heroes saw many smartly dressed people, accustomed to such an environment, who were loudly having fun and were happy to meet. The whole thing resembled a scene from a movie. The only thing missing was classical music to highlight the guests' strict and luxurious style. Of course, they were all different and behaved differently, but they were united by a common past in which they grew up together and achieved success. All these people came from the same club of entrepreneurs, so they treated each other in a special way and tried to support their friends. However, Justin was worried about whether he would meet the person today who had greatly influenced his life, and not in the best way. 10 years have passed since he started a new life, but he still has not gotten rid of his disgust for his sworn enemy. In the crowd of guests, Justin finally found his friends, whom he had been looking for everywhere because they had arrived earlier. At this point, the host took the microphone and asked the assembled audience for a moment of attention. It was the current chairman and event organizer who welcomed the former club members and thanked them for coming. He then turned the floor over to one of the alumni from the club's earliest years, who took to the stage to thunderous applause. Justin immediately noticed that this applause sounded somehow special, not like the formal applause in his previous company. Having climbed onto the stage, the chairman took the microphone and prepared to deliver his speech. In fact, it was the founder of the Entrepreneurs Club to whom all those present owed their success. Justin couldn't believe that he was seeing in front of him the man he had often heard about at club meetings, and whom his boss held up as an example to everyone. All participants chanted their club's slogans in unison, which distinguished them from other companies. These slogans said that it is impossible to get rich alone, so you need to help your colleagues, because only teamwork brings great success. Suddenly, the chairman announced that he was leaving his position as head of his company this year and starting a new, promising project. Justin became bored with listening to these banal speeches, because he had already heard similar instructions from large entrepreneurs many times. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he remembered a face that looked very much like the speaker's. In his previous life, he saw a news report about an accident and scandal involving a man who looked like the chairman, which caused a stormy reaction in the business world. The man claimed he had been treated unfairly, and eventually committed suicide before he could be apprehended. The chairman continued his speech, and loud applause from the audience suggested that the interests of many participants coincided with his own. The strength of this business club lay in the unity of all its members, regardless of their age and experience. From the point of view of experienced businessmen, it is profitable to hire promising young people, and it is useful for young people to learn from established directors. However, Justin knew that working under this man would inevitably lead to encounters with the problems that awaited the chairman in the future. Suddenly, the chairman came to his senses and apologized for the long speech, explaining that he had not gathered everyone for this. Justin assumed that the conversation would now be about scholarships for students, but he was a bit hasty in his conclusions. The chairman said that today's achievements are not the last for their great club, and expressed hope to see new talent. He encouraged the young participants to surpass their elders, and announced a new opportunity for all newcomers that he had prepared together with his team. It turned out that the chairman decided to organize a competition for young entrepreneurs with clearly defined conditions for holding and evaluating the competition. He was prepared to give each participant $1 million from his personal funds so that they could use this capital wisely and increase it within a year. The winner of the competition will receive all the accumulated capital, instantly becoming rich. The club had hundreds of students in it, so the total starting capital, donated by the chairman, was $100 million. Justin couldn't believe his ears because, according to the chairman, the winner of this grand competition could receive all $100 million. Having finished his speech, the chairman handed the floor over to a young colleague, who had to explain the rules of the competition in detail. Taking the microphone, the young man announced the dates of the competition and reminded that the participants needed to increase their starting capital to $1 million. Justin carefully wrote down every word so as not to miss any important details of the competition terms. The winner was determined by the income received from their own business, and only the one who achieves the greatest increase in starting capital will be able to win. It became clear that the winner takes all, and second place is no different from last, as is often the case in competitive struggle. Participants could form teams and choose a leader with the greatest authority, and the students excluded from the team could not join the others according to the terms of the competition. The team leader had the right to distribute the prize money among the participants or keep it for himself. At the end of the speech, the host wished everyone a pleasant evening and invited them to the banquet without delaying this pleasant affair. A lot of money was spent on the event, and the tables were laden with expensive delicacies, unusual for ordinary students from the provinces. For young guys, it was a chance to get rich, and this thought overshadowed even the temptation of delicious food. A heated discussion of the terms of the competition began at the tables, in which everyone wanted to win and prove their worth. The sensible students immediately realized that it was more profitable to pool their startup capital than to start a business alone. The difficulty was that the leader of the combined group had absolute power, and carelessness could leave a participant with nothing. Justin said he was willing to take a risk and form a group to increase his chances of winning and taking home the grand prize together. Linda supported him and suggested an excellent candidate for the position of leader of their new team. Ronald realized that Linda was hinting at Justin, but immediately rejected the idea, fearing chaos in the team. He explained that the problem was not with Justin himself, but with his low status, which could not be changed quickly. After enduring Ronald's attacks for a long time, Justin couldn't help but say that he wasn't as mean as some people. The team leader must be an influential person who is able to exert pressure on the leaders of other groups in a highly competitive environment. Linda asked Ronald directly who he saw as the leader of their combined capital. Justin interrupted her and suddenly suggested that Ronald lead the group himself, since there was no other way out. Out of politeness, Ronald feigned reluctance to become a leader, insisting that he preferred an unnoticed but useful role. Finally, he raised his glass of wine, agreed, and called on everyone to work hard under his leadership from tomorrow. Ronald said they now have a club chairman and head of communications ready to support them. He looked forward to future successes, not even noticing possible problems with the older participants. After all, no senior will agree to obey a junior colleague, so you will have to rely on newcomers, with whom it is easier to establish contact. Justin later told his friends about this conversation, and suggested that they team up for the duration of the competition to pool their starting capital. However, he immediately warned that he would not be the team leader, being a newcomer to the club. Kevin was surprised by his friend's decision, and asked who would be the leader, and who Justin trusted the most. At that moment, Ronald and Linda approached them with an offer to join their team, which promised to become the most successful. Justin suddenly announced that after some discussion they had decided to act independently and not join the senior team. Surprised, Ronald asked with a smile about the reason for refusing this offer, which he personally thought was excellent. Justin responded guiltily that they wanted to try their hand on their own and might just hinder Ronald's team from winning. In fact, he understood that Ronald would not share the prize money with the newcomers, and the decision was the right one. Linda cheerfully stated that in that case, she would join Justin's team so as not to leave him alone in the treacherous world of business. The girl reminded Justin of her request to call her simply sister, as they had agreed before. Justin may have called Linda sister, but that didn't change the fact that she had been studying here for more than a year, and their new group consisted of first-year students. The girl was a little offended because she just wanted to help, and not impose herself on the guy's team. Turning sharply, an offended Linda left, taking back her offer of help and collaboration. Justin would like to see Linda on his team, but he didn't want to anger Ronald too early. Besides, he suspected that Ronald was interested in Linda, and taking her away from his team would mean making an enemy. Ronald, throwing up his hands, accepted the refusal, believing that the newcomers would not be able to help the experienced students anyway. Smiling, Justin supported Ronald, saying that he was absolutely right and their involvement would only get in the way. However, in his heart he knew that soon the smirk would disappear from Ronald's face, and he would speak differently. Having finished the conversation, Ronald hurried away, intending to prove the newcomers wrong. Left alone, Kevin declared that refusing to cooperate with the elders was a mistake, because it could have been useful to them. But Justin believed that their starting capital of $3 million was enough for success. Kevin had to pretend to believe Justin, even though he had never been in business. Justin, confident in himself, declared that the three of them would win, even if the other 97 participants united. The next day, the friends met at the soda machine to discuss the contest and their future plans. Justin suddenly remembered the upcoming match between North Korea and Japan, which he had long dreamed of attending. He also came up with the idea of selling team-supporting t-shirts online to make a profit. Pierre immediately liked this idea, especially since it did not require large investments that could exhaust their entire startup capital. The problem was that selling t-shirts for a month was unlikely to bring in enough money to win the contest that was the whole point of the whole thing. Pierre slyly suggested asking the parents to buy up all the t-shirts to increase the profit. The idea was tempting and Justin envied Pierre, who could solve his financial problems with the help of his parents. Linda suddenly appeared, clearly in the mood for a frank conversation with the guy. She pounced on Justin with reproaches, accusing him of making decisions without consulting his friends. Justin didn't understand what was going on, and Linda kept insisting that nothing would have happened if they had accepted her into the team. Linda's eyes filled with tears, and it was clear that she was hiding something. Finally, Linda admitted that Ronald, who had recently become the leader of their club, kicked her out of the team. After some time, the friends went out into the fresh air to discuss this strange situation. Linda said that Ronald decided to work with stocks, considering it the most profitable business. Most of the team members agreed to invest money in stocks, and Ronald said that he knew a great investor. After they invested in the recommended stocks, their value fell, and only Ronald made a profit. As a result, Ronald became rich, and everyone else lost their starting capital. Justin realized that Ronald was probably planning to deceive the other newcomers participating in the competition. Knowing Ronald, Justin decided to prove to him that life is not as simple as he thinks. Andrew, who was also kicked out of Ronald's team, tried to understand his true intentions. Justin heard that many of the freshmen were unhappy with Ronald, and only a few agreed to work with him. Linda realized that Ronald had deceived everyone, because few of the newcomers had entrepreneurial experience and could have predicted his plan. It seems he always enjoyed making life miserable for those around him, both during his student years and in his adult life. Suddenly, Justin announced that Ronald had returned the seed money to those he had excluded from the team, thereby removing them from the competition. Andrew confirmed the news, adding that Ronald returned the money under the guise of goodwill, but in fact had selfish motives. Linda couldn't understand how one could be such a mean person, accustomed to solving problems through connections and getting rid of unwanted people. Justin corrected Linda, knowing that Ronald only attracted people to him when he was confident of success. But how then to explain the dismissal of newcomers if he wanted to pool the startup capital? Andrew echoed this sentiment, saying that Ronald had hurt himself by firing a lot of inexperienced freshmen. However, this was a clever move, because according to the rules, the fired newcomers could no longer form teams and compete for the main prize. Of course, Linda, like everyone else, wanted to win, but betraying her former teammate was unforgivable. Ronald's main goal was probably to stand out and attract the attention of the club's management, on whom much depended. Only 1 out of 100 participants wins the competition, and Ronald obviously saw himself as the winner, which would help him make new connections. It was funny to watch how Ronald was ready to do anything for the sake of a mark on his resume, and quickly made enemies among the deceived newcomers. By the way, the chairman of the competition was much more calculating than the students thought, because he urgently needed a successor. This assumption was logical, but Linda countered that a leader needs charisma, which Ronald did not have. Andrew was bitterly aware that this bastard was already close to victory thanks to his pettiness, and the club's management seemed to pay no attention to it. 100 million seemed like a huge amount to any student, but did they think about the origin of this money and whether it would bring real success to a large company? Andrew suddenly remembered that among the students in the first cohort, there was a man who later became the Deputy Minister of Industry and had great influence on the business community of their country. Justin also saw this man on the list of those he called to conclude contracts and understood perfectly well who his friend was talking about. They said that this competition was only part of a joint project with the ministry to educate young entrepreneurs who are taught from the very first steps to be persistent and even impudent. The essence of the cooperation was that the Entrepreneurs Club would propose new business ideas, and in return the ministry would finance their prize fund. Hearing this, Linda slammed her fist on the table in anger, because this information had passed her by, and she knew nothing about the second half of the prize fund. The young people finally realized that out of the 200 million allocated, only 100 were being played out in this competition. It turns out that someone appropriated the second half of the prize for themselves, and that is why the chairman did not care what the students would do with this money. Of course, this was a disgusting act, but it did not stop the club's leaders from taking credit for all the talented students' achievements. Andrew added that when the boys grow up and start living on their own, they will notice things they haven't seen before, and they're unlikely to like them. All this made Linda want to go outside for a while and have a smoke and then return to work. Just in case, Linda asked Justin how he felt about girls smoking, or whether he couldn't stand the sight of a cigarette in the hands of a student. Realizing that Justin was a smoker himself, Linda breathed a sigh of relief because she couldn't quit smoking so quickly. She suddenly realized that the guy might have misunderstood her words and asked him to forget about them, explaining that she had simply expressed herself incorrectly. The problem was that Justin only had one business idea related to the World Cup, but the profit from such a business was unlikely to be high. Andrew agreed with him, adding that time was running out to find another option, and they might be late before the other participants achieved results. Justin suddenly realized that the only way to solve the problem was to eliminate the author of this problem from the game. They needed to carefully but effectively remove a player who was making life miserable for everyone around him and preventing him from working peacefully. A month later, the organizers and leaders of the club gathered in the large hall, and the competition participants waited for the results to be announced. The chairman's assistant reported that the gap between the results of the teams and individual participants was significant, and that future leaders of the Entrepreneurs Club were already visible on his list. The chairman was pleased that the new generation of students was as successful as in his time, and that among them there would certainly be a worthy candidate for the leadership of the club in the future. Finally, the assistant announced the winner of the competition, who was Ronald, who had deceived many newcomers at the beginning of his journey. But the chairman and his colleagues did not care about these details, and loudly applauded the winner, who received the huge prize. The other participants also applauded, but there was as little joy on their faces as there was money in their pockets. The chairman called for giving credit to the winner and not behaving like offended children whose favorite toy was taken away. The assistant agreed with him, noting that one must think not only about oneself, but also support one's comrades, rejoicing in their successes. Thus, Ronald earned huge money in just a month, and the gap from second place was so great that no one doubted his victory. As already mentioned, the winner of the competition received the capital of all 100 participants, and only one became the owner of a huge sum, for which everyone fought for a whole month. Ronald managed to earn 10 million through his work, to which was added the profit of each of the 100 participants, and this entire amount went only to the winner. The assistant wanted to voice the overall result recorded in his document, but at the last second he froze, unable to say a word. He then reported that the net profit was 30 million, but it was clear from his expression that he was not telling the whole story. The chairman, ignoring his assistant, continued to congratulate Ronald and was delighted with the young businessman's result. Finally, the assistant let it slip that 30 million was not a profit, but a loss to the budget. Yes, the chairman had heard a lot of things in his life, but these words made him experience something completely new. Meanwhile, Justin was carefully watching his competitor's reaction, because he had long known that this amount would not be a profit, but a loss. It all started a month ago when Justin decided to carry out his plan and destroy Ronald's insidious plans. He gathered almost all his classmates and senior colleagues in one room to tell them important information about the upcoming competition. With a serious expression, he apologized for such a sudden convocation, but assured that the matter could not be delayed. Pierre and Kevin sat next to each other and, like the rest of those gathered, did not understand why they were invited. In fact, those gathered here are those who have become victims of a man who is ready to do anything for a big win. It was Justin who came up with a plan that would allow them to vent their anger and mask their inexperience by taking a small step towards a big goal. And in that sense, Ronald was the perfect target for Justin to direct the young newcomer's ambitions towards. From the very beginning of the banquet, all these guys were obsessed with the competition, but now they found themselves in a hopeless situation, and victory became unattainable. One of the guys couldn't understand why Justin had called them all, and reminded them once again that they were just losers. But Justin said that the game was unfair from the start, and whoever treated everyone so meanly should be punished. Ronald was leading the competition, but everyone knew that he was acting unfairly, although he did not technically break the rules. He set up all the members of his team, and gradually destroyed the remaining groups of students who had united to increase the starting capital. Of course, at first, as the most experienced of the newcomers, he gave everyone the right example of investing and recommended the best, at first glance, stocks. But all these actions turned out to be a time bomb, which eventually damaged all the teams, as he planned. But this was only the beginning, because when his peers dropped out of the game, he acted even more harshly and decisively. He was disappointed in his younger colleagues and only promised them quick profits and victory in the competition, although he had no intention of fulfilling his promises. He called those who did not want to work with him rude, and those who expressed doubts he called vile chatterboxes. But all these insults were just a pretext to get rid of each of the guys, regardless of their position. Justin asked his clubmates if they thought he was being too strict, or if Ronald had really been mean and deserved to be expelled. After all, from the very beginning, Ronald did not plan to share his success with others, which was confirmed by his entire selfish strategy. Suddenly, one of the guys jumped up and declared that this scoundrel should be kicked out of the club immediately. Justin felt that his words had convinced everyone, and that Ronald would soon pay for his cunning strategy. After a heated discussion, Justin honestly admitted that it was almost impossible to beat Ronald in the competition, since he had already received a large profit. However, if they all united together, they could defeat him with a clever strategy. At this point, the chairman's assistant reported that 62 participants in the competition had lost their entire capital the day before its end, without earning anything. Ronald was shocked to realize that each participant had a huge loss on their account, and the total loss was 62 million. The chairman reminded him that the prize fund had been announced from the very beginning to be the entire sum, consisting of the capital and profits of all participants. And since there are not only positive but also negative numbers, Ronald will have to receive a prize in the form of a negative balance. The chairman understood that he could not consider only the participants' profits as a prize, otherwise he would have to pay the winnings out of his own pocket. The easiest thing to do was to blame it on this young idiot who stood before him and was the perfect victim for this plan. Understanding what the chairman had in mind, the boy fell at his feet, reminding him that such a prize would become a fine for him, although he was the only winner of the competition. But the rules cannot be changed during the competition, so the chairman declared Ronald the winner with a negative balance, which he must pay off within a year. The chairman then stood up and asked the students who had hatched this plot and persuaded the participants to spend the money so quickly. He suspected that it was Andrew and asked him directly about his involvement in the conspiracy. Andrew knew he had to tell the truth, or the consequences could be serious for both him and his comrades. In fact, dozens of new club members were involved, collectively deciding to withdraw funds from their budgets. The chairman angrily asked who came up with this idea and incited everyone to revolt right before the final of the competition. Andrew raised his hand and admitted that he was the one who called all the participants together and suggested that they spend the capital, taking Justin's blame on himself. Linda supported Andrew, saying that the winner of the competition had been mean to others and deserved punishment, not victory. The chairman did not understand what kind of meanness was being discussed on the part of this, at first glance, obliging young man. Ronald also did not understand the accusations, because he did not violate a single rule of the competition and acted strictly according to the conditions. Linda continued to accuse him of pocketing all the profits using the capital of his fellow students and younger students whom he fired from the team, depriving them of a chance to win. The group leader had the right to make such decisions, as stated in the rules of the competition, if the girl listened to them carefully. Linda agreed, but the boys, in turn, acted within the scope of their powers given to them by the chairman. Ronald could not stand it and shouted that no one dared to plot against him, because he was the eldest on the team where the girl had been for 2 years. The chairman abruptly interrupted Ronald, as his hysteria was interfering with the understanding of the situation, and asked him to be more restrained. Linda said that all members of their team donated the remaining capital to the needs of the club, which included scholarships and funding for the team's activities. Only now Justin realized that the guys shared responsibility for this plan with him, because it was he who suggested setting up Ronald and not letting him win the competition and take the prize. The girl looked at Justin and he realized that she supported his decision, and therefore told the chairman everything as it was. She winked at Justin and he realized that the guys had agreed in advance to support him in front of the chairman so that the responsibility would be collective. After a pause, the chairman admitted that Linda was right, but that did not change the fact that the whole situation irritated him. He was very angry because instead of a fair competition, the students staged a riot and turned the competition into a circus. Although the students were right, their goal was to increase their capital, not to spend it in one day. Justin realized that the chairman needed a winner like Ronald. A man with a predatory outlook on life, who sees people as a tool to achieve his goals, was beneficial to those who see only money in life. In such a society, there is no place for friendship and camaraderie. Everyone strives only to satisfy their own desires and dominate others. The guys proved that human relationships are different from the laws of the jungle, and that there is a place for kindness in the world. Mutual understanding can be more important than personal interests, which are often achieved through deception and destroy the team. They proved that one can be not only competitors, but also friends ready to support each other. Over the course of evolution, it was people like Justin and his team who succeeded, while people like Ronald remained aggressive and died out like the dinosaurs. In the evening, the entire club team went to the nearest cafe to rest and relax. Only the closest friends gathered at the table, and a joyful, relaxed atmosphere reigned thanks to the absence of older comrades. Justin drained his glass, pleased with how the event had gone and how pleasant it was to spend the evening with friends. Andrew thanked Justin for the plan and for supporting it with the chairman. Only Linda didn't understand why Justin didn't thank her, since she had also stood up for him in front of the chairman. The guy replied that he was going to do it, but he didn't know how to address the girl, who asked him not to call her older anymore. Andrew, smiling, spread his hands, noticing the obvious changes in the girl since Justin joined their team. The girl jokingly asked her partner to shut up, threatening that otherwise she would kill him. Looking at this, Justin thought that freshmen could not joke so easily and cheerfully about various topics and be so close as they were. That evening, the food and drinks were not bought by the senior members of the club, so instead of forced smiles, everyone was sincere. After dinner, Justin and Kevin decided to take a walk and discuss their joint business, which they started during the competition. Kevin was a little offended that they had made 500,000 selling World Cup shirts, and that hadn't really solved anything. Justin gave Kevin a friendly pat on the shoulder and said that this was a great job that would help them in future projects, and the profit would be completely different, so it was all worth it. Although they didn't make millions or win the competition, they found the right people who would be with them in the future. He agreed that the money from selling the t-shirts was good, and the experience could be considered a success. The guy was glad that everything turned out this way, because this was only the beginning of their long journey, along which they walked with their heads held high. Ronald hadn't shown up at the club for a few days, and everyone had begun to forget what he looked like and how he acted when he was late. But as Justin walked down the stairs, a figure appeared behind him, and he heard someone call out to him. The sun was shining right into Justin's eyes, so he didn't immediately recognize the person who was calling him, but he already guessed who it was. It was Ronald, and he was being defiant as usual, accusing Justin of being disrespectful. Coming closer, Justin asked bluntly what Ronald would do if he continued to behave like this. Ronald came to warn Justin about the consequences that await him if the chairman finds out who was the instigator of the riot. But Justin had his own trump card, because he knew that the investor who advised the freshman to invest money in stocks was Ronald. Judging by Ronald's face, he didn't know that Justin knew about his uncle's stock business, which he had always bragged about in Justin's past life, and which Justin had made a good profit on. During regular office drinking sessions, Ronald bragged about how he had taken a cut of his uncle's cheap stock sales, defrauded naive clients, and made a fortune. Looking his old rival in the eye, Justin said that Ronald had already hit rock bottom, but there was still some unfinished business between them. Ronald took off his hat in anger and clutched it in his hand, ready to smear the insolent first-year student who stood in his way across the asphalt. With difficulty containing his emotions, Ronald declared that their story was not over, but only just beginning, and Justin had yet to find out how vengeful he could be. Suddenly, Justin heard Ronald's signature phrase, which he had heard addressed to him more than once in his past life, and which he hated. There was a familiar threat of violence in this phrase, but this time Justin was not going to listen to it calmly and was ready to respond. Warming his fists, he suggested that they figure out which of them deserved more, and who should calm down and lie down on the asphalt. Ronald accepted the challenge, wanting to deal with the young student man to man, and rolled up his sleeves to avoid getting blood on them. However, he was unable to use his fists, because Justin immediately grabbed him by the scruff of the neck, intending to quickly end the argument. He threw Ronald away with such force that before he could react, he flew down the stairs. Falling onto the asphalt, Ronald hit his shoulder painfully, not having time to group himself and realize that Justin was not a punching bag, but a predator just like himself. In his past life, Justin had only had to watch the bastard's outrages, but this time he was not going to put up with such a scenario. He gave Ronald a few punches to make him think twice before tracking him down and showing his mettle. Ronald hadn't felt such pain for a long time and didn't know that newbies could be so prepared for a fight, because they usually back down from the older ones. Justin advised Ronald not to show up in his sight again and to be more careful, otherwise he would get into trouble. Seizing the moment, Ronald took off running, and Justin watched the cowardly bastard who could only show his strength on the weak. Finally, Justin was able to fulfill his dream from his past life and personally curb the ambitions of his former boss, who lacked tough lessons. The next day, the friends decided to take a walk in the park because the weather was wonderful, and no one wanted to sit at home in a stuffy room. Justin sipped his juice slowly through a straw, and Kevin jokingly chided him for being too lazy lately. In addition, Justin decided to avoid attending club meetings and being seen by its members for a while. Did he really lose interest in the club's activities so quickly, despite having done so much for it? It wasn't that Justin was bored with the club's affairs, but that his frequent appearance would arouse the envy of the members, which always leads to quarrels. Turning to Kevin, Justin cryptically admitted that he had become a star not only among the freshmen, but also among the senior members of the club. These conversations began to irritate Kevin, and he asked his friend to leave him alone and let him learn his lesson. Justin again reminded that at every club meeting people mentioned his name and began to do it too often, going too far. Justin pointedly tossed an empty juice box into the trash can and said that anyone who rises too high is destined to fall. And the higher you rise, the more painful it is to fall, which was clearly evident in the recent example of Ronald. But Justin was only a freshman, and even if he fell, he would have time to get up and start climbing again. Thinking about his friend's words, Justin said out loud that he was only 20 years old and had his whole life ahead of him. Although lately Kevin felt like he was talking not to his 20-year-old friend, but to an old man who was always mumbling and philosophizing. In any case, Justin believes that one should always choose the safest path, especially when there is too much at stake. Faced with a choice between safety and the unknown, he always chose the former, and it was the wisest decision. Justin walked over to the cigarette butt bin a little to the side, smoking 2 cigarettes in a row after a long break. He carefully threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, as he always did, since he was not in the habit of littering on the street, especially in a clean park. Suddenly, a friendly female voice came from behind him, informing Justin that everyone had been waiting for him for a long time, and even thought that he was sick. It was Linda, who had been looking for him all over the park and had little doubt that she would find him here. She couldn't understand where their new leader had been all this time. Had he really decided to leave the club and do something else? In fact, he only missed a few meetings because he was an avid fan and did not want to miss a single World Cup match. Of course, he warned everyone that he preferred to watch matches only in the company of close friends, and he, apart from the club members, did not have such close relationships with anyone else. Suddenly Linda, as if out of simple curiosity, asked whether they took girls with them to the matches, or whether it was only guys. Upon learning that there were girls present at the matches, Linda immediately asked who Justin was going to go with to the next game against Spain. Justin wanted to answer honestly, but Linda did not give him such an opportunity, and immediately suggested going to the match together. The next day they were already standing in a large square, where the match was broadcast on a huge screen, accompanied by thunderous applause from the spectators. The screen showed a close-up of the national team's new coach, known for his ability to win even the most difficult matches. All the spectators wore identical t-shirts with the team's name on them, and made so much noise that they could probably be heard even in the stadium itself. Justin decided to take advantage of the opportunity to earn some money, and bet on his team to win, because this event had already happened in his past life, and he knew the outcome. Looking at Linda, he suddenly wondered where she had been during this game in her first life. Linda seemed to really like it there, and Justin was glad that she suggested going together. The girl was incredibly happy, because for the first time in a long time she would go to watch a match of her football team. At that moment, everyone saw on the screen how their team's midfielder fell a little behind his opponent, and was in danger of missing the ball in the penalty area. Justin wondered if the outcome of the match would be the same as in his past life, or if the future could still be changed. The striker, having received an accurate cross from a corner, sent the ball into the goal with a powerful header, fulfilling the coach's pre-match instructions. The ball bounced off the grass and into the net, but the opposing goalkeeper was unable to reach it. All the spectators were stunned by such a defensive blunder, and Justin grabbed his head, realizing that in his past everything was different. However, a few minutes later, his team's striker burst into the opponent's penalty area and sent the ball into the bottom right corner of the goal with a powerful shot. It was a long-awaited goal, and the entire square exploded with the jubilant cries of the fans. Justin, who had bet on this particular striker to score, was happy to win money using his knowledge of the future. Suddenly, the young people found themselves in each other's arms and looking into each other's eyes with undisguised love. The girl blushed slightly and looked away, pretending that she simply couldn't contain her emotions from the goal she scored. But the next second, an event occurred that dramatically changed the lives of our heroes. One of the fans standing in front of Justin suddenly lost consciousness and began to fall backwards. Justin reacted in time and managed to catch the falling man so that he did not hit his head. It was still unclear what had happened, but Justin ordered an ambulance to be called and began providing first aid himself. He carefully placed his hand under the man's head and prepared to apply the skills he had learned during his military service. With his arms crossed, Justin began performing CPR, trying to resuscitate the man. At the same time, he shouted to those around him to move aside and make way for the ambulance. A couple of minutes later, an ambulance team made its way through the crowd with a stretcher for the victim. Medics immediately checked the patient's pulse to determine if they had time to take the necessary actions. One of them approached Justin and asked if he was the patient's guardian and could go with them to the hospital. Justin explained that he was simply providing first aid and did not know the man. However, the ambulance worker still asked Justin to go with them so that he could tell them more about what happened and receive the required reward. But the match was in full swing and Justin had no plans to leave the square. Still, there was no time to argue, and the officer took Justin by the hand and urged him to think about the life and health of the victim. They hurried together to the ambulance, taking Linda with them. The car drove quickly but carefully, so as not to harm the patient, although now every minute counted. Suddenly, the man on the stretcher began to show signs of life and tried to talk to the medic, trying to remember what had happened. Hearing his voice, Linda was glad that the man was okay, and in her joy she involuntarily touched Justin's hand. In fact, this touch was not accidental, because she had long felt something more than just friendly feelings for Justin. At that moment, the man finally came to his senses and said that he had a bad heart, and he understood that he should not have been in such a noisy place. The doctor was surprised that a man with a cardiovascular disease came to the match alone. The man felt awkward, but he admitted his stupidity and agreed with the doctor's reproaches. It was impossible to act like a child and go with a sick heart to a place where his fall might not be noticed, and the ambulance would arrive too late. Unexpectedly, the patient admitted that it was not only he who was to blame, but also the footballer who scored the goal in that match. Justin couldn't believe that a grown man would blame everything on an ordinary game moment that happens all the time in such a fast-paced sport as football. The man said that both were to blame and there was no need to pressure him, because he had already apologized for his mistake. But the doctor immediately noted that there was no point in yelling at the guy who had recently saved this man's life by catching him when he fell. In addition, Justin provided first aid by performing CPR before the ambulance arrived. The man's face immediately changed, and he began to warmly thank his young savior, who did not abandon him in trouble and prevented the worst from happening. But the guy shouldn't have said that he hadn't done anything special, because with these words he seemed to be devaluing the importance of the life of the man he had saved, who, however, took it with humor. Justin apologized for his unfortunate remark and, correcting himself, said that he had done a good deed. Suddenly, looking at the young man's face, the man said that he had an interesting face, and he had something to tell his hero. The talk was about the line on Justin's eyebrow that usually foretells bad luck, but Justin's eyebrow began to grow new hairs. This meant that the streak of bad luck in the guy's life had been replaced by good luck and trouble would pass him by. The guy thought that perhaps this man understood physiognomy, and that was why he knew so many details about the human face. He really knew the subject quite well, but the main thing was something else, because immediately after being discharged, the man promised to find Justin and contact him. Just in case, he gave him his business card and asked him to call at any time if Justin needed help. It turned out that the man was the owner of a small company, and all the necessary information was indicated on the business card. He asked to be sure to call, because their meeting was not accidental, and they had a long history of relations ahead of them. At the hospital, Justin was thanked by the doctors and quickly released, as everything was fine with the patient. And in the hospital lobby, a football match was being broadcast on a big screen, in which their team won. After the match, their team advanced to the semifinals of the World Championship, which meant Justin had at least 2 more bets to make if he didn't give up this pastime. But Linda for some reason was a little sad and said that something was missing in this story, although she was happy about the victory of their favorite team. Finally, in the evening, the young people were already waiting at the station for the arrival of their train. It was an amazing and such a busy day that Justin felt like several days had passed in a row. The man's words about the stripe on his eyebrow made Justin think about the truth of this sign. Linda also knew that a stripe on the eyebrow promised bad luck and was a little worried about the guy, because she seriously believed in folk signs. Justin suddenly remembered an incident from the past and, out of habit, wanted to tell Linda, but stopped and promised to do it later. Meanwhile, the train was approaching and the people on the platform went to the platform so as not to be late. Justin also stood up to go to the carriage because the train usually did not stop for long at this station. But Linda grabbed his hand and asked him to wait for the next train and talk a little. Looking Justin straight in the eyes, the girl asked if he really didn't feel anything for her, and that was why he was in such a hurry. The guy was surprised by such a direct question, because all this time they had been communicating as friends and had not touched on personal topics. The last passengers on the platform were hurrying to get on the train, wanting to get home as quickly as possible after work. Only Justin and Linda remained seated, as they clearly had a lot to talk about and clarify that evening. For the first few minutes they were both silent, and Justin realized that if he didn't start a conversation, they would remain silent the entire evening. Finally, he said that if he didn't feel anything for Linda, they wouldn't have been so close and sincere with each other all day. Suddenly, Linda said that Justin should have taken just one step towards her, but he had never taken any of the many chances he had had all day. Justin then carefully asked Linda if she liked him more than a friend, and if he understood the meaning of her words correctly. Finally, Linda admitted that she had liked Justin for a long time, and it was strange that he himself did not notice it. But Justin wanted to understand whether this was a fleeting feeling, or whether Linda wanted a serious relationship, even to the point of marriage. The thing is that Justin himself has not yet made his choice, and would like to get to know Linda a little better before starting a serious relationship. Moreover, in 6 months he would have to serve in the army, and they would be separated all this time. But Linda immediately said that she was ready to wait as long as necessary, and that it was not a problem for her. However, maintaining a long-distance relationship would be difficult, and Justin had seen too much during his military service in the past. Therefore, the guy decided to once again offer the girl the option that would be the most correct for them, and would not oblige them to anything. But was Justin ready to accept the fact that Linda might meet someone else and he would inevitably become jealous? Placing his large hand on her fragile palm, Justin honestly admitted that, of course, he would be jealous if that happened. However, he did not deserve the treatment that this girl gave him, and there was an important reason for that. Now he did not feel the same feelings for her as she did for him, and he honestly told her about it. Already at the train doors, Linda asked whether his attitude to life was connected with the sign of bad fate that the old man had spoken about. In fact, Justin's decision was dictated not by stupid superstitions, but by a simple truth that he was about to learn right now. The girl said that he was acting like a loser and didn't understand how one could be so indecisive at 20 years old. With these words, she turned away abruptly and quickly entered the carriage without saying another word to him. Justin could only watch as the carriage doors closed in front of him and silently consider what he had heard. Less than a minute later, he was standing alone on the platform, watching the train leave, carrying Linda, who was offended by him. Finally, the long-awaited end of the semester arrived, and Justin was able to visit the man he promised to call. This man's name was Michael, and he was ready to meet his young savior who prevented the worst from happening. Upon seeing Justin, he immediately jumped up from his seat and warmly greeted his young hero. Of course, he was looking forward to Justin's visit to his company and put everything aside for this meeting. After greeting him, Justin thought that Michael was very busy, and he was probably distracting him from important things. But for Michael, there was nothing more important than meeting Justin. And after brewing some delicious hot tea, he invited the guy to sit down and talk. During the conversation, it turned out that Justin was planning to improve his English over the holidays. Michael offered him something more interesting, namely, a good job that became available after one of his employees went on maternity leave. Hearing this, Justin realized that Michael was a great boss for allowing the young woman to go on maternity leave and continuing to pay her salary. After all, in small and medium-sized businesses, you can't even dream of maternity leave, so there have always been few entrepreneurs like Michael. Justin thought that Michael had given him the card to invite him to work, and that was what today's meeting was for. The guy understood everything correctly, because what could be more important for a young man than a career in a steadily growing company? Besides, if he managed to earn some extra money and improve his skills, he would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Finding common ground, Michael quickly explained the terms of the job, which required his employees to work 6 days a week and receive $1 million in cash. This was unusual, because almost no one offered such conditions to a first-year student, unless the job came from someone he knew. Justin, of course, agreed to work for Michael, because this man would certainly help him at the beginning of his career. That same evening, Justin and his friend were in their room, and Justin was looking for important information on the computer. Kevin already knew the news from his friend's life, and understood that he was going to work during the holidays instead of resting. Looking at his friend, Kevin said that Justin was lucky to be in the right place at the right time. But he didn't agree, because he had put in a lot of effort to get this job. Although, of course, the greatest luck in his life is that he survived after his former boss, Ronald, almost killed him. Both guys leaned back on the sofa and each thought about his own, making plans for the future. Justin decided to study English in the evenings after work, and on weekends because he would have no other time. Suddenly, he proudly declared that all his successes were his own merit, which meant he already had something to be proud of. Besides, Kevin got into the Entrepreneurs Club thanks to Justin too, and it turns out that he should be grateful to him. It was Justin's first day at work at his new company, and he arrived at the office early. Looking at his watch, he realized that he had arrived even too early, but he was glad about it, because it was better than being late on the first day. In his past life, Ronald demanded that employees arrive half an hour before their shift started, and none of them were happy about it. Justin was also irritated by this order, but now he voluntarily came early and did it with pleasure. He stood in front of the door where he would be working for the next 3 months and was a little nervous. Suddenly, he overheard a conversation between 2 employees, in which they mentioned names of companies familiar to him. Employees spoke about the fierce competition between the 2 large corporations and the fact that new surprises from competitors are to be expected soon. Justin realized that he was about to meet William, who was associated with the company the employees had spoken about. Meeting the senior staff at the entrance to the office, Justin bowed and introduced himself. One of them happily replied that he had already heard about the new employee who was replacing the girl on maternity leave. It was Christopher, the son of Director Michael, who extended his hand to Justin, stating his position and name. Justin realized that everything here would be the same as in the company where he worked in his past life. Although it is common for small and medium-sized businesses to have members of the same family working in the same company and holding high positions, Justin honestly admitted that he lacked experience, but he would do his best to live up to the director's expectations. Christopher, entering the office, wished Justin good luck and expressed hope that he would soon show his best side. It's only been a week since Justin started working, but he's already shown his strengths. Christopher walked up to their new recruit's desk and complimented the guy on his recent successes within their company. Justin pretended to be embarrassed by the praise and asked to give him a little more time to fully open up. The guy was working at the assistant general manager level, and Christopher said that he might take over that position someday. In his past life, he really was an assistant director, and he was pleased to hear this. Suddenly, Christopher pulled his chair closer and started a conversation with Justin, for which he had taken some time out of his busy schedule. The head of the department thought that this capable guy would cope with the new difficult task that the company faced, and therefore wanted to entrust him with an important task. He felt it was worth giving Justin a chance to prove himself by sharing with him information about the competitors they were about to surpass. The boss looked at the young man with a smile and asked if Justin would take on a serious job that would require much more from him than his usual duties. Justin, of course, wanted to receive such an assignment, but just in case, he asked Christopher what would happen if he failed. Christopher, not doubting the boy's abilities at all, warned that the shareholders' meeting would take place next week, and there was no time to waste. In addition, he promised Justin a good reward for a successful result and efforts. He handed over documents prepared specifically for this conversation, so that he would be aware of the matter. The conversation was about exporting blenders to China, which their company was planning to start in the near future. But there was a serious problem with this matter. All the company's executives were confident in the success of their blenders in the Chinese market, but one competitor constantly hindered them. It was a well-known company that also produced household appliances and was successful in its field. Although Michael's blenders had many advantages over their competitors, they fell short in one important area. The discussion was about the speed of rotation, because the competitor's blender significantly exceeded their company's product in terms of the number of revolutions. The competitor's blender reached a speed of 20,000 revolutions per minute, which was 5,000 revolutions faster than their blender. No matter how hard Christopher tried, he could not find an affordable technology that would allow him to achieve such a high rotation speed. He did not understand where his competitors got the necessary materials for production, because no company, not even the largest, had achieved similar results. That same evening, Justin began to look for an answer to the question of where the competitors got this technology, because they could not create such a blender from scratch on such a modest budget. He spent the entire evening studying the technical specifications of the competitor's blender, and, like Christopher, could not understand how the device worked. Justin could see that their blender model was designed slightly better, but he couldn't find the main difference. After thinking for a bit, Justin decided to call an old friend to try to find the answer together. He called Frank because he had an interesting idea that he wanted to discuss with him. The next day, Frank came to the office building, where he was supposed to find out the answer to this question. Besides, Frank wanted to see Justin as soon as possible, as they had other things to discuss besides work. Suddenly, he saw a man he seemed not to have seen for ages. The man, in turn, was also happy to meet Frank, who had matured and began to look like a real warrior. But the next second, he saw a young man nearby, familiar to him, but not from his best side. It was William, who once tried to become student council president and caused a scandal after losing the election. Also, William and Frank were classmates, although that was a long time ago and almost forgotten. But it was hard to forget such a vile person who, since his school days, had achieved success only thanks to the money of his rich father. William was an intern at his father's company, and behaved the same way he did at school with his classmates. William was disliked by his colleagues for his terrible temper and constant bragging. One day, while talking on the phone with friends, he said that he was interning at this company only at the request of his father, and that he himself would not waste time on small business. He was disgusted to work with these, as he considered them, losers in a dusty office. But he could not leave so as not to ruin his father's reputation. The head of the department, seeing such behavior of the employee, first tried to calm him down with his presence alone, not wanting a conflict. But realizing that no one could work properly because of William's loud talking, the boss asked him to take care of his duties. He reminded that the lunch break was over and that they should stop talking on the phone, as all the other employees had done. It was a brave move, but the rude young man slammed the phone shut and prepared to answer. He began to loudly scold his boss for daring to tell him what to do, although he knew who William was in this company. He didn't stop there and demanded an immediate apology, threatening to fire him. William demanded that his boss kneel before him and apologize to him convincingly in front of all the office employees. The boss couldn't believe that this young man would actually fire him unless he humiliated himself in front of the entire office. William continued to furiously demand an apology, and if he was fired, he would have no money to pay for his child's education at a prestigious university. The boss was covered in sweat from excitement, but he realized that the situation was much more serious than it seemed. Realizing that there was no way out, he slowly began to fall to his knees to keep his job and provide his children with a decent life. The chief fell to his knees and bowed his head, and William looked down at him triumphantly. The man then apologized again for his behavior and promised not to interrupt his important phone calls again. William should have just left, but he finally declared that everything in the office would be different now, and that he would always have the final say. The day came for the presentation of the company's new product, which Justin had been working on at Christopher's request. Justin was finishing an important phone call because for this presentation, he needed to meet with the person who could be the clincher for Michael's company. He spoke to Frank, who asked if their former classmate William and his mother had really become their main competitors. Justin confirmed that William works for a competing company run by his father and does whatever he wants there. But the guy has already prepared an unpleasant surprise for him, so today he will have to stop dreaming and face the truth. After finishing the conversation, he decided to go to a meeting with the person who, despite the difficulties, agreed to help him with the presentation. Just before the presentation, Justin gave Christopher all the information and asked if he knew about the new product that their competitor had released last year. Christopher recalled that at the time they were developing a new ventilator, which meant their competitors were most likely doing the same. Justin felt that they needed to move in this direction too, as their competitors had gotten carried away and it could ruin their business. Christopher and William, who had arrived for the presentation with his mother, were already parked in the parking lot near the office. This day was very important for all the company's employees, because the well-being of each of them depended on the outcome of the presentation. Christopher was in a great mood because his young employee had prepared a presentation that would be very difficult for competitors to surpass. Although Christopher was a little worried, he tried not to show it, and Justin reassured him that everything would be fine. But he, as always full of determination, pretended that everything was fine and confidently headed into the presentation hall. It is worth remembering that in his past life, while working for Ronald, Justin cursed him in the entire office, but now he was sincerely worried about his new boss. The future of their company depended on today, and they had to do everything possible to get the management to take their side. Soon both partners, heads held high, silently approached the presentation hall. Suddenly they saw competitors behind them, with whom they would have to fight in the next hour for the right to release their new device onto the market. Justin immediately noticed that William looked the same as he did at school, because the cheeky grin still didn't leave his face. It was strange, because he had recently spoken to Frank and he had said that William had taken an internship at another company. Barbara, William's mother and the owner of the company, came to the presentation in person, bringing her successor with her. She immediately made a caustic remark to Christopher that if they were hiring such young employees, then their company was not doing well. Christopher replied that Justin was a very promising employee, and by the way, Barbara's companion also looked quite young. Barbara was outraged that her beloved son was compared to Justin, and asked not to confuse outstanding people with some incomprehensible newcomers, like their employee. She imagined William as the future head of her company, who was present here in the role of a young manager, and not an ordinary clerk. Justin, hiding his true attitude towards William, greeted his former classmate with a smile. Barbara was surprised to learn that the two had once attended the same school, and asked her son if they really knew each other well. William confirmed that they studied together with Justin, who was an ordinary guy from a poor family and did not stand out in any way. Now Barbara became even more interested in seeing how this young employee would give a presentation, because she did not know that Justin had only prepared the material, and Christopher would be presenting it. Finally, she said that today would be a good experience for the guys, and even losses to strong opponents are useful for achieving greater heights. Justin, as usual, agreed with her words and added that he had already gained valuable life experience when he studied with her son. William, however, remembered very well his defeat in the elections, where his direct competitor was Justin, who was to blame for his failure. Having wished each other good luck, the young people turned around and went to the presentation hall. Barbara did not like the arrogant tone in which the young people communicated, and she asked William not to pay attention to these upstarts. In response, William promised to show these two what real high level is and put them in their place. Barbara began her presentation of the company's product as usual, with the technical characteristics of the blender. She said that the rotation speed of their model reaches 20,000 revolutions per minute, which is an excellent indicator for this price category. This rotation speed, along with the blade material of our own production, ensured the exceptional cutting ability of the device. Having shown all the advantages of the new model, Barbara ended her speech by stating that today, their company is rightfully the leader in the market and deserves the highest marks. Jonathan, the senior executive at the company who hosted the presentation, applauded loudly and thanked Barbara for her presentation. Now all that was left was to listen to Christopher's presentation, and Jonathan invited him to come forward. He was looking forward to seeing how Barbara's competitor would respond to such high blender speeds, as it seemed incredibly difficult to surpass them. William was delighted with his mother's performance and told her that she was great and he was proud of her. Christopher, having an ace up his sleeve, decided to start his presentation in an unconventional way to immediately attract the audience's attention. He honestly admitted that the competitor's product is impressive, and their blender cannot compare with it in anything, including cutting ability. However, in addition to cutting ability, other important parameters must be taken into account when producing household appliances. Out of the blue, he asked Jonathan if he liked baseball and how long it had been since he had been to a similar sporting event. Christopher suggested that Jonathan must know that a pitcher who throws a fastball is not always a good or useful player for the team. After all, first of all, the athlete must have good control over the ball, regardless of the speed of his serve. The same applies to Barbara's presentation, which focuses only on high speed, forgetting about the safety of the device itself. He claimed that Barbara had no idea how the device actually worked, or the danger posed by the blade's incredible speed. Barbara responded indignantly that Christopher's comparisons were far-fetched, and that the blender posed no threat to consumers. But Christopher cut her off, saying that a pitcher with poor ball control on the field is not a good player, but a potential threat. And this comparison is perfect for the new blender from competitors, which is also capable of injuring users right during cooking. Justin watched the presentation closely and understood that Christopher was about to show everyone their main secret, which they had been preparing all last week especially for this day. The room became noisy, and everyone began to discuss Christopher's words, but Jonathan asked to give the floor to the speaker and to speak in turn. Finally, a blender from a little-known company that had only been on the market for a short time appeared on the screen, and its rotation speed was the same as Barbara's model. But there was one important nuance: production of this model was stopped almost immediately, and sales failed miserably due to a loud scandal. And most importantly, Barbara's company knew about this scandal, but still stole the blender design and used this technology in their new development. After all, just recently, the day before, Justin conducted a small investigation and learned all the details of the scandal, after which the production of the blender was closed. It all started with the fact that the company that invented this technology released a new blender model every 5 months, and now more than 3 years have passed, and the model range has not been updated. Taking the documents in his hands, Christopher realized that a new product should have been released during this time, but for some reason the model range was never expanded. Justin also noted that the company changed the name of its blender, as if afraid of comparisons with the unsuccessful blender that was discontinued. While searching for an answer to this question, he came across an interesting article from a small media company. The last article from this company was published a few months ago, and according to their website, they have also gone out of business. The content of the article immediately revealed its advertising nature, and it was clear that it was written to order and paid for by the advertiser. Of course, no large company will order an article from a dubious publication, but will turn directly to a well-known newspaper to emphasize the importance of its brand and authority. However, Justin was only able to find this article through an internet search, meaning that all other articles, if there were any, were deleted. The only thing we were able to find out for sure was the rotation speed of that unsuccessful blender, which was 20,000 revolutions per minute, the same as the new competitor's model. Christopher again used the baseball example, and compared this approach to a situation where a strong rookie is taken on a team, and then immediately demoted to the second team. The manager asked again whether it was possible to do this if the new player was serving the ball poorly. Christopher corrected him, because a bad serve is a throw that is too sharp, which can even be fatal if the ball hits the head instead of the hands. Realizing what Christopher was getting at, Barbara demanded that he immediately shut up and stop advertising his products under the guise of this absurd investigation. But this investigation had real witnesses, and a member of the affected family was invited to the presentation, who had something to tell. Justin suddenly appeared at the entrance to the hall and reached for the door handle to let in an important witness. When he opened the door, he saw the man who knew better than anyone the danger of a blender that had not passed safety inspection. Barbara immediately recognized this old man, about whom she had kept silent all this time and tried not to remember that terrible scandal in his kitchen. William immediately understood why this man was invited to the presentation hall, and asked his mother to urgently come up with something before their project failed. Finally, the old man stood before the audience and everyone looked at him attentively, waiting for his words. It was very difficult for him, but he still agreed to speak at the presentation and talk about the incident in which he lost his wife due to a faulty blender. Christopher knew how hard it was for him, but he still asked to say a few words and clarify the situation. The old man began by saying that he had been suffering from diabetes for a long time, so his wife had been making smoothies for him all his life. That unfortunate day was no exception, and having bought a new blender at an attractive price, the woman was making smoothies in the kitchen. But the next second after the blender was turned on, it began to shake terribly and make loud sounds. And then it exploded right on the kitchen table, and the poor woman didn't even have time to move away. The blender blade flew out of the body and hit the owner directly, cutting her throat and killing her on the spot. And right now the old man was holding in his hands the very same sweater that his wife was wearing that day. Barbara couldn't help but say that the man had been paid a lot of money to keep quiet and asked why he was speaking now. But the old man did not spend the money and accepted it only because of the endless persuasion of Barbara, who did not give him any peace. Could he possibly use the gifts of these cynical people who valued his wife's life and money? She spent her entire life caring for her sick husband, but ultimately died before him. Suddenly, William rushed at the old man with his fists and accused him of taking the money that was paid to him for a reason. Then the guy reached into his jacket pocket and did something that he shouldn't have done in his position. He took all the bills out of his pocket and threw them in the face of his inconsolable husband, ordering him to get out. Justin couldn't stand this behavior and rushed to the presentation board to stop this mess. He pushed William in the back because he was already getting too carried away. The young man fell. He was not prepared for this and did not expect that someone would dare to touch him. After all this, Justin was ready to strangle William, and only a second separated him from this decision. Of course, seeing this, Barbara rushed to her son's aid and demanded that Justin leave. She wanted to hit him in the face because no one had ever dared to touch her only child. But Justin deftly intercepted her hand because he knew perfectly well that the truth was on his side, and these people did not deserve respect. He stated that Barbara had killed 2 people because the old man would be morally destroyed for the rest of his life after losing his wife. Barbara couldn't believe that this young man dared to accuse her of murder and breach of security measures. Jonathan, tired of these hysterics, demanded that Barbara stop this circus and leave their office. Now he realized that he had been deceived by this woman's accomplices and decided to no longer finance their new product. After these words, Barbara's patience snapped, and she decided to tell Jonathan everything she thought about him. She accused him of having his decision rigged and paid for by competitors who were vying with them for the Chinese market. Jonathan was astonished by such an impudent and groundless accusation, which was dictated only by the envy of this insidious woman. Barbara did not relent and continued to accuse him of corruption and collusion with another company, claiming that he had staged this whole circus for his own benefit. William, pretending to be the victim, began to beg his mother to call an ambulance, saying that Justin had hit him very hard. Of course, Justin understood what these people were up to, but he was ready to fight to the end for leadership in this situation. After the heated presentation, Justin, Christopher, and their new friend went to a quiet, cozy place to talk calmly. While pouring drinks, the man complained that high-ranking officials had lost all shame and were ready to do anything for money. However, life rarely goes according to plan, and this unfortunate man knew this better than anyone. Thanks to the presentation, he was able to express everything he thought about the people responsible for his wife's death. Christopher offered him another drink and apologized for Barbara being much more confrontational than they had expected. The old man was glad that he was able to see the culprits of his tragedy and prevent them from harming other people. At the end of the conversation, the friends clinked glasses, realizing that this day, the day of their common victory, would be remembered for a long time. The next day, Justin had a meeting with Michael, who wanted to thank him. Michael gave Justin 500 shares of his company and gave him a bonus equal to 2 months' salary. He said Justin was the reason the deal happened and would help the company grow in the long term. Justin accepted the gift so as not to offend Michael, who had already refused his generosity once. The only problem was that this day was the last working day of their new employee, to whom everyone had already become attached. However, according to Christopher, Justin will be successful everywhere, because any manager will appreciate his talent for business. Justin thanked everyone for their kind words and said that he was happy to work under the leadership of such wonderful people. After that, he went out on the street for the first time in several months as an unemployed student, because now he had to focus on his studies and the affairs of the Entrepreneurs Club. Justin decided to hold on to the donated shares for now and use them as a financial safety net. Besides, the connections he made in the company could be worth far more than 500 shares in the future. After finishing work at Michael's company, the second semester began, and now the main thing was preparing for exams, which, as always, sneak up on you unnoticed. Pierre, sitting with him on a bench in the park, advised his friend to drop by the university and get a mark of attendance, without putting it off for later. Suddenly, Michael's phone rang, and on the line was a representative of a well-known company, the name of which was familiar to every young businessman. Justin didn't understand at first why such a large company was interested in him, and what they wanted to offer him. The office of this company was the most famous and expensive high-rise building in the city center, because the company's turnover was comparable to the budget of a city with a population of 1 million. To attract even more customers, the company has teamed up with an influential organization, and now its capabilities have become truly limitless. The chairman of this company was one of the founders of the Entrepreneurs Club that Justin was a member of, and it was he who arranged this call. This man was a typical representative of the golden youth who inherited a big business from his father. A company representative said that they are ready to provide Justin's team with $100 million in investment in exchange for a new startup. Justin, of course, immediately agreed and promised to provide materials for the startup in the near future. Seeing his friend's enthusiastic mood, Pierre asked who had called and what proposal they were talking about. He was extremely surprised when Justin told him that he had been offered $100 million for the startup and the money would be deposited into the account that evening. Justin immediately asked his team members to gather in their regular office to discuss the call. Now the young people had to put everything else aside and focus on the startup in order to justify the trust placed in them. Of course, it's hard to come up with something worthwhile in a short period of time. But with that amount of investment, they simply had to come up with a great, profitable startup. The only thing that bothered Andrew was that all they were asked to do was come up with an idea, but nothing was said about implementing the project. Justin suggested that his friends start by developing a project to improve the corporate image of the investing company. He explained that the representative's request seemed too simple for such a large sum. And then he recalled the recent scandal within the company, which seriously damaged its reputation and made it into all the newspapers. The scandal erupted because the chairman's son insulted and hit his secretary, who was much older than him. This incident seriously damaged the image of the entire business group, and this is probably why they decided to support the student club in order to improve their rating. Linda supported the idea and suggested holding a meeting to discuss together how to improve the reputation of their new partner. Justin was pleased that after a long break, the team did not lose their enthusiasm and quickly got down to business. On this day, classes began after the holidays, and all the students were sitting in their seats, ready to take notes from the new lecture. Suddenly, Kevin handed his friend a fresh copy of the university newspaper, and it was clear from his face that the news he read there was shocking. Justin, having read the news, could not believe his eyes, because the journalist called the investment of $100 million another discrimination. Justin's team had never worked with other clubs, so such a brazen headline on the front page of the weekly newspaper surprised everyone. Kevin agreed, because the company acted quite normally, and many large companies help start up businessmen, including this assistance in their planned expenses. Justin understood that the article in the newspaper was just a continuation of someone's intrigues against him and his team, but all that remained was to find out who they had interfered with. It seemed that this process had already begun, because the surrounding students began to look askance at the guys, as if suspecting them of something bad. The atmosphere in the audience became tense, and those who had already read the article kept their eyes on the two guys. After class, the entire company gathered in the club's office to discuss the news about the article. Andrew wondered which of his competitors might have ordered this article and why they were so angry. Perhaps the reason is banal envy, because their team suddenly had a rich investor ready to invest huge amounts of money in their startup. Linda recalled a recent corruption scandal at the university, and suggested that it might have something to do with the article. As Justin had predicted, Linda had excellent intuition and was much more experienced than the other girls in her class. After all, a few days ago an incident actually occurred in the student council, and some team leaders were accused of corruption. When choosing a supplier of equipment for the annual festival, the student council received a bribe from an unknown company, and this information was leaked to journalists. It turned out that this scheme worked regularly, and of course all participants received their share of the difference in the cost of the equipment. The students were outraged and demanded the resignation of the student council leadership, although not all of the leaders were involved in this story. Moreover, the newspaper's editor-in-chief had recently changed, and he turned out to be a classmate of the student council president, and this no longer seemed like a simple coincidence. Even Justin didn't know about this and was surprised that Andrew had connections that allowed him to obtain such information. Justin believed that this was someone trying to distract the students from the problems in the student council by raising a fuss about their club. Linda interrupted him, saying that the main thing now was the startup, in which a lot of money had already been invested, and they had no time to be distracted by extraneous matters. Justin disagreed. He believed that the article was just the beginning of a bigger game, the purpose of which they had yet to figure out. He expected the worst, and assumed that there was a third party involved in this matter, provoking a scandal in their club. Meanwhile, in one of the offices, two guys who were involved in the conflict were developing their plan. Edward was puzzled why they had not been able to agree on cooperation with a small club with less than 5 people. His friend Patrick believed that the head of the club simply did not trust them and was pretending to be a fool. Suddenly, Edward remembered that the head of the club was not very good at skateboarding, but he really loved this entertainment and decided to bribe him, offering something like a bribe. He asked a friend to get an expensive board, for example, made of nutmeg, and present it as a gift to the avid skater. The question remained, where to get the money for such an expensive board, and Patrick honestly said that their budget was not designed for such expenses. This would immediately create problems with accounting, and they did not have any additional funds. Edward got angry and said that now was not the time to think about trifles, because before they were kicked out, they urgently needed to come up with something. Leaning towards Patrick, Edward sternly warned them that they were in for a big win, and that such small expenses were completely normal. Patrick realized that there was no point in arguing and agreed to find money for this hidden bribe. After leaving the office, Patrick began to think about where to get money and from whom he could borrow the required amount. Meanwhile, Edward quickly dialed a familiar number on the phone to make an important call. A young man answered on the other end of the line, and Edward dryly informed him that it was time to act. The journalist asked again whether it was possible to publish the next article tomorrow morning. Edward replied that this was exactly what he was expecting, since the first article had produced the desired effect, and he was counting on the same effect from the new one. The next day, an emergency meeting was held again in the team's office to discuss yet another provocative article by the young journalist. Andrew threw the newspaper on the table in a rage, because the journalist did not calm down and continued to write his talentless articles. The article proposed limiting external funding for clubs and distributing the money saved among all teams. Justin realized that this was the perfect bribe that the student council could offer to the club leaders, becoming a kind of lifeline for them. Andrew said that the entire student council leadership, including the president, must resign, otherwise a scandal cannot be avoided. Justin agreed, since the clubs would simply help the student council leadership keep their positions in exchange for funding. Justin's phone suddenly rang and he quickly answered an important call. Linda called. She was near the university and saw an announcement near the student council office. She read the first lines of the announcement, which accused their club of disrupting the entire campus. Moreover, the announcement was published in the name of the Joint Committee of Clubs, which gave it weight and was sure to convince the majority of students. It seemed that the student council had persuaded the club leaders, and even those who had previously communicated with Linda now refused to talk to her. Justin realized that the conspirators behind this whole story were finally beginning to reveal themselves. 40 minutes later, the lecture began, and the teacher carefully looked through the textbook before the start of the lesson. Suddenly, he turned to the audience and asked if any of the students were members of that very entrepreneurs club that was being talked about so much. Justin immediately raised his hand and stated that he was one of the main members of this team. The teacher wanted to ask with a smile whether it was difficult to be under such serious pressure from society. The guy's answer may have sounded a little presumptuous, but it was important for Justin to hear the opinions of the students around him first. Several sensational articles were published in the university newspaper, but all of them had weak arguments and did not contain the evidence promised by the author. The teacher asked students who wanted to speak on the matter to raise their hands. This loud scandal, which affected the entire university, demanded attention, but for some reason the students remained silent. Finally, the bravest student raised his hand and said that one club, unlike the others, received special treatment. The teacher asked the student to explain his position in more detail so that all the other students could understand it. The student stated that Justin's team was getting too much outside support, which raised questions from everyone else. The teacher asked Justin to comment on this opinion, but Justin declined to comment, realizing that this was not just someone's opinion, but the position of one of his team's main competitors. Suddenly, a girl sitting behind Justin asked to speak and stated that the rival team was doing nothing for the university. In her opinion, these guys care more about their belonging to the club than about the development of the university. It seemed like she had mixed up her priorities, because the club should receive support from the university, and not the other way around. Once again, a student spoke out, proposing to limit external support for teams. Justin realized that these losers were simply jealous of the funding his team had managed to attract. They certainly didn't like the fact that Justin's team had gotten ahead and was attracting all the attention, overshadowing the other entrepreneur clubs. Unable to bear it, Pierre jumped up and demanded that they stop discrediting the team that his friend had created. Justin tried to calm down the angry Pierre, seeing how he was shaking with anger and ready to say too much. Pierre turned sharply and walked out of the auditorium, filled with envy and anger from lagging students. Seeing his usually calm friend lose his temper, Justin understood and shared his feelings. Once outside, the friends sat down on a bench and Justin asked Pierre why he left the classroom. Instead of answering, Pierre suddenly asked if Justin had studied at the old school near the place where they first met. This question seemed strange to Justin. He had never told anyone about this school and did not understand how Pierre knew about it. Then Pierre recalled how Justin stood up for him in the alley, because he would always remember that day and the help they gave him. Justin remembered Pierre's words about him transferring to another school and not going to sick the police on the bullies. Oddly enough, Justin had completely forgotten about these words, and they probably seemed insignificant to him at the time. What bothered Justin the most was that he forgot to ask the name of his future friend. Pierre admitted that from that day on he looked up to Justin and tried to imitate him in everything. It was the pure truth, said not for consolation, but so that the boy knew about Pierre's true feelings. Leaving the auditorium today reminded him that he hadn't changed, and was once again leaving Justin alone to deal with the problem. Justin patted Pierre on the shoulder and said that simply saying something wouldn't have changed anything anyway, and advised him to relax. The main revelation was Pierre's admission that he was the son of Michael, whom Justin had once given first aid to during a football broadcast, and who later began to help him. Pierre was Michael's illegitimate son from his mistress, whom he carefully hid from everyone. Now Justin understood why Michael had singled out this guy from the first year, knowing about his background. It was difficult to admit this, but Pierre apologized for not telling about it earlier. Perhaps that is why he felt awkward all this time. But his friends supported him and advised him not to worry about his background. Pierre said that he never communicated personally with Michael, although he always sent him money, which he, however, did not need. Justin felt sorry for his friend and tried to support him and smile to lift his spirits. Hearing this news about his friend's father, Kevin even spat out his soda in surprise. Yes, he expected anything, but not that his closest friend would turn out to be the son of an influential businessman. This was surprising, because Pierre did not reveal his origins in any way, and nothing hinted at his connection with Mr. Michael. However, they did not come to Kevin to discuss this news. They had something completely different to do. Soon, the 5 core members of the team gathered in their office to discuss the latest events. Kevin completed the task and gathered information about the man who was spreading dirty rumors about their club around the university. In front of them lay a printout of information about the newspaper's editor-in-chief, which Kevin had received from seniors in the literature department. All the senior students spoke well of the editor-in-chief. None of them had any conflicts with him or could say anything bad. On the other hand, the editor-in-chief loved to drink, and perhaps that is why many of the seniors who spent time with him had only good memories. Suddenly they remembered the story of one grandmother who often drank, remembering her difficult youth. One of the seniors told Kevin that this grandmother was the mother of the editor-in-chief of the university newspaper. Upon learning of this, Justin immediately came up with an action to restore the reputation of a large company that agreed to allocate them $100 million for a startup. At the same time, Edward was calmly having breakfast in his office, not expecting anything bad. But Patrick burst into the office shouting, declaring that he had shocking news for him. He brought a newspaper, on the front page of which was a surprising piece of news for both guys about Justin's club. But Edward, as if he had not heard his partner's words, was looking forward to reading the pleasant news that would make his breakfast even tastier. After all, he had been friends with the editor-in-chief of this newspaper for a long time, and he, of course, would not write something he did not like. Imagine his surprise when, instead of an exposé, he saw only laudatory reviews of his rival's company. At the same time, Andrew loudly announced to his friends about Mr. Michael's imminent arrival in their office. And indeed, a few minutes later, the loud clatter of men's heels was heard, and everyone, holding their breath, prepared to meet their main investor. Andrew bowed low to Michael, welcoming him warmly into his modest office. But the man asked him to dispense with unnecessary ceremony. Entering the office, he saw 2 rows of students who bowed low in greeting and awaited his further instructions. But Michael repeated once again that he was not the leader of the gang, and there was no need to be so zealous with bows. And only Justin understood that this was not just an investor, but Pierre's father, whom they had never met before. Michael thanked everyone for the warm welcome and praised the guys for their excellent work. Yes, he was behaving completely differently now than he had on the day when he had to publicly apologize for the incident with his illegitimate son. Michael immediately asked Andrew if he was the one behind the startup idea the guys had implemented earlier in the week. The guy had already prepared an answer in advance, and said that Justin and his closest friend Pierre made the greatest contribution to the project. Then he winked discreetly at his friend, letting him know that he had already anticipated the reaction they wanted from Michael. Andrew added that the idea for the project came from Justin, and Pierre took on all the organizational part. Justin was worried about his friend, because at the age of 20, he was meeting his father for the first time, who had previously only sent him money. It was hard to imagine what young Pierre felt at that moment, and Michael perhaps had a hard time too. He probably wanted to tell his son a lot of things, and they would soon have that opportunity. It was today that he could tell his son the most sincere words that he could not say before due to various circumstances. If it were possible to do it right now, he would probably thank his son for his work and his enormous contribution to the common cause. However, first of all, Michael thanked the group's senior curator Andrew, because now, after the completion of the grandiose project, Michael could breathe a sigh of relief. In addition, the guys were able to make a significant contribution to society, and not just make money, forgetting about principles. By the way, the man was interested in how the young guy came up with such a brilliant idea. But Justin couldn't say that he had seen a similar project in the past, because no one would believe him, taking it as a joke. Therefore, he replied that he had thought for a long time about how to implement a project that would be truly useful to society and would bring the desired income. He had long been fascinated by the idea that money could be earned through good deeds, and not just for selfish reasons. Not long before, while still discussing this idea, Justin tried to explain its essence to his friends. He stated outright that the entire investment of 100 million could be spent on props for their new campaign, leaving nothing left of that amount. He proposed that all profits from the sales of these props be sent to support women who suffered during the Japanese occupation. This idea interested Andrew very much, and he realized that his young friend was even smarter than he thought. The question then arose as to who would be the first recipient of this aid from among all the women who survived those terrible times. Justin already had an answer ready, and without hesitation he said that the first one would be the grandmother of the editor-in-chief of the university newspaper. Of course, after such a beautiful gesture, the editor-in-chief immediately published this news on the front page of his newspaper as a sign of gratitude. All the guys were glad that even the university newspaper did not stand aside, and the article was widely distributed in all daily publications. Now it will be difficult for the university newspaper to get close to Justin's team and start denigrating their close-knit group again. But Justin understood that this was not the end of their relationship with their main competitor, and they had to prepare for the next blow. Then Linda asked what prophecy the guy would utter this time, since he had calculated everything in advance. The guy replied that they had already made their move, and now all that was left was to wait for the competitor's response. Meanwhile, Edward approached the university stand, and what he saw made him radically reconsider his approach to the matter. After all, the article published on the stand described the actions of the rival club in the warmest words, and presented its enemies in the best light. Out of anger, the guy tore off the piece of paper with the printed text, unable to bear to watch his defeat. Realizing that he was dealing with intelligent opponents, Edward vowed to act much more harshly. When Edward returned to his office, the same unpleasant news awaited him, but with much more serious consequences. Patrick reported that the club's leaders had returned all the gifts that the student council had used to negotiate secret deals with them. The guy was beside himself with anger, realizing that all his former comrades had defected to Justin's side, wanting to avoid the upcoming scandals. In addition, the student council received a notice that all its members must urgently attend a meeting of the ethics committee. It became clear that the bracelets that Justin's club had issued with sponsorship money had won over all the students at the university to their side, and that the current composition of the student council would soon come to an end. Suddenly, Edward had a new idea, and ordered Patrick to immediately bring the cart they usually used to deliver alcohol to the university offices. And he himself rushed to the meeting, which was about to begin, risking being late and missing the most important thing. At the appointed time, the meeting began, and all its participants gathered in a spacious office. Andrew immediately announced that they had ironclad evidence linking the student council to illegal earnings. Moreover, the student council president has not yet shown up, and it seems he has nothing to refute this evidence with. At that moment, Edward burst into the office and declared that he did not intend to sit out the matter. For some reason, he brought with him a cart full of bottles of expensive elite alcohol. Andrew couldn't believe that Edward would stage this circus and bring back the very alcohol that the club leaders had returned to him. He placed a heavy wooden tray on the table, and the crash echoed throughout the office. Then, with a sly smile, he advised everyone to accept his gifts, even if someone prevented them from doing so. Andrew reminded that the expensive alcohol was not just a gift, but a bribe that Edward offered to the club leaders. In response, Edward stated that the student council and the club leaders had long been connected, and that this connection could no longer be broken. Unable to bear such impudence, the editor-in-chief of the university newspaper stood up and demanded that this farce be stopped. Edward could forgive a lot, but not the betrayal of the editor-in-chief, with whom he had worked and been friends for many years. He said that he would never forgive him for this, and would drag him down with him if necessary. The editor-in-chief objected that Edward was not himself, and suggested ending this pointless argument that had reached a dead end. Edward countered that Justin's team had pleased his grandmother, and that was why the editor-in-chief had so quickly defected to his former enemies. However, it was well known that this group of entrepreneurs had done great and important work for the benefit of all university communities. Then the guy asked if they should be respected just for producing useless bracelets that only waste the budget. After these words, no one could look at Edward calmly, and the guy risked getting into trouble. He already realized that he had said too much, especially when all the members of the student council gathered around him. Andrew called on his colleagues not to listen to this nonsense and demanded the resignation of the entire student council, including the president. He also proposed to immediately assemble an election committee and elect a new head of the student council who is not involved in these dirty deeds. A few minutes later, all the participants in the meeting dropped their ballots into the ballot box, and Andrew counted the votes. In the end, everyone unanimously voted for the resignation of the student council, and no one objected to this decision. Thus, all members of the student council were removed from their positions, making room for new leaders who were not tainted by corruption. Soon the scandal died down, and bright sunshine appeared on the horizon, giving everyone hope for the best. The Senior Bracelet Project not only raised the profile of Justin's team, but also the prestige of the university as a whole, changing the way students thought about their club. Moreover, The investor company created a subsidiary company to work in the social sphere, taking Justin's team's developments as a basis. The heroes, of course, had more work, but they were happy to cooperate with such a large company, anticipating future successes. Justin suggested that his colleagues focus on working together with this subsidiary, paying special attention to it for the first 6 months. Eventually, the company's production grew so much that it had to build 3 new factories. After meeting with Michael, Justin once again thanked him for his excellent work and expressed hope for a long and fruitful cooperation. He extended his hand, clearly inspired by his friend's father's approach to work. Michael was also pleased to meet them, but noted that his employees were complaining about the large volume of work. In recent days, he even had to spend the night at work, as he received an urgent order, including from the Ministry of Health. When the workday ended, Justin took a fresh look at his life, comparing the present with the past. He realized that the social project they had implemented was the best thing he could bring from his past life. Perhaps it was the emergence of social entrepreneurship, which had previously received little attention, that led to his return to life after clinical death. Justin's path was not easy, but he was determined to make his personal success the success of everyone who chooses this path. The Entrepreneurs Club's holiday party was supposed to take place soon. Andrew warned Justin that there would be awards being presented at the party, the main one being the prize for the Best Young Entrepreneur of the Year. He also said that Justin has already been nominated for the award, and that he might soon be taking the stage. Justin, despite his achievements over the past year, was surprised by the news. He found it strange that such a prestigious award could be given to a first-year student who had been a member of the club for less than a year. But Andrew was sure that Justin deserved the award the most, and advised him to wear a nice suit to the ceremony. Justin thanked his friend for the information and promised to work on his appearance before the ceremony. Soon Justin, dressed in his finest suit, was waiting in the auditorium for his turn. However, he was not in a festive mood, and Kevin tried to cheer him up by saying that today was his day. Pierre added that in addition to the statuette, Justin would also receive a large cash prize, which should have improved his mood. This was perhaps the best motivation, after which Justin smiled and began to eagerly await the announcement of the results. Although it was too early to rejoice over money that he had not yet received, because they might not give him anything. Finally, the host came out on stage and announced into the microphone the beginning of the awards ceremony. He first invited an influential member of the club, who was named an honorary member for his contribution to the development of young entrepreneurs. The strength of the club was that the award was given to the person who had donated the most of his personal funds. The chairman, receiving flowers from a young colleague, truly deserved the award due to his large annual donations to support the university. Kevin was amazed to learn that the chairman had donated a whopping $30 million this year. The chairman thanked the students for the award and promised to increase funding for the club. The room froze in anticipation of who would become the youngest finalist this year, as the chairman prepared to announce the next nomination. With a smile, he announced the award for the brightest young participant of the past year. To the horror of the boys, another name was called, and Justin, remaining in his place, together with his friend, understood that their efforts in choosing holiday costumes were in vain. Justin was supposed to be on stage, but the chairman named another winner. He began to talk about how this young man had been actively involved in public life all year, and had defended social values, and therefore was worthy of the highest award. Justin, although not envious, did not understand how the chairman could say such a thing. It seemed he had spoken his thoughts out loud, and Kevin asked him to keep his voice down, or his true opinion would be known to all the guests in the room. Pierre, worried about his friend, heard from Justin that he was not upset and did not need consolation. Justin decided that it was better not to receive the award at all, so as not to arouse the envy of his classmates. Justin went out for a smoke and tried to understand the reason for the strange results of the competition. He suggested that there was some hidden group operating within the club, plotting against him. Suddenly, Linda told him about a strange tradition among the members of the Entrepreneurs Club, according to which each of them drank a case of soju every month. The essence of the tradition was that each participant drank a bottle of soju a day, thus emptying the box within a month. But the most important thing was that some members of this company had influential connections, and when united, they gained great power. They were all connected by common dark deeds, and no one could just leave this group. This forced both young and old participants to become submissive performers and continue to participate in dubious affairs without daring to object. Linda suspected that the chairman was also a member of this closed group, since she often saw him in the company of members she knew. Justin asked if the chairman could have his own group that he leads. Linda replied that this was quite possible, given that the chairman was involved in student scholarship issues, which could be to his advantage. Linda decided to share the secret with Justin because, as a scholarship recipient of this program, she knew much more than it seemed at first glance. She immediately clarified that she had not deceived anyone, but there had been no reason to talk about it with friends before. Linda explained that in every student club, seniors form groups and compete for influence with each other, and their club was no exception. In the process of competition, People establish personal connections that over time develop into groups, and this cannot be avoided. Linda told Justin that she thought he deserved the award, but that he probably wouldn't be able to win it. Justin wasn't so obsessed with the award because he was always concerned with other things. But Linda, knowing Justin, understood that he would not leave this situation unattended. In any case, Justin was not alone, and his entire team, including Linda, was ready to support him. Justin casually asked Linda about her readiness to support him in any matters. Angrily, Linda reminded him of his recent refusal to have an intimate relationship, and that he had suddenly started flirting and asking such questions. Justin himself should have understood that Linda would always be on his side and would never support his rivals. Of course, she did not forget about the close relationship that had connected them quite recently, and that still remained. Justin suddenly stood up and admitted that he felt better after hearing everything. On the contrary, he felt a surge of strength, and the fact that he was not given a reward only motivated him to move on. Linda always admired Justin's fighting spirit and missed his ability to energize those around him. Returning home, the guy took off the suit he had been wearing all day, and realized that he had spent so long choosing it. He lay down on the bed and just wanted to fall asleep. But one thought wouldn't give him any peace. He remembered Ronald, who had previously worked for a competitor's company, and tried to understand his current goals. If Ronald was a member of one of the groups Linda was talking about, then he most likely worked under the chairman in his past life. However, it didn't matter now. Justin needed to get some sleep, and in a week he was going to go to the army. A week later, early in the morning, all of Justin's close friends gathered in the square to see him off. Pierre and Linda held up signs with messages of encouragement, while Justin could barely hold back his tears. Kevin hugged his friend, because for the next 2 years he would not have the opportunity to see and hear his fiery speeches. Smiling, Justin reminded Kevin that the same thing was waiting for him in a month, so he shouldn't flatter himself. Pierre chose alternative civilian service and will never know what it's like to sleep in the same barracks with an entire regiment of soldiers. Suddenly a man appeared next to them, apologizing for his lateness, which everyone had been waiting for so long. It was Frank, running as fast as he could towards the square, worried that he wouldn't have time to say goodbye to Justin. The guys were also very happy that Frank, who was always late for all events, still managed to come to one of the most important events of the day. Kevin quietly informed Lindy that this guy was a mutual friend of theirs from high school, who also happened to be the head of the sports department in the school student council. Justin was eager to find out if Frank had gotten into the university he had been working so hard to prepare for. Judging by Frank's smile, he succeeded, as he was recently accepted into the physical education department of a prestigious university. This meant that they were now friends not only at school, but also at the university where Justin was a senior. This success could easily be attributed to Justin, who guided and helped Frank from the very beginning. However, the guy immediately stated that he had done very little, and that the main contribution to his admission was made by Frank himself. Linda also wanted to meet Frank, and having given her name, she extended her hand to him as a sign of friendship. She mentioned that she was in the same startup club with Justin, and was studying management at the same university. Placing a friendly hand on Frank's shoulder, Justin invited him to join their entrepreneurs club, confident of his success. In any case, Justin was ready to support Frank, and his team could help him adapt to the club over the next 2 years. Suddenly everyone turned towards the center of the square, where the start of the military enlistment ceremony was being announced. From that moment on, all the servicemen had to gather on the parade ground, and Justin realized that he would be spending 2 years in the army for the second time in his life. Soon he found himself in an army unit, and a few days later America launched an airstrike on Iraq, and the news became known to everyone. After this, the American president addressed the nation on television and announced the start of the war. An American missile wreaked havoc in Baghdad, and Justin realized that the tragedy he experienced in his past life was repeating itself. One of the officers, realizing that a serious mess had begun, suggested that if their army went to Iraq, it would be defeated there. The senior officer turned to Private Justin with a very important question, which he had already asked other private soldiers. He asked what the guy would do if he found himself in a barracks that was hit by an American missile, and Justin answered without hesitation that he would first of all save his corporal. The senior officer laughed at such a bold answer, but warned that at such a moment Justin would think only of his own life. But he was wrong in judging all people by himself, for the young fellow was not as cowardly as this senior officer. About 6 months later, Justin and his unit, which included several tanks and 1 military helicopter, arrived at a military base. On this hot sunny day, the general called his most active recruit to him, and at that moment, Justin was knocking on the door of his office. The general said loudly that he had no hearing problems, and that he had been asking Justin to open the door for a long time. Hearing this, the boy quickly opened the door and saluted the general, waiting for his orders. Today the officer was in a good mood and invited the guy to sit down and have some tea. He reminded Justin that he could be more relaxed, and not have to be so tense every time he entered the office. The general began to warmly praise Justin for his success in the operation to establish communications with the locals. But Justin replied that he was simply doing his job. The general then stated directly that the Ministry of Defense had sent him an excellent soldier, and that he would soon like to present Private Justin for an award. At first, Justin thought he had misheard, but he had to accept that it was true. The general said that the private had made a huge contribution to the common cause, and any soldier in his place would be happy to receive such an award. However, Justin believed that many in his department worked much harder and were more deserving of this prestigious award. The general did not understand how one could refuse an award if it was awarded by the ministry itself, and even the authorities agreed with this decision. Justin continued to insist that he did not deserve such an award, since he was new to the service and did not have the necessary competence and experience. He was indeed unqualified, but the general had a special reason for his decision. And since the guy was so eager for justice, the officer decided to tell him the secret. He recalled that Mr. Michael, the chairman of the ministry, had long been interested in Justin's successes in the army. He recently called the general personally and asked for one small but important favor. He ordered that Justin be given special attention, and that he be nominated for an award at the appropriate opportunity. While the general was thinking about what award to give to Justin, he had already managed to prove himself and help the general out. After all, Justin not only came up with a great idea for a new military operation, but also personally implemented it, proving its effectiveness. Therefore, it could not be said that he did not deserve the award, and anyone in his place would have accepted it without hesitation. After this long explanation, Justin thanked the general for his trust, but still refused the award, wanting to simply continue serving. Unable to bear it any longer, the general slammed his fist on the table, trying to understand why the private was refusing the award. After all, it was a personal request from the chairman and the general himself, and refusal would have been tantamount to disrespect for his superiors. It was a difficult moment for Justin, as he had to gently refuse the award without incurring the wrath of his superiors. Realizing that the private was adamant, the general gritted his teeth and ordered him to leave, since there were no more questions for him. After saluting, Justin hurried out of the office to avoid incurring even more wrath. As he approached the exit, he suddenly realized that he had made the right decision to refuse this award. The chairman planned to reward Justin with a promotion, but he knew that such favor from the management would come at a high price. He knew that even the kindest people had their own ulterior motives, and his agreement could lead to problems for him in the future. Therefore, his refusal was completely justified, especially since Justin really believed that the other soldiers in his unit also deserved a promotion. The burden Mr. Michael wanted to place on Justin might have been too much for the boy to bear. After leaving the office, the general immediately called his old friend to tell him everything in person. Of course, it was Mr. Michael who wasted no time in asking about the soldier's reaction to the award. The general replied with a smile that the guy turned out to be even more interesting than he had assumed when he refused the award. This tough guy was as unshakable as a rock, and now the general was convinced that he could be completely trusted. Although the future was unknown at the moment, in Michael's opinion, Justin was on the side of good. It was unclear whether he was driven by a heightened sense of justice or a brilliant mind, but the general hoped for the latter. One way or another, the young man passed with honor the test arranged by the general just a few minutes ago. For such a brilliant job, Mr. Michael promised to buy the general a drink at their next meeting and suggested calling him later. After finishing the conversation, Michael, standing in his luxurious office, looked at the night city and realized a simple truth. He realized that Justin was so good that he could become the most valuable person in his business empire in the future. In the end, the general awarded the entire division in which Justin served, and the guy himself also received a modest award. The award wasn't as impressive as the one from the Department of Defense, so Justin accepted it without hesitation. 4 months later, Justin's military service was over, and he was ready to taste freedom and meet his friends. It seemed to him that the service lasted forever, although in fact only 2 years had passed. On the very first day after demobilization, Justin went to his office, where his team of entrepreneurs usually held meetings. They say that mountains and rivers change every 10 years, but Justin felt like his university had changed a lot in just 2 years. During his time in the military, there were major changes in the business world that forced him to reconsider his views on many things. Before heading into his team's office, Justin decided to have a cold beer and enjoy the freedom. But then Linda appeared from behind and laughed and gave him a friendly slap on the back of the head. Unaware of the spilled beer on her friend's sweater, Linda said that they had accumulated a lot of work during Justin's absence. Justin just got back from the army yesterday, and Linda is already talking about work as if he's been slacking off all this time. But he had a big responsibility to take on, as their Entrepreneurs Club had recently started working with a major charity. Justin was a little upset that the guys loaded him with work without even giving him a couple of weeks to rest. That same evening, Linda raised a glass of beer and proposed to drink to the return of their leader. She then offered to appoint Justin to the position of club chairman, which he had long deserved. Kevin supported this idea, because apart from Justin, No one could claim the post of chairman, and it was unlikely that he would have worthy competitors. At that moment, Frank, who had also joined the club after Justin left for the army, came over and poured him another beer. He, like everyone else, had high hopes for Justin and would have definitely voted for him in the club chairman elections. Linda cheerfully announced that the audience was filled with students receiving scholarships from the company that was their team's main investor, which increased Justin's chances of winning. But the rival group will also put forward its own candidate who will try to stop the guy. Their advantage was the larger number of participants, so it was important to attract as many students to their side as possible. However, Justin was considered the strongest candidate, and this opinion was shared even by other teams. Linda admitted that Mr. Michael personally supports this initiative, and Justin should not refuse his help. She said that after serving in the army, Justin became even more attractive to Michael, who showed his favor to him in every possible way. Now Justin understood the meaning of that meeting with the general, where he was offered a reward and a promotion. Soon a vote took place and Justin was elected as the new head of the Entrepreneurs Club. In a short time he managed to prove to everyone that he was worthy of this position and was the best strategist. Linda was delighted and loudly applauded the winner, and Kevin whistled joyfully, adding to the noise in the voting room. But in the other office the mood was completely different, because another candidate was counting on this position. The chairman assembled a team that he supported and wanted to see at its head, but the plans were disrupted by this student who had recently returned from the army. Nervously taking out a cigarette, the chairman angrily told his charges that they had ruined everything for him. Justin's main competitor was very ashamed of his defeat, because the chairman had done so much for them. But they couldn't do anything against the guy and his team, and now all they could do was sit with their eyes down at the floor. After all, it was the chairman who created the Entrepreneurs Club many years ago, and now he is losing control over it. He hated being insulted like that and having his carefully laid plans ruined. The young candidate apologized again for his failure, and said that he was very ashamed to appear untalented in the eyes of the chairman. Suddenly, the man reminded that Mr. Michael was overprotective of Justin, supporting him financially and using his connections. Apparently, after the club joined the charity, Michael had more work and needed a reliable assistant. However, from his own experience, the chairman understood that this assistant could surpass the owner of the huge corporation himself. Suddenly, interrupting him, the young man obligingly handed the chairman an empty plate, like an ashtray. And yet the man was irritated by this young upstart, and he firmly decided to continue his work, helping the young team win the competition. At the same time, the cooperation between the startup club and the charity organization developed more and more actively, and meetings of partners became more frequent. Justin's authority as the elected chairman of the club grew stronger day by day, and his influence grew steadily. The friends often met to discuss the latest news and future plans over a glass of cold beer. Although the scale of the holidays had noticeably diminished, they still tried to find time for rest, realizing that without it there would be no strength for fruitful work. However, Justin was increasingly worried about another important question, because the day before was one of the most significant days in his life. Finally, this long-awaited day came, but an unpleasant surprise awaited the hero's entire team. Justin's young assistant ran into his office and informed him that their main competitor's team had not shown up to the event in full force. The most unpleasant thing was that their leader also refused to meet, although Justin invited the most famous businessmen specifically for his sake. The event was prepared on an unprecedented scale, and Justin immediately rushed into the hall to personally make sure that there were no invited guests. Running into the hall, Justin looked around and realized what exactly was missing to complete the picture. The chairman also did not come to the celebration, because his chair remained empty, and on the table there was only a sign with his name. Did they really plan this action in advance to undermine Justin's authority at such an important event? Unfortunately, the hall was half empty, because the team that did not show up consisted of a large number of club members. Justin slowly walked up to the stage, realizing that he was about to say some very sad words. The absence of this team meant the absence of the other graduates who were part of it, so the event lost all meaning. Approaching the microphone, the guy sadly announced the cancellation of the meeting due to the failure of many invited guests to show up. He apologized to his senior colleagues and his classmates for the inconvenience caused to them. Of course, this was unpleasant news for everyone present, because they had put off important matters for the sake of this meeting. Lindy watched with bitterness as her team leader was forced to apologize, even though he was not to blame for the disruption of the event. Noticing Mr. Michael at one of the tables, Justin decided to personally approach him and apologize. Approaching Michael, he bowed low and said that he was very sorry that everything turned out this way. But the man put his hand on his shoulder encouragingly and said that it was not his fault and that he shouldn't worry so much. The guy knew he should have taken the criticism calmly, and perhaps then he could have avoided this scenario. However, in that case, Justin would not have become the head of the Entrepreneurs Club, and the consequences in the future could have been much worse. Smiling, Michael said the guy did his best and everything turned out for the best. After all, sometimes the best outcome does not seem so at first glance, but becomes noticeable only in the future. Moreover, the meeting with a small number of participants had its advantages, which the young people were about to learn about. Soon Mr. Michael invited Justin's entire team to his house and suggested continuing the meeting there. The table was already set and servants were bustling about, carrying dishes from the dining room to the living room. Michael suggested faking their failed meeting and seated Justin in the place of honor next to him. It was then that Justin first mentioned out loud that the cancellation of the event would allow Pierre and Mr. Michael to spend time together. He then quickly seated Pierre next to the master of the house, leaving them no choice. He stressed that they looked great together, and was glad that after a long separation, father and son were together again. Frank, in his usual manner, offered Michael a drink to celebrate the meeting properly. It was a great idea, and the owner of the house offered them wine from his personal collection. The reunion between father and son brought a joyful note to the awkward situation that had developed for Justin earlier in the evening. In fact, it was Mr. Michael who had the hardest time, although Pierre, of course, also felt awkward being around his father. But Michael understood his guilt towards his illegitimate son, with whom he never communicated and who grew up alone. However, after 3 glasses of good wine, the chairman became talkative, and the atmosphere changed. The same thing happened with Pierre. Only 1 glass was enough for him to first start talking, and then completely lose the power of speech. Soon one of the strong guys carried out Pierre, who needed to get some sleep and come to his senses. Linda also hurried to leave, because tomorrow was a very important day for the girl, and she needed to prepare for an important lesson. When Justin decided to follow her, Michael warned him that the guy was staying overnight at his place. It was a bit unexpected, but the guy, of course, agreed in order to chat a little more with the owner of the house. After some time, they found themselves in a large, spacious office, where the owner of the house usually held personal meetings and discussed important matters. When Michael started pouring wine into glasses, Justin asked him not to pour him anymore, fearing a hangover the next day. It was funny to hear this from a young man, because at his age it is too early to think about such things and worry about health. Thanks to Michael, the boy felt much better and was immensely grateful for that day. Michael responded by admitting that he also felt better after dinner, and that he was also grateful to the guys. Michael suddenly started talking about his illegitimate son, mentioning that Justin had been taking care of Pierre all this time. Justin replied that they had known each other for a long time and that he was always happy to help Pierre, just as Pierre helped him. Placing his hand on Justin's, Michael thanked him for caring for his son and expressed his complete trust. Justin responded in kind, adding that they would have maintained a relationship with Pierre anyway, even without Michael's request. He was ready to do everything possible to help his friend, because that was the custom in their club. Suddenly, Michael asked the boy to remember these words and follow them in the future, as it would change a lot in their lives. Of course, the guy was not saying this for the sake of profit, but for the sake of friendship with Pierre. But it was strange why Michael focused his attention so much on this last phrase. The next day, 2 important events occurred in the life of Justin's team, each of which became a serious problem. It all started when the fax machine in the office suddenly started printing out a lot of documents, and a junior employee thought it was broken. Running up to the fax machine, the guy realized that the equipment was working properly, and that someone was sending these documents with text to their office right now. After reading one of the leaflets, he couldn't believe his eyes, and realized that he needed to urgently contact the manager. It turned out that the absence of a significant part of the team at the event was only the beginning of troubles, as disagreements began to grow within the club. A little later, while in the office with Andrew, the guy said that today, support for their club from large investors had unexpectedly stopped. In addition, free equipment, scholarships, and grants for study abroad were canceled for the entire Entrepreneurs Club, including all its teams. The matter was urgent, and Andrew ordered that those representatives who had stopped providing financial support to the club be contacted. First, it was necessary to find out the reason why they stopped helping so abruptly and who persuaded them to do it. At that moment, a stranger appeared on the threshold of the office, whom the junior employee had already met on the threshold of the office. This guy, accompanied by 2 strange guys, sternly asked if the club whose leader had recently been elected chairman was here. Without leaving his desk, Andrew replied that this was indeed Justin's team's office, but he didn't understand what they needed. Without answering, the 3 of them entered the office, intending to do what they had come for. Within minutes, the guys began to take all the equipment provided by the sponsors from the office tables. Then the 2 assistants who were accompanying the guy dragged the equipment to the exit without explaining anything. But these computers were donated to Justin's team and were the property of the club. So on what grounds were they confiscated? Instead of answering, the guy silently handed Andrew the deed of gift, which had undergone significant changes in recent days. At that moment, Andrew realized that he was holding in his hands a terminated document, which gave these people the right to take all the equipment with them. That same evening, an emergency meeting of all team members was called, with only 15 people present. Usually at such meetings, the guys had to look for chairs and tables so that everyone could fit, but today there were very few of them. In addition, All the tables on which computer equipment had been standing that morning were empty. It was unclear where the other 50 people on the team who had also been invited to the meeting, and whose opinions mattered, had gone. Suddenly, one of the participants received a message that explained the reason for the absence of the others. Even before the meeting, Kevin was running after Justin, trying to stop him to tell him something urgent. Catching up with Justin in the hallway, he shouted that they had a force majeure that Justin needed to know about immediately. He showed a phone screen with a message from a senior member of the rival team, who invited all the students to a lecture in place of the cancelled event. Justin realized that his guess had been confirmed, and the riot at the event was just the beginning of the problems. This message was received by almost all members of the club, except those closest to Justin, which means that many were already in the know. Justin knew a confrontation was inevitable, but he didn't think it would start so soon. After all, he once joined this club for the benefits, and not for new enemies on his list. The message sent to most of the participants was dripping with sarcasm and disdain for Justin and his team. It now became clear that senior colleagues in high positions did not approve of his candidacy for the post of chairman, and began to harm him. Meanwhile, the very same lecture took place, to which one of the senior members of the club invited all the students, including Justin's team. Andrew managed to infiltrate the lecture disguised as a guest to find out what the talk was about. At the beginning of the lecture, he immediately called his supervisor so that Justin could hear the words of the instigator of the riot himself. At this moment, the chairman appeared on stage and addressed those present with a speech, hinting at the uselessness of one person in the team. He said that the club he created had grown to a large scale, and this was not only his merit, but also that of all his senior colleagues. However, the man convinced the students that the owners of the club were not only the senior colleagues, but also all the young participants, and that is why the club's traditions are so strong. He asked them to remember this, and to observe the traditions of their entrepreneurs club, which would help them in difficult times. But now the club has a man who is used to solving problems in unusual ways, breaking established rules and laws. The chairman spoke almost openly about Justin violating their rights. Although he did not name him directly, the audience applauded, and Andrew realized that Justin could hear this conversation, because his phone was still lying on the table. In the end, the chairman called on everyone to get rid of Justin, although he did not say so directly. He wanted to remove Justin as chairman of the club in order to restore the students' scholarships and free internships abroad, which had ceased after the investors left. Linda slammed her fist on the table, shocked by such betrayal from the club chairman. She always considered the chairman to be a generous and intelligent businessman, but he turned out to be a scoundrel. Kevin was also furious and said that these people were reasoning like unreasonable 6-year-old children. Only Justin remained positive and asked Pierre what he would do in his place. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Linda asked again if he was going to leave after all this. Justin replied that if things continued like this, the club members would kick him out themselves, but then the farewell would be much more cruel. Finally, he suggested that the guys wait a little, reminding them that he never acts blindly. The next day, Justin visited his mother to see her and eat his mother's usual food. Upon seeing her son, the mother immediately noticed that he had lost a lot of weight and had to eat everything she had prepared. Justin pretended not to notice his thinness, although he himself guessed that he had lost weight due to the difficult past week. But the worried mother insisted that he eat it all and would not accept refusals. Justin agreed with a smile, promising to eat everything, although the table was set not for one, but for an entire regiment of hungry soldiers. Suddenly, his mother asked him if he had stopped liking her signature Thai cuisine, which she had been cooking his whole life. After this, Justin began to eat as quickly as he could, not wanting to offend his mother. He knew that his mother was a great cook, and if he refused to eat, he risked hurting her feelings. Unexpectedly, during the meal, his mother advised him to fight and not to retreat if a fight was inevitable. Justin, not used to hearing such parting words from the fragile woman, looked into her eyes and promised to follow her advice. After talking with his mother, Justin went to an important meeting on which much in his life depended. There was no point in thinking too much anymore, and Justin just needed to remain calm and clear-headed. He was on his way to a meeting at Mr. Michael's firm, which had grown considerably and absorbed many competitors. At the entrance to the office, he was met by a girl who was surprised that such a young man had an appointment with the director himself. Realizing that his words sounded unconvincing, he advised the girl to contact the secretary, who would confirm the appointed meeting. Turning away, the girl quietly informed the secretary on the phone that she had a young man standing there who wanted to meet with the director. Soon a young man who had been expected for a long time approached the doors of the main office. The company director, standing with his back to the door, asked to let Justin in and leave them alone. Justin bowed respectfully to Mr. Michael, glad that the meeting had finally taken place. As Mr. Michael approached Justin, he asked him to relax and not be too serious in their informal conversation. It was very helpful because Justin was nervous before the meeting, but now he was able to let go of the extra tension and smile. Soon the secretary brought them tea and quickly left, trying not to distract the boss from important negotiations. Mr. Michael began the conversation by saying that the founder of the Entrepreneurs Club had interfered in the internal affairs of the club and was trying to remove Justin from his post. Mr. Michael himself believed that Justin was doing an excellent job of helping all his junior colleagues. But if the situation does not change, Justin will be kicked out of the club and a new chairman will be appointed. Suddenly, Mr. Michael told Justin directly that he had come to ask for help, but for some reason he did not voice his request. It was a fair point, because the guy was in a hopeless situation and had nowhere else to turn for support. Mr. Michael was interested in the consequences of his direct intervention in this conflict. He was willing to help Justin, but he wanted to gain the upper hand over the club chairman and not lose face. After the meeting, Justin felt confident and decided to act more decisively. While walking with Kevin in the park, he admitted that he had overheard the chairman's conversation and knew his opinion of him. Kevin said he wanted to go to Beijing for a language internship, but funding from the club's senior alumni stopped. He would like to find a way to make this trip happen, even if Justin ends up leaving the club. But Justin's victory was that Mr. Michael filled the gap in funding left by the investors' withdrawal. Thus, the plan of the chairman and his closest supporters failed miserably. A few days later, the team reconvened in their office, which now looked completely different. On the tables, there were monitors with liquid crystal screens and powerful system units. The shelves were already stocked with the necessary office supplies, purchased with funds from Mr. Michael's subsidiary. Justin, standing in front of his senior colleagues, reminded them that some investors had recently stopped providing them with the financial assistance they needed. He admitted his guilt in the termination of funding and asked for forgiveness from all team members. Justin understood that this decision had disrupted important plans for the team that would affect its future development. However, he did everything possible to correct the situation, and it seems he succeeded. Luckily, Mr. Michael came forward to support their club again, making up for the lost investment with his own investment. All the projects that the students had worked so hard on were resumed to their delight and to the detriment of the club's enemies. At the end of the performance, the audience exploded with applause, and Linda was especially vocal in her support of her friend. But there were also those who were unhappy with this outcome, since it was they who started this whole riot. Turning around, Justin saw one of his senior colleagues rushing towards the exit and immediately realized who the main instigator was. The guy no longer held back his emotions because his plan had failed, and there was no point in hiding it. Justin, as chairman of the Young Businessmen's Club, paid more attention to their work with the charity that Michael had recently created. In his work, he used the accumulated experience and some innovations proposed by his young colleagues. All the guys had to learn to cooperate with their former competitors, and the team of the instigator of the rebellion soon fell apart. The members of this team, striving to maintain the image of a noble elite, tried to leave quietly, without attracting the attention of the press. Thanks to our team of heroes, the university rector maintained his reputation and was immensely grateful to Justin. In response to the words of gratitude, the guy only smiled and asked not to praise him too much, so that he would not become arrogant. Next to them was a photographer from a famous newspaper, who was looking for a good angle for a group photo. He asked Justin to stand closer to the rector so that both heroes of the photograph would fit into the frame in the middle ground. Having caught the right moment, the photographer asked them to freeze for a few seconds before a bright flash, because this picture was supposed to end up in all the newspapers. After taking the photo, he was pleased with the result. The guy managed to convey the general mood and provide good lighting. After meeting with the rector, Justin decided to look into the auditorium, where he and the guys often planned new projects, and he still had many memories associated with this place. To his surprise, there were only empty chairs in the auditorium, and none of the children were in their seats. But then there was a loud stomping sound, and several people appeared behind Justin. It was his team, whose members came running to congratulate him on his success, and were glad to see him there. Justin didn't realize how much work he had accomplished and how much change had occurred in the life of the university thanks to his efforts. Kevin even brought a small cake with candles for Justin to blow out. The guy was flattered by his friend's attention, and the cake looked very nice and delicious. With one breath, he extinguished all the candles and the hall was filled with applause again. Kevin suddenly noticed that, in addition to the award and the prize from the alumni organization, the leader was presented with a letter of thanks from the rector of the university. Justin delightedly opened the certificate, which contained a letter with warm words and wishes for future success. Kevin, turning to Frank, noted that his predecessor's achievements were impressive and he would have to keep the bar at the same high level. Justin was about to leave his home university, and he was a little worried about whether his friends would be able to cope without him. Frank assured that he would try to achieve even greater success as president of the Entrepreneurs Club, and would make every effort to achieve this. In any case, he will always be able to turn to his comrades for help, and Andrew's personal number will be available to Justin around the clock. Justin had a long internship ahead of him in America, and his friends understood that they would not be able to see their leader for a long time. But right now, Linda was in America, so Justin wouldn't have to search long for the places he planned to visit. A few days earlier, a conversation took place that determined the country where Justin would be interning. Of course, he did not miss the opportunity that Mr. Michael gave him. because the guy was born into a simple family and was not used to refusing such gifts of fate. The internship was necessary because English would be useful to him in the future if he ever wanted to open an international business. Initially, Michael doubted the choice of city, because Minnesota, where the training was to take place, did not seem to him the best option. The university Justin chose was a budget one, but Michael was willing to pay for tuition at a more prestigious institution. But this institution was not chosen by chance, and Justin spent a long time looking for a place where there would be few students from Korea, but at the same time comfortable for foreigners. The University of Minnesota was the perfect fit for Justin. In the end, Mr. Michael agreed with his choice, but now he would have to send his son Pierre there too. He wanted Pierre to continue to be friends with his talented friend, and to follow him even if he had to change universities. Justin understood that Michael had long considered him as his future assistant, and therefore did not want to leave him alone. That is why he decided to send his son to America with his friend, and made sure that Pierre entered the same university for the same course. Michael was willing to pay all the expenses for the children's travel and education, although from Justin's point of view it was an unprofitable business. Soon the guys were already at the airport and waiting for their flight to distant America. Justin's mother was very worried because this was the second time in a short time that she had to be separated from her beloved son for a long time. With tears in her eyes, she asked him to take care of himself and call her as often as possible at any time. The father, trying to cheer up his wife, joked that his son was not going to war, but only for an internship at the university. Justin was also a little sad to part with his parents, but he understood that the separation would not be long, and studying in America would be beneficial. Finally, the friends were ready to fly towards a new country and unknown adventures. Arriving in Minnesota, Pierre immediately realized that they had made a mistake by not taking care of warm clothes, because they were met with bitter cold. Trying to warm his ears with his hands, Pierre asked his friend if he regretted coming to this particular city. Justin didn't regret anything, but was only a little upset that they forgot about the difference in weather. But Pierre apparently already seriously regretted the trip and probably wanted to return home as soon as possible. Having reached the university, they hurried to enter the warm premises of the university. Inside, they were met by a friendly young man who was very surprised by their light clothing. He said that another student from their university was supposed to fly with them, but problems arose during the flight. This student must have been familiar to Justin and Pierre as they studied in the same building. The young man asked if they knew what had happened to the student and why he was late. Justin remembered his face well, because during the flight he saw him in a not very pleasant light. It was during the flight to Minnesota that an event occurred that caused this student to be delayed and miss his first meeting at the university. The student's name was Roger, and he started a fight right on the plane, grabbing Justin by the collar and swinging his fist at him. The flight attendant had to intervene and spend a long time persuading the young men to calm down. Roger started talking about his influential father, who would supposedly solve all his problems. But Justin, without listening to the end, twisted his arm. Holding Roger with one arm, Justin offered to tie him to the seat for the time being. Although it was against the rules, the flight attendant agreed to help Justin with it. Within minutes, Roger was covered in tape and could only watch as he was quickly trussed up. Justin tied him tightly to the seat, and in this position Roger flew to Minnesota without causing any further trouble to anyone. A month later, the guys met again because Roger somehow got Justin's number and called him. Justin was surprised by the sudden call and did not understand what Roger wanted from him. Roger politely explained that he was an exchange student from the same university as Justin, and would now like to meet. Justin replied that he was glad to meet Roger, because they were fellow countrymen and should support each other in a foreign country. Roger asked to borrow the notes Justin had written during his absence, promising to treat him to something tasty in return. Justin was happy to help and said he didn't need anything in return, although he wouldn't mind sitting in a cafe and chatting. That same evening, they agreed to meet in a cozy cafe and have a cup of coffee. Entering the cafe, Roger looked around the room, assuming that Justin was already waiting for him at one of the tables. Suddenly, he saw two familiar guys with whom he had recently had a conflict on the plane. Roger's expression suddenly changed dramatically, becoming angry and aggressive. He immediately attacked the guys with shouts, declaring that he had deliberately spoken politely to Justin on the phone in order to see him in person. Because of Justin, Roger said. His whole body still hurt. So tightly did he tie him to the seat on the plane. Justin replied, smiling, that he had to take such drastic measures in order to reach his destination safely and avoid a fight. Roger again began to threaten his influential father, who was the president of a large company. But when Pierre mentioned his father's name, Roger realized that he was dealing with a man with whom it was better not to conflict. Without saying another word, he quickly left the cafe, slamming the door loudly. It was a bit of a shame that the friendship between the boys didn't work out, although Justin found it funny to watch Roger's anger. On the way, Roger realized that he shouldn't mention his father's name, because there are people in the world much more influential than him. In this mood, he wandered down the dark alley, feeling humiliated and insulted. The next evening, the friends planned to visit a table tennis club to practice their agility and, if possible, not miss a single training session. After all, If a person is agile and resilient, he can learn everything else and use these skills even in business. They had a new friend named Steven, who had long been into table tennis, although Justin was also a master at it. And now he tried to prove that he played no worse than Steven, and in some moments he could even teach him a lesson. After another strong serve from Justin, Steven caught the ball with a deft move and unexpectedly ended the game. He then sternly warned that he valued friendship, but there were some topics that were best not to joke about with him. Justin understood what was going on and asked his new friend to relax and just enjoy the game. Then Steven asked about the student who was supposed to fly with them, but for some reason was delayed for a meeting with the rector. Justin knew he had to tell it like it was, but right now he just wanted to play tennis and take a break from his problems. By the way, Roger always went alone, so Justin didn't have to pretend that they knew each other and he could act naturally. There was a famous festival coming up soon where the best musicians in the city played every year, and Justin didn't want to miss it. Steven quickly became friends with the guys and, while walking down the street, told them about a guitarist who would also be playing at the festival. Hugging his new friends, Steven assured them that the festival would be a lot of fun and that they should definitely go. Suddenly Pierre saw in front of him a very familiar man with whom he had recently quarreled on the plane. This guy looked a lot like Roger, but he looked terrible and could barely walk on the sidewalk. It was unclear what had happened to him and why he looked so bad, because just recently he had been different. Of course, Pierre felt a little sorry for Roger, although he himself was to blame for his problems. At that moment, Steven looked at the sign ahead and saw a familiar hot dog stand. Steven suddenly remembered that he had recently seen Roger selling hot dogs at this stand, although it seemed like it didn't suit him at all. The boys thought that Steven was mistaken, because Roger said that his father was the president of a large company. It occurred to Pierre that after that argument on the plane, his father had cut his son's pocket money, and now he had to work part-time. Realizing he had to find out, Justin caught up with his recent opponent and asked him to wait. Roger just waved Justin off and didn't want to talk, especially since it was their conflict on the plane that started his bad streak. But Justin didn't want to argue, and instead asked if Roger was going to the music festival. He joked that Roger would probably like to go to the festival, but because he was so introverted, he didn't have any friends to do it with. Justin then gave Roger a friendly hug and advised him to relax and come to the festival with them. That same evening, the long-awaited event that all lovers of good music were waiting for took place. The musician that Steven was talking about really sang and played the guitar very well. The guys listened to music, sat at their table near the stage, and drank cold beer. Justin finally decided to find out why Roger had to sell hot dogs and what made him do it. Roger honestly admitted that he was fined a large amount, and his father had to pay this fine from his pocket money. He then angrily stated that this did not mean he was poor, and he had not lied about his father actually being the president of a large company. It was funny to watch Roger get angry, even though no one doubted his parents' wealth. Roger suddenly got carried away and began to claim that he and Justin belonged to different social classes and should be treated differently. But in that case, Roger would have to bow to Pierre every day if he judged people by their status. After all, Pierre's father owned one of the largest corporations in the country. Everyone at the university knew about him, and his face was constantly appearing in the newspapers. Justin's face suddenly became serious, and he asked Roger to watch his words and not talk nonsense. Roger immediately pulled himself together and honestly admitted that he had gotten a little carried away, and that he was very ashamed of that scandal on the plane. From that evening onwards, Roger began going to the table tennis club with the boys, and gradually improved his game. At first he did poorly. Even Pierre won almost all of his games. And although Roger remained as hot-tempered as ever, apart from his 3 new friends, he had no one else to rely on at the university. After the game, the young men sat down on a bench in the gym, and Steven suddenly stood in front of them to say something. He offered Justin to participate in one project that could not only give him new experience, but also help him make the right connections. The Minnesota gubernatorial midterm elections were scheduled for November, and Steven asked Justin to run for the position. Participation in the campaign offered good prospects, especially if their candidate won the election. But Justin had little interest in politics and doubted that he could be of any use. Steven didn't like this answer, and he reminded them that the fight would be tough and they needed help. Their candidate, Mike Hatch, was a Minnesota Democrat and the state's attorney general, who could make a big difference. Additionally, Steven spoke of Mike as a wonderful person who could impact not only the entire state, but also the lives of everyone who supported him. Pierre told Justin that such chances were rare and he should take it. Moreover, in a world where people are ready to do anything for a good line on their resume, participating in the election campaign was an excellent opportunity. After this, Justin decided to participate in the election campaign and help his new friend. Steven was delighted and suggested that they discuss everything in more detail later to explain Justin's tasks. But then Justin took his friends by the hand and announced that they too would participate in the campaign. Roger did not expect such an offer from Justin and flatly refused to participate in political games. But just a few days later, the entire company visited Mike Hatch's campaign headquarters and saw with their own eyes how the work was going. Of course, none of them expected any special assignments, but they still wanted to be more useful than they ended up being. Justin offered to handle the phone calls in the office, but the headquarters director declined, citing the complexity of the job. He said that elections are won by feelings, not by intelligence, and the guys have more important work to do than talk on the phone. At that moment, the two main candidates for governor were on TV, one of whom was Mike. In his speech, he promised to tighten immigration policies if he became governor of Minnesota and received full powers. But his competitor had different views and promised to act according to the law rather than invent new rules. There were rumors that Mike was helping illegal immigrants study at universities, which the second candidate opposed. Mike's opponent was a Republican and always fueled hatred towards immigrants and all foreigners. It was he who started a tough fight with Mike, whom Justin decided to support in his election race. It was noticeable that the support group of Eugene, Mike's main competitor, behaved much more aggressively than the team that Justin helped. Seeing this, the head of the election headquarters once again reminded that elections are won by feelings, not by reason. It was a bit unfair, but in the end our heroes were given the dirtiest, most routine jobs that didn't require much mental effort. Of course, he didn't initially expect anything more, but sitting in the office and doing useless nonsense was unpleasant. In the evening, after a long day at work, the whole company gathered at the nearest bar to relax a little. You could tell the boys were very tired, and Steven apologized because he didn't know they would get such a minor role. So he decided to pay for all the food and drinks the guys ordered at the bar as an apology. Pierre said with a smile that this was a fair decision, and he would not refuse Steven's treat. Suddenly, the guy took out a video camera and asked Justin to say a few words about today. Justin asked not to film him like that, and besides, it was unclear where his friend got the camera from. Steven cheerfully explained that it was a working camera that he could use in his spare time. Realizing that their friend was not going to turn off the camera, Justin and Roger became a little tense because they just wanted to have a quiet dinner after work. At this moment, one of the football teams seemed to score a goal, and its fans loudly supported their favorites. The guys decided not to lag behind and, loudly clinking their glasses, joined the general fun, drinking beer. Suddenly, the door of the bar swung open and loud voices chanting some slogans could be heard on the threshold. These were Eugene's supporters who walked the streets shouting his name in standard campaign chants. It was unclear why they needed to go into a bar where people were watching football and drinking beer instead of engaging in politics. At that moment, one of the players on the team that the spectators were rooting for made a bad pass, and the reaction was not long in coming. Frustrated fans angrily shouted insults at a player who by all appearances had no intention of winning the match. It became so noisy in the bar that the guys could no longer relax peacefully and could not even hear each other. Finally, Justin suggested finishing dinner and going outside to get some fresh air. A little later, they walked slowly along a busy street and heard election slogans being shouted everywhere, mostly in support of Eugene. Suddenly, Roger snatched the camera from his new friend's hands and decided to have a little fun to brighten up the evening. Pointing the camera at Steven and Justin, he asked with a grin why they looked so sad and if something bad had happened. Justin replied without a smile that the worst thing was right in front of him, holding that damn video camera. But the next second, Roger accidentally bumped into the man walking in front of him, who was not looking around and was clearly not prepared for the collision. Realizing that the man was serious, Justin pushed his friend away and immediately apologized to the passerby. But he was clearly in a conflict mood and immediately insulted the entire company, calling them illegal immigrants. He got so carried away that in the heat of an argument with Roger, he called him a yellow monkey who had come to his hometown. The man then hit Roger's hand hard and the video camera flew off, hitting the asphalt with a loud thud. Roger was quite hot-tempered and of course could not calmly tolerate the humiliation of some stupid big guy. But Justin stopped him in time, realizing that if Roger got into a fight, he would probably get beat up so badly that he would hardly know what hit him. And the man continued to angrily shout at the boys that they were in a foreign country and that they should keep quiet and not stick their necks out. Suddenly, Justin had a dangerous but interesting idea and asked Pierre to pick up the video camera from the sidewalk and film everything that would happen next. Pierre found the camera without hesitation and prepared to fulfill his friend's request. He started filming his friend standing right in front of the huge man, and Justin's eyes showed that he had a plan. And then Justin quietly insulted his opponent so that no one but the two of them could hear. The man clearly hadn't heard such words addressed to him for a long time and wasn't going to tolerate it from a visiting youth. Of course, he immediately swung and knocked Justin off his feet with one powerful blow. Once on the ground, Justin loudly apologized to his offender and began to beg him to leave everyone alone. But the man no longer listened to the words of pleading and swung for his next blow. He hit Justin on the head so hard it felt like he hit him with a baseball bat instead of a fist. And Pierre continued to film everything on video, although his hands were shaking with fear and he did not understand what was happening. He had to film how a huge bouncer was kicking his unfortunate friend, and he steadfastly endured the beating. Realizing that he could hurt the guy, the man stopped and threatened him not to show his face again. Justin's friends ran to him, but they couldn't help him because a hostile crowd had gathered around him. The guy found the strength to get up because his plan was successfully completed. The next moment he slipped under his opponent's arm and shouted to his friends to run after him. The friends obeyed and rushed to run after Justin, and Pierre managed to film what was happening on camera as he ran. Justin's face was bruised and cut, but he smiled like a winner who had achieved his goal. A week after the incident, gubernatorial candidate Mike reminded people that Minnesota is a place where people should live peacefully, not fight. The video Pierre shot was given to Mike's campaign, included in his campaign speech, and shown on television. There was a fierce battle between the two leading candidates, and Justin played a major role in it. As the election neared its end, it became clear that Mike would win and become the next governor of Minnesota. And so it happened, and soon Mike was receiving congratulations from voters, and of course, first of all, visiting his election headquarters. Among the other participants, Mike noticed Justin, who became the missing element that ensured his victory in the election. He approached the young man and took his hand to share the joy of victory with him and to capture this moment. Raising Justin's hand in the air, the newly elected governor declared that Minnesota was a state made for all who came here. The photographers simultaneously pressed the buttons on their cameras and bright flashes illuminated this solemn moment. That same evening, the friends were in the university dorm, and Justin's face still bore the marks of a street fight. He was lying on the bed, and next to him stood a white first aid kit with all the necessary medicines. Justin asked Pierre to give him some ointment for bruises and abrasions, which was in the first aid kit on the table. Without thinking, Pierre reached for the first aid kit with the Red Cross, although not long before Justin had claimed that everything was fine with his health. Opening the first aid kit, in addition to pills and ointment, Pierre found a note from Justin's mother. As if she had a premonition that her son would get into a fight, she wrote down a list of medications that needed to be bought first. Pierre carefully rubbed the ointment into the unhealed abrasions on his friend's back, which still hurt. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the room, although the guys were not expecting guests at that hour. The friends simultaneously turned their heads towards the door, and Justin invited the one who was behind it to enter. It turned out that it was the campaign manager who came to visit Justin along with the newly elected Governor Mike. The young men jumped up from their seats, but Mike asked them not to fuss, apologizing for the unexpected visit. In fact, he came to thank them for their help in making him governor. Mike promised to work even harder to protect the rights of international students like Justin and Pierre. However, one question tormented him, and he wanted to find out who gave the guy the idea for such a cunning plan. Justin assured that he was indeed attacked, and that the whole story was not staged for the sake of the election campaign. However, there were rumors that someone was filming the whole thing on video camera, and Mike looked at Pierre, who couldn't help but smile. Mike realized that he had smart guys in front of him, and was glad that they worked in his election campaign. Then he handed them his business card with his personal number, which he gave only to his closest friends. He promised to help them in any situation if they called him and told him about their problem. Justin happily accepted the card, but promised not to bother the governor with trifles, because he had started all this not only for personal gain. These words convinced Mike even more that he was dealing with worthy young people, and he decided to continue his policy in the same direction. Despite the valuable connections he had made, Justin planned to use them only as a last resort. Soon the internship came to an end, and the young people were ready to return home from Minnesota. Before seeing his friends off on the plane, Stephen promised to come see them any minute if they ever found themselves in Minnesota again. Justin responded by inviting Stephen to come visit them himself, since it was now their turn to show hospitality. At the same time, Justin slyly noted that they would be ready to return if Stephen became the governor's secretary. Stephen became interested in what his new friend was going to do after finishing his studies, because as it turned out, he had great political talent. But Justin hadn't thought about it yet and wanted to finish university first and then start his own business. However, Justin's plans suddenly changed, because there was one more important unfinished business. In the end, only Pierre and Roger returned home, and Justin went to another state for an important meeting. At the airport, he was greeted with open arms by Linda, who had lived in Los Angeles for a long time. Justin was happy to see the girl after a long separation and looked forward to several wonderful days together. While Justin was in Los Angeles, Linda served as his guide and showed him the sights that every tourist should see. 3 days and 2 nights flew by unnoticed, because they visited all the interesting places that the guy had previously only seen on TV. On Justin's last day in America, he sat with Linda on the beach, admiring the sunset and realizing that they would soon have to part. Linda asked if it was time for Justin, now a fourth-year student, to start looking for a job. After all, he needed to decide on the direction in which he would build his career. Smiling, she suggested that he look for vacancies abroad. For example, here in America, promising to help him find information. Justin couldn't imagine himself abroad, dreaming of working for a domestic company his whole life and developing business within the country. Hearing this, Linda stood up abruptly and, reminding him that she would not be able to see him off to the airport tomorrow, said goodbye to him. Without waiting for an answer, she quickly walked away and Justin managed to call out her name at the last moment. Linda turned around abruptly, thinking that Justin had changed his mind and decided to stay with her. In reality, Justin just wanted to thank Linda for being his guide. With a guilty smile, he said that he had had a nice time with her and would remember this short vacation for a long time. Linda finally smiled too and replied that it was a pleasure to accompany him and that she understood his decision. Justin's adventure in America came to an end, and a plane quickly took him home from Los Angeles. Shortly after his return, Justin was sitting on a bench with friends, discussing plans for future employment. Unexpectedly, Kevin admitted that he wants to become a reporter and has long seen himself in this profession. He considered it a good choice, although Pierre could not understand what prompted him to make such a decision. Compared to his previous aspirations, Kevin has changed a lot, and now, instead of civil service, he has decided to become a reporter. Most likely, Justin influenced this decision, radically changing the fate of his friend. It was obvious that Justin had influenced Kevin, and it made one wonder if a person's destiny could be so easily changed by someone else's influence. Kevin was attracted by the dynamic life of a journalist, and was confident that he would never get tired of this work. Kevin was also interested to know what Pierre planned to do and whether he had decided on his future. Pierre admitted that he has no other options but to work with his father, who will probably need his help. Kevin slapped his forehead and admitted that he envied Pierre because his father worked for a large and well-known company. Pierre doesn't have to worry about finding a job, because he already has a brilliant career and the support of an influential father. Although it is unlikely that this really made Pierre happy, because he knew that he was Michael's illegitimate son. Sooner or later, the eldest son will take over as chairman of the company, and a fierce struggle will probably begin between him and Pierre. It seemed that Pierre did not want to get involved in this fight and tried to drive away dark thoughts. Some time passed and fourth-year students began to actively look for work, trying themselves in different fields. Justin's previous problems with entering university now seemed like mere trifles. If entering university could be compared to a small hill, then finding a job was like climbing Mount Pektu. One evening, when Justin was returning home from school, an event occurred that greatly influenced his future destiny. He, as always, was immersed in his thoughts about the upcoming exams, and was already presenting his impeccable certificate with excellent marks. Suddenly, he saw a cart ahead loaded with waste paper, which an elderly man was pushing with difficulty. Justin quickly caught up with the old man and asked where he was going with such a heavy cart. The old man replied that he needed to walk to the nearest crossroads and then turn left, where his house was located. Although Justin was tired after studying, he couldn't remain indifferent to seeing the old man straining under the weight of the load. Justin convinced the old man that it would not be difficult for him to push the cart home, since he had become accustomed to difficulties during his military service. He asked the old man not to worry and to trust him with it, assuring him that it would not take much time. Looking at the kind young man, the old man thanked him for his help and allowed himself to be helped. Together, they walked down the street to the crossroads that the old man pointed out to the young man. Justin soon got the cart to the right place and asked if there was any other help needed. The old man said that the young man had done him a great service, and in gratitude offered him a bottle of cool drink. The old man handed Justin a small bottle so that he would not leave empty-handed. Smiling, Justin thanked the old man for the gift and asked him to be careful with such heavy loads. As he watched Justin leave, the old man realized that this meeting should not be the last. The next day, there was a meeting of Justin's team, in which he was the recognized leader. During the meeting, he was talking on the phone with the investor, promising to do everything according to plan. After hanging up the phone, he was ready to receive congratulations from his younger colleagues, who followed his example in everything. One of the young students told Justin with a big smile that he was, as always, on top of his game. However, all students were concerned about the problem of employment, which would soon affect every university graduate. Justin wanted to know how his senior colleagues were doing with their job searches, and if anyone had any good news. Andrew replied that there had not been much progress so far, but it was too early to draw conclusions, and they were considering various options. Suddenly, one of the guys announced important news that Ronald had managed to get a job at a very influential company. It turned out that he got a job in the External Cooperation Department, just like in his previous life. The fact that Ronald, despite his behavior, got a job in a large firm was not a mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability. Justin decided that he should even more so get a job at the same company and meet his old enemy again. Suddenly, the person Justin least expected to see appeared on the threshold. The man quietly asked if a young man named Justin could be found in the audience. It turned out that this was the same old man whom Justin had recently helped to push a heavy cart of waste paper. Seeing an elderly man in his office, Justin jumped up from his seat, completely not understanding what he was doing there. The old man asked to spare him a little time for a private conversation, if it would not be too much trouble for Justin. Justin, although not scared, was very surprised by the appearance of the old man in the office of their club. Soon they found themselves at the entrance to the old man's house, where he intended to talk to Justin. Upon entering, the old man sternly asked Justin not to linger on the threshold but to follow him. The courtyard of the house turned out to be much tidier than one might have expected, judging by the old man's unkempt appearance. At that moment, a woman came out to them, who was delighted to see the owner of the house and called him a teacher. The old man finally introduced himself to Justin. His name was Teacher Adam, and he had been a master of the Chinese philosophy school for a long time. He then invited Justin into the house where a table was set, at which he wanted to dine with his new acquaintance. However, the girl reminded that an important guest was due to arrive to see the teacher any minute. Considering the guest's constant lateness, they had no more than 5 minutes to prepare for his arrival. Teacher Adam apologized to Justin and asked him to wait a little while he dealt with an important matter. He suggested that he take a little rest and return in half an hour, when the guest had gone home. Justin then decided to have a smoke near Adam's house and then take a little walk around the area. Before he could leave, an expensive black car pulled up to the house, in which Teacher Adam's important guest arrived. It was obvious that he was a very influential person, because his personal driver opened the car door for him. And then Justin recognized a painfully familiar face from his past life, which he had seen many times at business meetings. The driver accompanied him everywhere and even walked him from the car to the door of his house. Justin was tormented by the question, what was this influential man doing with such a simple old man like Adam? After all, this was the same businessman who would soon take the high post of chairman in the company where Justin had previously worked. The guy knew this well, because in his past life he worked for 10 years in the very company that this gentleman would later head. Did this man really make all his decisions only after consulting the old man and his fortune-telling? As promised, half an hour later, Justin was invited into the house where the table was already set. Teacher Adam suggested that Justin eat more, as he was probably hungry from waiting outside. In turn, Justin showed courtesy and, as an expression of respect, offered to fill the teacher's glass. The old man noted Justin's helpfulness, which people his age often show, although many of them do not do it sincerely. The teacher then admitted that this client was one of the lifelines he had been holding on to for many years. In other words, the client was his personal informant, supplying the old man with information about the top management of a large company. Moreover, if Justin's current life was the same as his past life, this man would now be the CEO of Mr. Michael's company. The old man said that he met this client when he asked to check love compatibility with his secretary, was pleased with the result, and became a frequent guest in this house. From then on, he came to the old man almost every week when he was free from work and listened attentively to his advice. Justin noted with a smile that Teacher Adam must be very supportive of his client, since he came to see him so often. Pouring himself a drink, the old man admitted that his tongue was still as eloquent as it had been in his youth. Moreover, he expected that if his advice was correct and the client's business became successful, then he himself would be successful. Justin was extremely surprised by this state of affairs in the School of Philosophy and the old man's business. Adam reminded that when dealing with big businessmen, you need to adhere to certain rules and work hard on your image. Of course, there are other important points that he wanted to talk about. He suggested Justin pay attention to his hair, which he often dyed white to inspire more confidence in clients. Moreover, he specifically chose this poor place for his school in order to maintain traditions and preserve an atmosphere of secrecy and mystery. This was not at all the simple, scruffy old man whom Justin had once met on the street and helped to drag a cart. By the way, Justin wanted to ask why the old man needed that cart of junk at all, especially in the middle of the night. That was the whole point, because Mr. Michael asked Adam to establish contact with Justin and keep him around for a while. Adam deftly picked up the treat with his chopsticks and paused to give Justin time to process what he had heard. It turned out that Mr. Michael intended to accept into his company not only his illegitimate son Pierre, but also Justin, who he needed on the team. This whole story with the old man was started only to attract Justin's attention and gradually direct him in the direction Mr. Michael needed. It would have been unwise to refuse such an offer, but Justin, clenching his fists, barely restrained an angry remark addressed to these people. Mr. Michael asked Adam to teach Justin a few things and give him some good advice. That's why the old man suggested that the young man drop into the school in his free time and work as an intern for a while. Justin wondered if the old man really wanted to teach him fortune-telling so that he could make money from rich clients. But it was not about just making money, because Mr. Adam wanted to teach him observation and the ability to understand people. He wanted to teach the young, inexperienced guy to understand people, because that was what he would have to do all his life. The old man didn't know that Justin valued freedom above all else and hated it when someone tried to control his life. So he immediately stated that he was not going to join Mr. Michael's firm and be trained by the old man. The teacher asked him not to take the proposal lightly and to listen to the advice of his elders. Mr. Michael, by the way, had a favorite saying taken from a philosophical treatise from the Three Kingdoms period. It said that even if you have to abandon people sometimes, you can't let them abandon you back. The old man seriously told the boy that he was lucky to have attracted the attention of such an influential person, but he was going down the wrong path, leading to a dead end. It is strange what Teacher Adam meant and why he was so sure that this young man was mistaken. Finally, Teacher Adam told the boy in a serious tone not to be stubborn, and to just do what he was told. There is no need to pay attention to details, because in the world of big business, only the speed of decision-making based on personal experience is important. The incident when the boy helped him carry a cart of firewood was a test, and the old man wanted to get to know the boy's character better. Justin realized that this cunning old man was willing to act covertly, like a thief, to establish contact and achieve his goal. But realizing that he had nothing to lose, Justin accepted Adam's offer to become his intern. A few days later, the teacher finally showed the boy the place that was kept a closely guarded secret. With one sweeping gesture, he swung open the office doors, and Justin was met with a sight that was as mesmerizing as anything he could have ever dreamed of. This place was a real treasure trove of the old man's philosophical school, with shelves containing many manuscripts containing important information. Adam warned Justin once again that he should never tell anyone about this place. Otherwise, they would get into serious trouble. Looking at the shelves, the guy was eager to find out what was stored in these records and why this place was so secret. It turned out that the manuscripts contained information about each client, collected by Teacher Adam bit by bit from his informants. Justin's task was to learn to copy the old man's actions and continue to keep these records. After these words, the old man handed the boy one of the manuscripts and suggested that he carefully read its contents. He hoped that Justin could be trusted, and that his first impression of the guy had not been deceiving. Justin, of course, promised to keep the secret, but he wasn't entirely sure he could handle it. Opening one of the manuscripts, he saw on the very first page a photograph of a client who had come last week. By the way, not a single letter in these manuscripts was erased, although the notes were old and handwritten. The teacher reminded that today this person must come to him again and bring valuable information that must be written down and left here. But the teacher himself told Justin that this businessman helped him get closer to Mr. Michael, which means that he shouldn't have ended up in this archive in the first place. It's strange why he trusts Adam so much and is willing to give him such valuable information. Besides, Justin knew that the two were feuding and competing in the same business niche. Suddenly, the guy realized that he had let it slip, because this information could not have been known to him if he had not been reborn. He learned this in his past life when he worked for one of the city's largest companies and received information firsthand. For a long time, these competing companies were linked. But then Mr. Michael separated and created his own new company. Teacher Adam was not interested in their internal squabbles, because both men were his regular clients, whom he had known for a long time. Now Justin understood why Mr. Michael had asked the old man to bring him closer to the boy, because he was not just running a business, but was pursuing a far-reaching goal. Different people came to this school of philosophy, both entrepreneurs and ordinary workers. As the teacher talked to the clients, Justin sat nearby and studied the faces of all these people. This is what the teacher told him before each of his conversations, to keep his ears open and carefully observe everything that was happening. Facial expressions, gestures, and intonations quickly reveal a person's lie, if there is one. And if a person lied outwardly, it meant that there was something hidden inside him that he did not want to show to others. One such client was a man named Sam, who had come to Teacher Adam for advice more than once. He complained that too many misfortunes happened in his life and that he probably just had bad luck. Sam couldn't understand what he had done wrong in this life and why he was being punished like that. For example, the owner of the building where Sam ran his business kept doubling the rent for no reason. Then the old man asked him about the recently opened establishment, which Sam had been planning and implementing for a long time. But it would have been better if he hadn't done this, because the establishment closed almost immediately after the presentation and brought only losses. Then Teacher Adam offered Sam to change his destiny, promising to improve all his affairs and return to a normal, happy life. Sam immediately thought that the old man would give him some kind of talisman that could change his destiny and bring good luck. But when he heard the price of the talisman, he couldn't believe his ears, because it turned out to be too expensive. The old man immediately lowered the price a little, but admitted that in that case the talisman would not be as effective. The short negotiations ended, and Sam agreed to purchase the talisman with a small discount for a regular customer. Justin knew that Sam's smile would disappear in a couple of hours when he came to his senses and faced reality. After the buyer left, the old man counted the money from the sale of the talisman and rejoiced at the successful deal. He understood that his young friend was upset by this approach and felt sorry for the people in trouble. Adam told him not to sympathize so much because it only makes things worse for people. After all, the buyer and seller were satisfied with the deal, so Justin was in vain sulking and complaining about the unfairness. Realizing the futility of the argument, the guy looked away and said that he didn't want to talk about this topic anymore. Suddenly, the old man threw all the money he had earned on the table and offered the guy to take the entire amount as help. He promised to give all of today's profits, and if the guy's conscience bothers him, he can do a good deed. The old man suggested that the money on the table be considered Justin's first earnings as his assistant. The next day, having agreed to an urgent assignment, the guy went in search of Sam. Justin soon found himself at a popular computer club, where he hoped to meet his future business partner. Among the other players, he noticed a man nearby who was smoking and playing some kind of game. Looking at the monitor, Justin recognized the game and came up with an idea to make Sam a tempting offer. Sam, playing his favorite computer game, suddenly saw an unfamiliar character in a familiar location. The prince, who was this character, put his hand on the knight's shoulder and asked him to spare a little time. He then suddenly announced that he knew about the knight's culinary talents, especially in preparing Chinese cuisine. For a while, Sam was puzzled as to why the game's plot had taken such a strange turn. The knight pulled his hand back and asked the prince not to poke his nose into other people's business and to just pass by. Suddenly, the prince pulled out a huge, rare sword from its sheath, which he wanted to give to the knight as a sign of friendship. The game system notified Sam that the paladin's greatsword was now his. Having received such a valuable gift, the knight agreed to devote some time to the prince. It turned out that this character needed a cook for their project, but Sam was surprised that the search was conducted through a computer game. The character replied that it was here that he hoped to find a dedicated and reliable like-minded person. Sam was very busy, although he understood that the player controlling the prince was pursuing good intentions. The prince then said that they were willing to pay well for the work in cash or in-game items. Looking at his strange interlocutor in the game, Sam asked how much exactly they were willing to offer to discuss the proposal. Justin turned out to be an excellent strategist, because after entering the game from another computer, he negotiated a partnership with Sam through his character. As a result, Sam's Chinese restaurant launched a joint project with Mr. Michael's charity. The signature dish was pork in sweet and sour sauce, which was enjoyed by the children from the shelter who were the first to receive assistance. The deal turned out to be a win-win for everyone, as the charity found a good broker and Sam received many new orders. The children were delighted with the free food and ran with pleasure to get their portion every time. The charity created 63 joint projects with the restaurant and continued to grow. Justin felt like they had reached great heights, but that was just the beginning. The project gradually expanded across the country, allowing millions of orphans to sample sweet and sour pork for free, with funding provided by various philanthropists. The advertising campaign included a lot of cute videos containing advertisements that brought in additional income. Kevin didn't understand why Justin needed his documents when he could have used his own. Justin explained that if he had offered to collaborate on his own behalf, Sam would most likely have refused. He asked his friend to imagine a situation in which a philosophy student offers to help an adult man solve his problems. Surely he would have grabbed his head, realizing his helplessness and his humiliating position at the bottom of life. If even a philosophy student offers help, it immediately becomes clear how bad things are. Kevin countered that Sam was quite poor at the time and would therefore understand and accept the offer. Hugging his naive friend, Justin explained that people are proud by nature and do not ask for help until the very end. After some time, Sam visited Teacher Adam again, but this time he looked completely different. He beamed with happiness and told the old man that the amulet had worked and brought him a very important and rich client. Looking at the teacher, Sam had a hard time finding the words to express his gratitude for selling the amulet. Filled with emotion, he squeezed the teacher's hand so hard that it felt like it was about to be broken. Sam invited the old man to his restaurant, promising to treat him to the entire menu, including even exotic dishes. He invited Justin and his friends to have a nice dinner at his restaurant at the house's expense. Justin was delighted with the offer, since food could not be considered a bribe, and such a gift could be easily accepted. And Sam continued to shine with happiness, because a bright streak had finally arrived in his life. A few days later, Sam realized that he was saved by Justin, who came up with the whole story with the computer game. In gratitude, he offered the guy and his entire team free meals at his restaurant. Justin was delighted with this offer, and one evening he came to the restaurant again to eat his favorite dish. He loved the pasta here and didn't even look at the other items on the menu, even though there were some delicious dishes there. However, Sam asked Justin to order something more expensive, because he ate the same cheap dish every day. The man promised to forbid him to order pasta next time and to cook something exquisite and expensive. Sam was a little annoyed that Justin kept eating this pasta instead of ordering something from the restaurant's specialty and accepting his generous gift. But despite this, he was ready to thank Justin for his kindness, even if he had to spend his whole life on it. In the end, he swore that he would always help him if he needed help in business. Justin thanked Sam for his support and promised to reach out to him if needed. In response, the man fervently assured his young friend that these were not empty words and that he never threw words to the wind. Justin, looking at him, realized that he really felt obligated and was trying with all his might to repay him for his kindness. At that moment, Justin seemed to understand the truth that the teacher had been trying to convey to him with his lesson. That same day, the boy burst into old Adam's house and fell to his knees, realizing that he had underestimated his teacher's offer. He confessed to Adam that he had finally learned the lesson that had been discussed in their first conversation, but which he had then ignored. Adam asked Justin not to bother with these formalities. Although the boy was sincere, the teacher liked this approach and didn't mind Justin doing it more often. However, he asked Justin once again to listen to him carefully and not to pretend that he already knew everything. Then the guy invited Adam to have lunch together and promised to pay their joint bill at the restaurant. However, the teacher had to refuse the tempting offer because of an important meeting. But when he approached the door, Adam informed the guy that this meeting was not scheduled with him, but with Justin himself. A man entered the teacher's house and announced that Mr. Michael was expecting Justin for a serious conversation. He then drove Justin to Michael's, where a large table had already been set for the meeting. While pouring tea for the guest, Michael started talking about how the guy would soon need to look for a job and that he should think about it in advance. Justin has not yet decided what area he wants to build his career in and honestly told the owner of the house about this. Then Michael offered to work in his huge corporation, which he knew very well, and perhaps even expected such an offer. But Justin was not used to relying on other people's help and wanted to achieve everything himself. The man feared that Justin might get a job with a competitor, and then their warm relationship would be at risk. Suddenly he told me that the name of their corporation, translated from ancient Greek, means striving for success at any cost. At that moment, his job offer sounded more like an order than a friendly request. Justin was surprised by this offer because many students had better grades than him. Michael knew Justin's grades were not up to par, but he also valued his talent and responsibility. In fact, the main reason was that his illegitimate son Pierre would soon need a reliable ally, which in Michael's opinion Justin should become. But the boy was tormented by the question of what fate Michael had prepared for his son and what role he himself should play in this. It was obvious that Michael had big plans for his son, whom he had not seen for many years, and probably wanted to somehow compensate for this separation from the child. Michael admitted that he sees Pierre as his successor, but asked to keep this information a secret. Justin didn't think that far ahead, and thought that Pierre just needed to work for his father's company for a while and gain experience. Mr. Michael planned to concentrate the main activities of his corporation in one branch, which Pierre would manage together with his best friend. So he wanted Justin to do what he asked and not make him worry anymore. Then Justin finally agreed to work for this company, but did not want its owner to help him with employment. The man was surprised by these words, and he tried to understand what this young man had in mind. Justin wanted to submit his resume like all the other applicants and go through the interview on his own. Michael looked at Justin intently, trying to understand the reason for his heightened sense of justice. However, Justin's words made sense, because keeping a person who was not even capable of getting a job close to his son would be unreasonable. Besides, Justin wanted to prove to himself that he was capable of achieving everything without any outside help. After some thought, Michael agreed with Justin's arguments and allowed him to act as he saw fit. In any case, he believed in his talent and was sure that he would still work for his company. The guy promised to live up to expectations and show his best side by going through all stages of employment. Meanwhile, Kevin realized his dream and got a job at a news channel. Justin and Pierre successfully passed the selection process for Michael's company and were soon to start a new life. Now they walked together to the service buses that took workers straight to the office. Of all the company's branches, Justin chose the one that sold the most famous brands. In the lobby, a man greeted the newcomers and greeted everyone loudly into a microphone. This was the company's CEO, who would soon have to choose his assistants. The 2-week training was aimed at getting the new recruits to come together as a team. Justin was once again forced to participate in joint dinners and night walks with his new colleagues. Jordan, who was walking behind Justin and Susan, asked the guy to carry the girl on his back more carefully. But Susan asked Jordan to shut up and not disturb them, because it was already hard for Justin to carry her. The guy clearly didn't like the girl's answer, but Justin agreed with her because he was tired of the whining of their annoying companion. Overall, he was pleased with the new team, and soon it was time to distribute employees among departments. To do this, they were gathered in an office, where everyone had to find out the management's decision. The manager handed out documents to everyone and asked them to carefully read their contents. All new recruits were assigned to the External Relations Department, but they were divided into groups to improve the effectiveness of their training. When Justin saw where he was assigned, he couldn't believe his eyes, and such a coincidence seemed incredible. He ended up in the same department where he worked for 10 years in his previous life under Ronald's leadership. Ultimately, it was for the best, because if he wanted, he could later move to another department. On his first day at work, already in the office, Pierre asked Justin what the External Relations Department does. Pierre was also assigned to this department, which seemed strange to him, since he was not considered either advanced or particularly important in the company. Usually, ordinary employees without outstanding abilities, fit only for the most routine work, were sent there. Justin reassured his friend with a smile, saying that here, like everywhere else, ordinary people work, so he can relax. Pierre tried to appear calm, although as he approached his desk he was covered in sweat from excitement. The guys thought that Michael himself had assigned them to this department, considering it the most promising for starting a career. But in fact, Mr. Michael's brother was involved in the distribution, and it probably had something to do with his eldest son. Together with his son, they acted in concert, and sooner or later Pierre had to confront them openly. And if he does not succeed while his father is in power, he will be severely punished for his weakness. Justin warned that Pierre would be surrounded by his father's ill-wishers, but as long as Michael was running the company, he would be safe. Frightened, Pierre asked if Justin would help him if an internal corporate war began against him. Of course, Justin was ready to stand up for Pierre, because without him, he himself would not have lasted in this company. Pierre's test had already begun, and our heroes had no choice but to pass it successfully. Justin arrived at work at 8 o'clock in the morning, and as always, prepared in advance for a meeting with colleagues and superiors. He had ironed his suit the night before to look impeccable and make a good first impression. It was his long-awaited first day at work after graduating from university. Justin settled comfortably into his office chair and noticed that he was still alone in the office, even though it was already 10 minutes past 8. Suddenly, the door opened and the first employee after him was about to appear. It was unclear who would be entering, but Justin was ready to greet his colleague and introduce himself. Seeing the man approaching his workplace, Justin bowed low to him as a sign of respect. The man's name was Bob, and he greeted the newcomer with a smile and in a great mood. Justin last saw him in his past life, when he often crossed paths with him while working at that company. Bob was the head of the department and Justin knew it, although he didn't give his title. The employee was surprised that Justin knew about his position in the company and was so well prepared for his first day on the job. But Justin explained that Bob himself had called him a member of his team and had behaved in the relaxed manner befitting a leader. Bob noted the intelligence of the new employee and was pleased with such an addition to their team. Exactly at 22 minutes past 8, another employee arrived. This was the deputy head of the department, known for his commanding character. He was followed by Charles, who occupied the same high position, but with a completely different character. Meeting another employee, Justin realized that Ronald, as was his habit, would be the last one to arrive. And indeed, soon all the company employees were already in place, except for one guy who was late. Ronald's chair was still empty because, as usual, he arrived at work later than everyone else. And so, at almost 9 o'clock in the morning, Ronald finally appeared and slowly entered the office. Instead of a smile, there was a sour grimace on his face and he barely managed to squeeze out a greeting. The morning was clearly not a good one for him, because a new employee, whom he already knew, was waiting for him at the door. As expected, Justin introduced himself by name and added that they would be working together for a long time to come. This day became one of the worst in Ronald's life, because even at university he hated this upstart Justin. Unable to contain himself, Ronald deliberately bumped Justin with his shoulder, pretending to be in a hurry. Suddenly, the chief's assistant called Ronald to give him an important task. Ronald's face instantly changed and he hurried to his boss with a smile, as if this was the most interesting task in his life. The task was for Ronald to train the newbie Justin and prevent him from making mistakes in the first days. Having accepted the task, Ronald walked up to Justin's desk and arrogantly tapped his finger on it. He told Justin to follow him to another room where he was going to give him the materials he needed for his studies. Justin obediently followed Ronald, while his friend Pierre watched them from afar, a little worried. In the office, Ronald threw the printouts on the table, which the newcomer needed to familiarize himself with. It was a manual for new employees that had to be memorized without asking unnecessary questions. Justin immediately took the printout, which he was actually quite familiar with from previous experience. Suddenly, the guy asked Justin directly why he came to work for this particular company, knowing that Ronald had been working there for a long time. Justin made a surprised face and replied that he just needed to earn a living. However, everyone knew that a talented guy like Justin could get a job in any company, and Ronald wanted to understand his true intentions. Justin responded deftly, thanking Ronald for such a nice compliment about his talent. These evasive answers finally angered Ronald, and he could no longer hold back. The next moment, he grabbed Justin by the shirt and ordered him to immediately reveal his insidious plans. Justin, who was Ronald's senior at university, reminded him to address him with respect. Ronald pulled his hand away and declared that his university days were behind him, and that adult life had now begun. Justin knew that working with Ronald would be difficult, but he was not going to tolerate his antics. Ronald concluded by warning that their next meeting would only take place after Justin had learned the manual from cover to cover. Justin, watching Ronald leave, already knew that their meeting would happen much earlier. Left alone, Justin decided to look through the materials that Ronald had given him. When he opened the manual, he realized that he knew every line better than any employee in the office. A couple of minutes later, Ronald saw Justin approaching him, although he had not even managed to open the work files on his computer. Justin said that he had already studied all the material and Ronald could not believe his ears. It seemed impossible to him, because no one had ever managed to absorb so much information in such a short time. He decided that now was the time to tame this upstart and give him an exam that he would definitely fail. But Justin said with a smile that he was ready to take the test right now if Ronald had time. Ronald asked him to give him their team's internal number, which was listed on the 3rd page of the manual. Justin immediately called out the number, without even taking the time to think, as if he had known it all his life. Ronald pretended not to notice and then handed Justin a stack of receipts. He thought that Justin would definitely not be able to cope with this task, and that it would take him several days. But Justin said that such a simple task would only take him a couple of seconds, and he was ready to fill out receipts without preparation. Looking at the printed text, Justin began to explain out loud to Ronald how to fill out the receipts correctly. The assistant to the chief, who was sitting at the next table, was amazed and delighted to see such a talented newcomer. He called Justin the brightest new guy he had ever met, and Justin thanked him for the kind words. Suddenly, the chief's assistant remembered that it had taken Ronald himself almost a week to complete a similar task. Ronald, looking down, corrected his assistant, clarifying that it had only taken him 4 days, not a whole week. The assistant manager continued to praise Justin and assured him that with such a mind he would quickly achieve success. Ronald was furious, but he wasn't about to give in to Justin for the second time in his life. After some time, the chief's assistant decided to personally approach Justin and give him an important assignment. Justin had memorized the manual the day before and could be trusted with a serious task today. Justin was pleased with the attention from management and promised to make every effort. In addition, the head of the department noticed Ronald's strange attitude towards Justin and decided to support the newcomer. The department head then told the manager that he was taking Justin with him to the National Assembly Hall, and the manager wished them good luck. So Justin headed to the gym where he would work hard and gain experience. The congressional staff in this place wielded great power and acted as intermediaries for all members of the Foreign Relations Department. Upon meeting the manager, Justin handed him his business card and expressed his pleasure at meeting him in person. Looking at the young man's business card, the man nodded approvingly, noting Justin's open attitude towards the neighboring department, and promised to take this into account. The guy noticed that he only got business cards thanks to the help of the head of his department, and now he is eagerly awaiting a call. The department head Justin had praised so much was quite surprised by the young employee's courage. Returning to his place, he immediately reported to his boss about Justin's fearlessness, who in such a short time had managed to get to know all the key leaders. In addition, somehow the guy became aware of the recent publication of a children's book by the wife of the head of a neighboring department. The boss was once again convinced of the newcomer's excellent abilities, and that he had once again completed the task perfectly. Justin, as always, bowed politely in response to the praise, and promised to achieve even greater success in the future. Meanwhile, Ronald was seething with anger, watching as his recent rival gradually strengthened his position in the company. Justin's start to his new position has been very successful. He has achieved a lot and has managed to meet many colleagues. At the same time, he was of course busy with work, because every employee in the office was eager to cooperate with him. The atmosphere in the office was great, but Ronald didn't like it all because he still hadn't managed to break his opponent. And the second team had a pleasant atmosphere thanks to the efforts of Justin and his manager, who supported him in everything. But in the team where Pierre ended up, things were not going well, and the guy immediately encountered a stern leader. The angry department head approached Pierre with a statement that he had no right to receive a salary for such work. And even the fact that he was the son of Mr. Michael himself does not give him the right to provide such incompetent reports. The man did not understand how one could be so careless about his duties, as if this were not the office of a reputable company, but a gaming room. Pierre could only meekly agree and apologize for his mistake. Suddenly, Elizabeth decided to stand up for the unfortunate guy, saying that the task assigned to him was too difficult for a newbie. After all, in such difficult times, a little common sense would not hurt everyone, and Pierre should be shown leniency. In response, the man angrily asked if she really thought his decisions were stupid and not worth paying attention to. Moreover, he didn't ask her opinion, so it would be better for her to just keep quiet and mind her own business. Elizabeth only wanted to help her friend in difficult times, but ended up making the situation worse. And at this time, the boss, as usual, began to praise his new employee in front of everyone. Of course, he shouldn't have called Justin out right in the middle of this argument, but the guy was forced to respond with a smile, showing a good mood. Suddenly, Bob asked him if he had updated the emergency contact information he had asked for earlier. Pierre's department manager watched Bob's interaction with the newcomer closely, and seemed to become even more heated. Bob apologized for not reading Justin's instant message sent a few hours ago. The guy wasn't surprised by this, because his boss Bob had a memory like a goldfish, and most likely, he deliberately praised Justin in front of this man, who had long been his enemy since the first days of working in the company. This had a bad effect on the head of Pierre's department, and he began to scold his subordinate even more, as if he had already committed some other offense. He threatened that if Pierre allowed something like this to happen again, he would face serious troubles that he would bitterly regret. After this tense scene, Pierre went out into the corridor to drink a cold soda, but then decided to go outside to get some fresh air. It was obvious that he was upset, but he didn't want to ask his father for help, preferring to figure everything out on his own. At that moment, Justin ran out after his friend, wanting to support and comfort him. He understood how hard it was for Pierre and took him by the hand to encourage him with a few useful phrases. But the young man immediately pulled his hand away and asked to leave him alone. Without saying a word, he turned away from Justin and walked quickly towards the exit of the building. Justin, remembering his past life, perfectly understood the feelings of a friend humiliated by his boss. After all, Ronald behaved much worse with him. finding a reason for a scandal almost every day. All that was left was to hope that Pierre would have enough strength to overcome this difficult period and become stronger in the future. This is how the working days of both guys went, whose paths began to diverge more and more, and they communicated much less often than during their studies. Justin wished with all his heart that Pierre would calm down and cope with the situation, but it seemed that he was not used to the harsh reality. The situation was made worse by his boss, who continued to bombard him with ridiculous assignments 10 times a day. Once again, he scolded the young employee for failing to follow orders and for letting the entire team down. Pierre apologized again and promised to redo the work from the beginning as soon as possible. Bob, true to form, continued to loudly praise Justin, telling everyone about the young talent they had managed to attract. Finally, his subordinate gently hinted to Bob that praise was, of course, good, but everything should be in moderation. Bob apologized if he was too noisy, although he thought he was doing the right thing. He believed that frequent praise would raise the morale of the team, which would have a positive effect on work results. He then praised Justin one last time, reiterating his complete approval of his work. After a while, the guy went out for a short break to smoke, as he had a few free minutes. Having put out his cigarette, he was about to return to the office when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It turned out that one of the heads of their department was talking nearby with Pierre and expressing sympathy for the young employee, understanding his grave condition. He noted that Pierre looked depressed after an unpleasant conversation with his boss. Pierre was pleased that at least someone paid attention to him and promised to support him in difficult times. The boss assured Pierre that he would do everything in his power, but Pierre needed to gather his strength and not lose heart. Watching this, Justin began to suspect that the leader of the first team had a reason for deciding to talk to Pierre and win his trust. Most likely, this guy had selfish goals, and he planned some kind of scam into which he wanted to drag his friend. Justin took the elevator up to his floor where his noisy department was located. He knew that as soon as he opened the office door, the noise of the employees' voices would flood into the corridor and become several times louder. However, he was unable to enter the office, as Elizabeth came out to greet him and waved her hand in a friendly manner. They decided to have a soda and headed to the vending machine together. Justin thanked the girl for supporting Pierre and sharing his problems with him. She couldn't do otherwise because their boss was unfairly shifting the blame of the entire team onto Pierre alone, including her own mistakes. This was very upsetting to his friend, but suddenly Justin noticed a strange expression in the girl's eyes. He asked her directly why she was looking at him so strangely and whether she was hiding something. Elizabeth admitted that this was the first time she had seen such an expression on Justin's face, because he is usually always cheerful and friendly. Of course, he was upset because he could not do anything to help his friend, seeing his suffering. Then the girl suggested organizing a meeting of newcomers in order to distract Pierre at least a little. A few days later, they sent out messages to all employees inviting them to a meeting for new office employees. Justin also received the message, although he didn't understand why he needed it, since he already knew about this meeting. Suddenly, he saw that Pierre, for whose sake all this was started, refused to come. At this point, Elizabeth said goodbye to Justin, saying that her workday was over. Seeing her at the other end of the office, the guy realized they needed to talk, but he didn't want to attract attention. Suddenly, he heard familiar voices behind him and listened to their conversation in surprise. It turned out that the same boss who had talked to Pierre at the smoking room was taking Pierre to some meeting and was now saying goodbye to his boss. Justin wondered if they had a work meeting planned, or if their department manager was up to something. By that time, it was already evening outside and a bright moon illuminated the sky of the big city. Elizabeth, tired after a day at work, was walking home, not expecting to meet any of her colleagues. Suddenly, a familiar voice loudly called her name and the girl turned around sharply. Justin had been running after her all this time to talk about something important, and was glad that he managed to catch up with her. He asked if the head of their department had a personal car, and if Elizabeth could describe it. At that very moment, a car belonging to the head of the department left the company's premises. Elizabeth immediately pointed in its direction and confidently stated that this was their boss's car. Without wasting a second, Justin immediately raised his hand to flag down a passing taxi. Having seen the client, the taxi driver drove up to the office building and the young man headed towards the car. He quickly opened the door, not wanting to waste time before the manager drove too far. Unexpectedly, he invited the girl to go with him, imagining themselves as heroes of a Hollywood action movie. The girl did not understand what this enterprising young man had in mind, but she guessed that he was doing it for his friend. Soon the taxi stopped at a small Japanese restaurant where the head of their department and Pierre headed. The young manager was greeted by the restaurant owner, who had obviously been expecting them and was pleased with their arrival. Justin and the girl continued to watch them from the taxi, promising the driver to pay for the wait. At Justin's request, Elizabeth took out her phone and began filming what was happening. She said the man was the director of a company that had long supplied dried fish and other seafood. But their contract was coming to an end, so many wanted to take his place. Justin couldn't understand why this man had contacted the external relations department, and not the sales department, as was usually done. But Elizabeth knew that their team, in addition to their core responsibilities, was also considering collaboration opportunities. Most likely the reason was low sales of dried fish, so the contract with this supplier will probably not be renewed. Now everything became clear to Justin, and the main goal of this meeting, of course, was to extend the contract. He realized that he couldn't leave this unattended, and since they were here, they had to find out all the details. In addition, it will be possible to hold a meeting of colleagues right in this same Japanese restaurant. The next day, Justin was already able to report something important to his department supervisors, since he had with him not only the audio recording, but also other evidence. Approaching his supervisor, Justin asked for some time for a short but important conversation. However, it would be difficult to hold a conversation here, so Justin suggested moving to the conference room. Although everything looked a little strange, it was clear from the serious faces of both guys that the matter was really urgent. Left alone, Justin explained that he could not make such an important decision on his own, and therefore wanted to know the opinion of a senior colleague. First of all, the curator had to listen to the tape recording that Justin was holding in his hands. Without a second's hesitation, Justin pressed the play button and the curator heard very serious evidence of corruption in their company. On the day Justin made this recording, the restaurant was too noisy, so he had to hide in the toilet. He spent some time there preparing a dictaphone to record the conversation between the leaders. Soon the head of the department, Pierre, and his partner appeared at the mirror, asking to extend the contract. The head of the department replied that of course he could extend the contract, but his superiors would probably prevent him from doing so. In the end, the guy will still have to obey his superiors and cancel the contract extension, no matter how much he wants to. Unexpectedly, the man offered the head of the department a good reward for extending the contract. In response, the head of the department said that there was only one way to help the poor guy, and that was exactly what he wanted to talk about now. The fact is that today a young man named Pierre came with him, who was the illegitimate son of Mr. Michael. The entire management of the company considered this guy extremely unpleasant and had long wanted to get rid of him. So before Pierre could strengthen his position in the company, the head of the department wanted to eliminate him before it became a problem. After hearing all this, the man finally asked how exactly he could help in firing Pierre. The guy offered to take full responsibility and asked his partner to personally deal with the elimination of the newcomer. He explained that the head office audit department would soon receive a report that Pierre had received a bribe from the director of the intermediary company. After listening to the entire recording, silence reigned in the conference room. The department supervisor then asked if Justin had any other evidence besides this audio recording. Justin replied that he also had photographs of the department head, Pierre, and that same man. The curator understood where this was going and immediately warned the new employee about possible problems. Justin will likely face some unpleasant consequences once this scheme is exposed. In other words, this evidence was so convincing that it could destroy the career of not only the suspect, but also Justin himself, who would definitely be avenged. Justin was well aware of the risks, but he couldn't remain indifferent and silently watch what was happening. After all, if nothing is done, Pierre's career, which hasn't even begun yet, will soon be destroyed. After thinking for a bit, the curator returned the recorder to Justin and announced his decision. He agreed to help Justin, but warned that he would have to act independently, without the support of management. Justin had to make an informed decision and act in accordance with his convictions, and his supervisor wished him luck in this. Justin was glad that his curator trusted him completely, although he found it strange that he did not want to personally intervene in this conflict. Then the curator honestly admitted that the head of their department was only a year older than him. In addition, they have known each other for many years, and the curator would not want to spoil their relationship, despite the manager's misconduct. Justin hated to hear those words, but deep down he knew that there was a strong friendship between the curator and the head of the department. After that, Justin tried to keep a low profile and waited for the right moment to act. However, Justin found it difficult to remain friendly towards a man who posed a threat to him. Justin had to wait a long time for the department head to make the first move, but the moment had come. One day, 3 young men entered their office and headed straight towards Pierre. Nobody understood why the audit department employees came to them and who sent them. One of the auditors approached Pierre and said that they were counting on long-term cooperation and had come here specifically to meet with him. Pierre, looking at them, asked again why they were so interested in him, since he had never dealt with the audit department. Justin had a bad feeling and wanted to know what the head of the department was doing now. To Justin's surprise, the department head remained at his desk and pretended not to notice. This meant that the head of the department did not act alone, and that the management was involved in corruption. Justin was soon standing by the elevator, waiting for it to arrive and thinking about the recent events. At that moment, he saw the head of the department, who asked from afar where Justin was heading. The guy looked very confident, as if he had thought out all the details of his insidious plan in advance. Without waiting for an answer, he immediately accused Justin of not answering the manager's question as required by company rules. The guy quickly apologized and explained that he was going to the audit department at the request of his mentor. Suddenly, the boss announced that he had heard about the achievements of their new employee, Justin. but now realized that his merits were greatly exaggerated. He added that it was too early for newcomers to relax, and that the same thing could happen to Justin as to his friend. With difficulty containing his anger, the guy replied that he would take the manager's advice into account and work even harder. When the elevator doors opened, it turned out that the guy was also heading to the audit department, just like Justin. However, he was so reluctant to ride in the same elevator with the newcomer that he asked him to wait for the next one and go up a little later. As a result, he entered the spacious elevator alone and waited for the doors to close in front of Justin. As he rode up the elevator, the manager thought with glee that today he would show this upstart what he was capable of. As soon as he left, Justin called the elevator and waited for him to return to his floor. Without wasting any time, he called his mentor and informed him that Pierre had been called to that department for a reason. He assumed that a disciplinary council was meeting there and he would not have time to provide the management with the evidence he had collected. Time was short, so Justin asked his mentor to put him on the list of speakers for the disciplinary committee meeting. Meanwhile, Pierre was already standing in the center of the audience in front of the committee members, who had accumulated a lot of questions for him. The department director began the meeting by asking Pierre whether he was familiar with the company's code of ethics. And if he is familiar, then how could he, having even a drop of conscience, commit such an act? The leader had the last word, and another participant in the meeting addressed him with several questions. He asked where the manager was during Pierre's meeting with the company's intermediary. The manager, of course, was prepared for this question, and answered without delay that he was with his family that day. As proof, he offered to check his card statement, which should have included payment for an order for 4 at a Korean restaurant. Hearing this, Pierre jumped up from his seat and shouted that the leader was with him that day. In response, the manager stated that Pierre was in a difficult position, but even in such a situation one should not compromise one's conscience. The department director reminded that Pierre was a relative of Mr. Michael, and therefore bore even more responsibility than other employees. It was all a lie, and this was the first time Pierre had heard such accusations against him. The director threw the documents on the table and asked Pierre directly if he had any evidence of innocence. After all, without evidence he will not be able to avoid serious punishment for betrayal. According to the company's code of ethics, organizing such meetings will result in immediate dismissal. Moreover, the contract concluded at this meeting bore Pierre's signature and he could not object to it. Pierre wondered where he had made a mistake and why all these troubles had suddenly befallen him. In conclusion, the director stated that Pierre's guilt had been fully proven, and based on the results of the meeting, he had decided to dismiss him. At that moment, the door to the classroom swung open and Justin walked in, ready to prove his friend's innocence. Bursting in, he introduced himself and named the department he had recently started working in. The chairman of the council did not understand why the young man burst into the meeting, and who gave him such a right. Justin explained that his mentor had appointed him as an observer at this meeting, so he had every right to be there. He came to prove Pierre's innocence in this dirty story, and is ready to do it immediately. It's hard to imagine what was going on in the manager's head, but he understood that he was caught. He tried to angrily object that the company office was not a place for family games, because serious business conversations were taking place there. Justin didn't deny the seriousness of the situation, but he didn't understand why the manager would set his friend up like that. After all, the manager was actually present at that meeting with Pierre and led him into a trap by colluding with the intermediary. Justin had more evidence that the director needed to see. From the inside pocket of his jacket, he took out a folder with evidence that proved the director's involvement in the crime. Justin threw the tape recorder with the recording of their conversation in the toilet and the photographs taken from the taxi on the table. The irrefutable evidence was before all the members of the council, including the department director himself. Justin realized that it was impossible to object to such evidence, and he would be able to save his friend's reputation. Everyone heard the recording of the manager saying that Pierre was Mr. Michael's illegitimate son and needed to be gotten rid of. The manager couldn't even imagine that Justin was in the toilet, not just eavesdropping, but recording their conversation. Now he had to listen to his own voice planning a setup to make Pierre look like a traitor in his father's eyes. The director listened thoughtfully to these dirty confessions, as the accomplices decided to arrange the situation so that the illegitimate son would get into trouble and be fired. In the conversation, the manager also mentioned that after this, their main supplier would terminate the contract with Michael's company, and it would not be able to enter the big market. And he suggested to his accomplice that they create a new corporation that would sell elite dried seafood instead of cheap ones. He planned to arrange for the supply of these products to one of the country's largest department stores at an inflated price. It's hard to imagine how much he could earn by selling an expensive product, instead of counting the change and displaying his product on the shelf of a regular store. He thought that the main thing was to create beautiful packaging, call the product elite, and sales would immediately take off, and the job would be done. However, no one was supposed to know about their secret connection and tell about the leader's personal visit. Having said this, the guy turned around sharply and quickly walked towards the exit, believing that the matter was already done. After listening to the recording, the director turned off the recorder and a deathly silence fell over the room after what he heard. Justin realized that the bribe was indeed being taken by senior employees, but the department head played the main role in it. It was impossible to blame Pierre for everything, because he had only recently started working there and did not know all the intricacies. Now it has become clear to everyone who should be punished by the disciplinary committee, and who was the victim of someone else's game. Of course, there was a person in the room who would have preferred not to know the truth and remain in the shadows. Behind this insidious plan stood President Richard, Mr. Michael's brother, and this foreshadowed big trouble. Pierre's older brother, who had long held a grudge against him, would certainly be unhappy with what happened at the meeting, and there was no need to worry about Pierre himself, because after all the evidence, no one would fire him. Justin looked at his friend with a smile and said that everything would be fine with him now, despite his worries. The guy didn't know what to answer, and thanked his friend with difficulty for his help, trying to come to his senses after the horror he had experienced. As a result, the head of the department was subject to disciplinary action and soon resigned. After his dismissal, the attitude of the employees towards Justin changed dramatically, and he began to stand out from the rest. The following week, Justin met with his supervisor for a conversation away from the office. The curator warned Justin that he needed to be careful because after this story, the whole team knew about him. It is worth remembering that the company employs different people, and many will treat him with caution and suspicion. After all, people are not always rational and often show pettiness and meanness in their actions. Moreover, a newcomer who, even if fairly, displaces a company veteran, always arouses suspicion. There are still people in the company who are loyal to the former head of the department, and they will certainly want revenge. And although the curator was proud of the young man's actions, he was a little afraid for Justin. He then placed his hands encouragingly on his charge's shoulders and promised that he would not leave him in trouble. Finally, he wished the guy good luck and suggested talking again a little later. Justin knew that things could turn against him, but it was his choice and he didn't regret it. After all, if your friend is drowning, you need to help him, no matter what the difficulties. And in one of the company's offices, President Richard, in a rage, smashed a vase, unable to come to terms with what had happened. He scolded his inexperienced employees for not being able to pull off even the simplest task. And now, even if they set their traps cunningly and unnoticed, no one will fall for them. The employees justified themselves by saying that the audio recording of a young employee who managed to get into the restaurant was to blame. But these excuses hardly convinced Richard, and he swung the ashtray, barely restraining himself from throwing it. Suddenly he stopped and asked again if this young guy named Justin was really to blame for everything. The staff confirmed that their plan was almost realized, but at the last moment this cunning newcomer appeared. Richard then suggested that they get rid of him first and then move on to the next stage of the plan. He was interested in where exactly this guy worked and who was the head of his department. Bob, Justin's direct supervisor, always irritated the president, and he asked if there was anyone who could take his place. There was an employee in the company who fully shared President Richard's views and who would probably be happy to cooperate with him. The president ordered that this employee be brought to him immediately so that he could get to know him better. That same day, the same employee, ready to do anything for his revenge, was rushing to Richard. When he entered the office, Richard immediately got down to business, saying that the guy had an excellent chance to get rid of their common enemy. While treating himself and his guest to tea, the president realized that they would work well together, since Ronald had personal scores to settle with the newcomer. However, he couldn't just fire Justin, so he needed Ronald's help. It could be said that Richard was helping the young man to carry out his long-standing revenge. After all, Ronald, more than anyone else, wanted to see Justin fall, if of course Richard understood him correctly. Ronald's reaction was predictable, because he had already forgotten about his career and was only thinking about how to ruin Justin's life. And now he had a chance, because on his way to his department, he was already thinking about the plan suggested by Richard. As he passed Justin, he realized that it was not yet time to act and tried to remain silent. But Ronald's gaze caught Justin's attention, and he asked if he was okay. Ronald replied that he was looking the other way, but in his evil fantasies, he was already imagining how he would take revenge on his enemy. During lunch break, the guys went to Sam's restaurant where Justin was promised free service. Susan was still in shock at the meanness of their former department head, who had always seemed like a nice guy to her. It increasingly seemed to her that apart from their closest colleagues, they had no one to rely on in the company. Suddenly, Pierre suggested that everyone relax and order any dishes, declaring that he would pay for everything himself. But Peter reminded him of the high prices in this restaurant, and asked if Pierre had enough money for this. Justin intervened in the conversation and declared that even Pierre would not have to pay for today's lunch. After all, the restaurant belonged to his close friend, who would not take money for service. After the guys had a hearty lunch, they returned to the office where a new task awaited them. In the office, they saw the assistant to the head of the department, David, who had been waiting for them for a while. Justin greeted David, but Peter noticed that he looked unusually serious and didn't understand what was going on. David said that there would soon be a general department meeting where they would discuss an important topic. All the other teams had already received notifications, and it was strange that these guys were only finding out about it now. David didn't know exactly what was going on, but the department head called all the employees and asked them not to be late for the meeting. General meetings were rare, and Justin knew that this news would have a serious impact on their lives. When everyone had gathered in the auditorium, the director announced the start of the meeting and threw a thick folder of documents on the table. He said that their store was lagging behind their competitors in sales, and they needed to change their approach to work. Mr. Michael instructed his staff to find franchise restaurants to place in the department store to increase sales. Although this was a job for the sales department, Michael assigned it to the department to test the new idea in practice. And most importantly, this was entrusted to junior employees who needed to show their best side. This was the first time Justin had encountered a situation where the owners of a corporation were willing to invest a lot of money in the work of newcomers. Michael decided to trust the intuition of young employees, and senior managers were to support them in everything. Apparently, the owner decided to try a new approach and evaluate the first results after a month. The management will then compare the results of each group of newcomers and select a winner by implementing his idea. The responsibility was very high since huge amounts of corporate money were invested in the project. Justin had seen many different approaches to solving problems, but this one seemed incomprehensible to him. However, looking at Ronald's calm, Justin thought that he seemed to have known everything in advance. After the general meeting, the team gathered in their office and the boss decided what to do. He decided to try Ronald in this matter and see how he could perform. Since one place at the top and one at the bottom is always better than two in the middle, he decided to attract the two best newcomers. It made sense, and all senior managers agreed with the boss. David suggested paying attention to Justin, who had shown himself to be good from the start and was capable of solving such problems. Charles disagreed and believed that his junior employee Ronald deserved more attention. Ronald had joined the company a year earlier, so Charles was willing to vouch for him. David understood that Charles just wanted to spite him, because they had long been competing for the position of assistant manager. Charles looked at his competitor with a smile, not doubting his victory for a second. But the head of the department intervened in the dispute and asked both of them to be patient and attentive. Justin suddenly intervened and declared that the director's strategy was pure madness. Charles advised Justin to be careful with his words and not to forget himself. He couldn't stand it when newcomers crossed the line and discussed management decisions. Another employee said that if Justin was assigned the task, he would be happy to help him. But Justin didn't need help at all, and the guy asked everyone to calm down, entrusting him with this work. He was ready to cope on his own, and since the decision had already been made, he needed to follow it to the end. David was amazed by Justin's courage in taking on such a difficult task alone. Justin spoke with such confidence, as if he had a lot of experience and promised to do his best. Bob, as always, praised Justin for his courage and said that he would support whatever the team decided. After this, there was a lot of chaos in the office, as there was little time and there was enough work to last for 10 years. Justin was surprised by Ronald's arrogant behavior and suspected that he was in cahoots with someone from the management. There was another problem, because all the teams were already preparing for the next meeting and solving the problem together. For example, Pierre was assisted by Mr. Michael's secretary, so he did not have to work alone. And among all the managers, only Justin was left alone with his problem, as had often happened before. He just hoped that it was an accident and that no one was trying to set him up. Finally, the active phase of the project began, when all departments worked hard and concluded new contracts. Justin called a representative of a small restaurant and offered him a retail space in their department store for a joint business. Justin honestly said that he sent this proposal to 6 more companies to choose the best option in a month. He knew this truth might hurt the store manager, but Justin was used to working this way. The guy reminded that he was just a junior employee in the external relations department, and his job consisted only of telephone negotiations. Although he understood that it would be unlikely to conclude a deal, since large suppliers usually work only with directors and their deputies. The man on the other end of the line couldn't tell if the employee was brave or just stupid. In the end, he turned Justin down and he was left with nothing again while others were succeeding. Justin suddenly felt the urge to leave the office and be alone, otherwise he would risk showing everyone his despair. Ronald, seeing the failures of his main competitor, only rejoiced as he watched him go. Left alone, Justin realized that sharing problems was easier than experiencing them alone. All this time he went from one restaurant owner to another, but all this running around did not bring results. When he entered the office, he heard Bob talking about a company and their future joint project. Bob promised to meet the head of this company in person, since his university friend worked there in the sales department. With such a frivolous approach to work, Bob will remain the head of the department and will not advance further. A few days later, during a break, all the employees gathered to discuss their latest achievements. Peter couldn't believe that Susan had signed a contract with a subsidiary of a well-known corporation. Susan said that her department manager was very helpful to her on this project, and that this helped her to do an excellent job. She also added that the other team leaders, who were all guys, supported her and tried to help. Pierre compared it with a smile to a father doing all the most important work for his son. Pierre's friend, understanding his hint, happily replied that family connections could also be considered a special talent. Noticing Justin's silence, Peter asked if he had been able to secure a contract with a small fast food restaurant. Susan said she liked the restaurant and had eaten there often during her college years. There was one simple but very tasty and inexpensive dish that all the students loved. Of course, this small restaurant is nothing compared to the subsidiary company that Susan has contracted with. Suddenly, Justin learned that Peter had signed a contract with a large firm that seemed inaccessible even to him. It was this contract that Bob decided to take control of in order to meet personally with the head of the company and complete the deal. It is unlikely that Bob would have been able to negotiate with the manager himself, because he was too lazy for this. Moreover, this area of activity was completely unfamiliar to Bob, which is why he needed other people's merits. Peter cheerfully asked Justin about his plans and what company he was currently working with. Justin replied sullenly that there were no suitable companies yet and asked not to bother him with questions. A friend encouraged Justin by reminding him of his talent and ability to handle difficult challenges. Justin realized that he was being praised out of pity and for the first time felt such despair. At the beginning of his career, in his past life, he often experienced similar feelings, but in this life it was the first time. After work, the friends lingered at the office because Pierre saw that Justin was in trouble. He suggested that Justin seek help from Mr. Michael to help him with the contract. Pierre was confident that Mr. Michael would help Justin find the right company and would not allow him to lag behind the other guys. Unexpectedly, Justin agreed, although he usually preferred to solve problems on his own. In fact, it was not so much important for Justin as for Pierre himself, as it could improve his relationship with his father. Justin didn't advise contacting Mr. Michael, because Pierre understood perfectly well why they were still working together. Michael keeps Justin close to his son because he has always been helpful and has shown good results. But if Justin shows weakness, Michael may decide that his son no longer needs him. Having said this, Justin quickly headed to a familiar place where he wanted to find his last clue. Soon he was standing in front of an establishment whose owner gave him a lifetime subscription to free meals. And although Justin was sure of another refusal, he decided to take a risk, since he had no choice. Entering the restaurant, he saw many customers relaxing after work. But there was nowhere to retreat, and Justin decided to use his last chance to get a lucrative contract. Soon the restaurant owner brought him coffee and cookies so they could finally talk calmly. Justin smiled and asked how things were going at Sam's restaurant, noting that there were a lot of customers and business was probably booming. Sam claimed that his success was entirely due to Justin, and he even left his wife in charge of the restaurant to meet him. Justin realized that he couldn't delay any longer and decided to honestly admit why he came. Besides, the conversation about business had already begun, so there was neither time nor point in hesitating. Gathering his courage, Justin proposed to Sam that they open a branch of his restaurant in 10 of their company's shopping centers. It was the most unexpected proposal in recent years, and Sam was simply speechless. Sam looked at Justin for a moment and repeated that he was not ready for such a proposal and did not even know what to say. Justin quickly got out the necessary documents and invited Sam to personally review them to make a decision. However, Sam did not take the folder and first decided to ask a couple of questions to which he wanted to receive honest answers. Justin understood that this was the decisive moment of the negotiations and was prepared to tell the whole truth. When asked about the possible risks, Justin immediately replied that, on the contrary, it would bring Sam significant financial benefits. Sam then asked if it would be in Justin's personal best interests if he agreed to this proposal. Without hesitation, Justin replied that it would be very useful for his career, because apart from Sam, he doesn't have any contracts yet. A few days later, a competition began at Mr. Michael's shopping mall, with each participant representing their own restaurant. Luckily, the mall was full of people, so it was easy to determine the winner based on the amount of revenue at the end of the day. Each employee representing the selected restaurant was at their workplace and tried to attract as many visitors as possible. Meanwhile, Justin was working even harder than usual in the office, not allowing himself a minute of rest. Seeing this, Sam asked him not to work so hard and to give himself a break for at least a few minutes. But for Justin, this was a very important job, because his career in the company depended on its results. Sam admitted that he had long been waiting for the opportunity to thank Justin for his invaluable help in the past. Justin once helped establish a partnership between Sam's restaurant and a charity, which was the beginning of his success. However, oddly enough, this turn of events did not please Justin's department head, and he began to think about his next steps. He couldn't understand how Justin managed to sign a contract with this famous restaurant, which promised to bring in big profits and beat all competitors. If this happens, Ronald will not take first place in the competition and will lose. It's hard to imagine President Richard's anger if his brilliant plan fails because of one young employee. All this greatly irritated Bob, who had already smoked his 4th cigarette in a row, trying to calm his nerves. He kept wondering why Justin couldn't lose just once and save them from unnecessary problems. Charles fully supported the department head because he too was irritated by Justin's persistence. Meanwhile, the competition, filled with various events, was approaching its logical conclusion. And although the cash register was already full of money, the flow of customers did not dry up, and the tables continued to be laden with delicious dishes. Sam's cooking was excellent, and Justin's friends helped by spreading the word about the restaurant. Word of mouth has proven to be a very effective way to attract guests, and this is something Frank actively pursued. Frank always came to the rescue at the right moment, and Justin knew that he could be one of his best partners in the future. Frank's satisfied expression indicated that things were going well, and he winked at Justin, indicating that they were close to victory. Suddenly, they saw Ronald's assistant standing near his restaurant and arguing about something with the guests. The line of customers passed Ronald's restaurant and headed towards Sam's establishment, completely blocking the approach to the neighboring store. Then Frank saw in the distance Ronald himself, their main competitor, who had personally arrived at the mall. It was clear from his face that sales were going poorly, and the assistant was trying to find excuses. Ronald probably only came because he had the day off, since he was always the laziest of them all. Frank even complained that he lost his appetite at the sight of Ronald, although anyone would lose their appetite after a triple portion of dinner. However, Frank loudly declared that it was not a matter of overeating, but rather that Ronald was causing him to gag, which was what was killing his appetite. It turned out that Ronald came with his girlfriend and probably wanted to treat her to something at his establishment. Understanding what Frank was getting at, Justin asked him not to pick a fight with Ronald, at least today. But Frank could no longer be stopped, as he had always been famous for his hot temper. Approaching Ronald, he loudly asked if he was the curator of this wonderful restaurant. Ronald confirmed that he was the one who signed the contract with the restaurant, but he did not understand who this stranger was. Frank then introduced himself and reminded him that he and Ronald had studied at the same university, and that it was an honor to meet him in person. Ronald did not expect such a meeting and did not understand what this big guy wanted from him. Suddenly, Frank pointed to a group of his friends and asked Ronald to treat them all at his own expense in his fine establishment. Ronald thought Frank was crazy, because why on earth should he pay for all these people's food? But Frank was persistent and reminded them that their university had a rule of solidarity and that Ronald should not refuse his request. And besides, Frank was ready to immediately reveal his little secret if he refused to treat his modest group of friends. Ronald understood what this bastard was hinting at and angrily asked who he was and what he was trying to achieve by doing this. The guy replied with a smile that he was just a junior colleague who wanted to eat at the expense of his senior. This answer clearly did not satisfy Ronald, and he rudely told the guy to leave and not pick a fight. However, he insisted, reminding Ronald of the case of the appropriation of money from defrauded participants. After all, Ronald still kept his secret, fearing that the girl would leave him after learning the truth. Suddenly, Ronald saw his main enemy and competitor in the company in front of him. Justin bowed politely to Ronald and his girlfriend, as befits a well-mannered man. Ronald said that Justin was to blame for everything, as he invited all these people to a free dinner. He was sure that Justin, having noticed him at the entrance to the shopping center, had set everything up in advance. Moreover, Ronald believed that his rival wanted to win the competition at any cost, and that was why he started this meanness. Justin replied that the guy was simply jealous, because he himself did not have such helpful younger colleagues as Justin. He almost openly hinted that the guy didn't have any juniors who could be persuaded to steal money from experienced students. Without listening to the end, Ronald swung his arm, wanting to teach this impudent fellow a lesson before he said too much. However, instead of Justin, he accidentally hit the strong guy Frank, who did not expect the blow. Ronald could only watch in horror as the boy collapsed to the floor and screamed in pain. Frank screamed throughout the mall, complaining of severe pain in his jaw and begging everyone for help. However, he then winked discreetly at his friend, letting him know that his jaw was fine. The friend immediately played along with Frank, shouting loudly across the entire floor that Frank probably had a broken jaw and needed an ambulance. Hearing this, the frightened guy took out his phone with trembling hands and began to dial the emergency number. Justin continued to shout that they couldn't wait for an ambulance, and that they needed to take Frank to the nearest hospital immediately. Everyone rushed to help the guy, helping him get up and walk to the first aid station. With difficulty speaking, Frank promised to sue Ronald, saying that they would meet again in the courtroom. Suddenly, Ronald noticed that his girlfriend was about to leave, abandoning him at such a difficult moment. She pushed his hand away sharply, strictly forbidding him to touch her, and best of all, to forget even her name. Until this moment, she had no idea how disgusting a person her boyfriend was, and now she was seriously thinking about their relationship. Falling to his knees, Ronald begged the girl to stay and listen to him, assuring her that he was not guilty. Looking at this scene, Justin even thought that Ronald was about to burst into tears in front of everyone. Finally, the competition was over, and Mr. Michael's idea could be considered a success. Sam's restaurant became the most successful in sales, reaching monthly revenue of $40 million. Ronald only placed fourth in the competition and was taken to the police station several times because of the fight. He was late for work again because the interrogation with the investigator lasted longer than usual. Arriving at work, Ronald apologized to the head of the department, explaining his lateness by the long interrogation by the investigator. Bob still couldn't recover from what had happened, because Ronald had not only lost, but also brought big trouble upon himself. Moreover, he brought shame on the company, as it was now written about in the newspapers in a negative light. The boss no longer wanted to see Ronald in his office and said it was time for them to say goodbye. Ronald understood that no excuses would help him anymore, and the guy would definitely be fired from this company. Despite the support of the management, he was unable to get ahead of Justin in the competition, but only created problems. President Richard will be extremely unhappy to learn of the results of the competition and the incident involving his protege. At this time, Richard was in his office, and his assistant was kneeling before him, begging for forgiveness. Richard couldn't understand how Ronald, being so untalented, could lose to a newbie. A meeting was scheduled for the same day with the participation of the corporation's owner and his inner circle. Michael reported that sales at the malls have increased significantly due to the new restaurants. Now they needed to use this opportunity to prevent a drop in sales and loss of profits. Richard knew he needed a new assistant, but first he wanted to see that idiot Ronald in person and say a few goodbye words to him. Realizing that he had not been heard correctly, Richard angrily ordered Ronald to be brought to the principal's office immediately. The door slammed behind the assistant, and President Richard was left alone with his thoughts. Unable to contain his anger, he pounded his fist on the table, trying to understand the reason for all his recent failures. It seems that he was looking for this reason in the mediocrity of his assistants, having lost sight of the talent of the young employee Justin, which this guy will show in practice many more times, and of course, will be able to achieve his well-deserved success.